everything. That's the lumbar. Everything.
I mean, it's got audio.
Yeah.
I want to describe the fact that since we ran out of time, we did not disassemble this. Or these. We're going to start on page 13 of the official DreD-Bot building configuration.
Sure.
And you put room this. Is that so you can hear it? Does it work? It's dead.
Gotta do a bench. You gotta do a bench. I'm happy. I wasn't happy with that.
Test.
They sell this type of stuff, and then some other hardware. Yeah. Basically, they sponsored us, so they donated all the rail, all the bracketry, the rollers. Power supply. And so basically they supplied most of the hardware componentry.
I figure out an online storefront and online this stuff.
Yeah. And then the other sponsor was Duet, which is we got a panel. They sponsored us with a panel duo, and Duet board, and then Phyllis Steers are Midwest distributor, and they sent us 7 issues.
Yeah, so did I. And good luck.
Okay, appreciate it. I think we've got everything now. We went and did a 5-hour drive last night.
And I'm still here.
He still survived.
What?
Yeah, he survived. He found out that he can take US 20 all the way back to Florida. And it's your house.
There's the square root of 0 police, so I went 90. Out of 55. And I just said that.
Well, you also curled up under the table later. Actually, no, you're not going to have any sleep time today. You're going to be busy.
Well, we can employ her. She's like, I can employ her and she's like curl up under the table.
Are you mechanical?
He's my nephew. And his girlfriend. He's done here.
Okay, guys.
So you got the gold guy.
I need your laptop because that has the bins on it. Do you have a flash drive? Awesome. Give me your laptop. I'm going to give them the firmware.
Does she? You need the firmware stuff?
For the DreD-Bot, I'm told that there's one that's already kind of set up for
Yes.
Duet.
Yep, that was me telling you that.
So,
I'm like halfway down this bench. So, where are you?
Very first time. We have to try to get your figure for that.
If you need to do it now, that's fine.
you have to have the app up.
The very first time we had to do that.
Can you get that from the download?
I believe so.
Alright, so what we got? We might have most of
And don't let us slow you down.
Don't worry about it. Assembling half the frame is a one-man job, so he's probably going to do that.
You also got to impact driver.
Yeah, I don't want to quite impact. He had one too, and he didn't bring it. So I'm like, I don't think I want to torque on that much. I want to go through that. We got these T handles, so we can do it. Okay, so we are live.
What?
We're going.
We're still going. That's why I have these.
I'm making sure it's on.
It is working.
Your webcast is their Wi-Fi?
Yes.
They have to be on a gigabit backbone or something.
Yeah, last year they didn't have enough to like go out to the Facebook.
You couldn't download drivers. You couldn't download machine. The machine gets like 512 kilobytes.
So when everybody else turns on to it, then we'll be. Now it's good. Okay, what do we want that thing to bring? Go.
Do it.
And then get that thing doing something. Did you see the
What?
Did you see the big giant version of that gear they were printing last year?
Yes.
It's like this big. They printed off the Giga printers inside of it. Yeah.
I don't like the flash drive.
I have other ones.
It's a Mac formatted drive.
Is that what you got? No.
What?
She doesn't have a Mac drive.
You didn't like it. So, why don't we format it? Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
I tried formatting it for MS-DOS this morning. I guess I used the wrong partition. I didn't know which one.
They thought it was Mac or something. He said.
Why is it showing
So there's a duet app, you said?
There is the Atmel programming software, which is it's for the PLC itself. So if you screw it up, I can help you do that because that's what I did. So.
Oh, okay.
He is raw.
Can you spin that a little bit so I can see if I'm in the field of view while I'm doing it? Just turn it a little bit this way. No, that. Just turn your top. Oh, I can see that if you put it up there. Okay. That's fine.
Test flights.
What is
But the hair dryer, like, you know, really. parking lot. Nice.
Someone by the exit over there, someone's selling parts.
Did they tell you to check with Phyllis Jigger? Phyllis Jigger might have it down there. That's what they deal with.
Yeah, there's a right back there, on the left-hand side of me.
They're the ones that have the Titan arrow set up. They might have pieces also.
Okay. Well, it's a standard size fan, right, Sarah? Do you have the mount for it? Do you have the mount for it? Oh, it just is it? Oh,
Is it a 30 millimeter?
why don't you just use this fan for now? If you're not going to use
It's a 30 millimeter. I don't have any 30s or I'm getting one. All I got is 40s.
Oh, you got it.
That's what I've got.
That's what we got for this. We don't want to do
If you get a chance, look at the Titan arrow down there. That's pretty cool. You may end up with a Titan arrow on this. Or a dual Titan arrow. Why? Because it's a full direct extruder without the cooling fins because it direct cools as it goes through
I
the
mean,
gear.
why would we want to?
Why not?
Eric, I'm warning you if Windows crashes again, I'm going to like kill it with fire.
Okay, sounds good.
No, this is a community effort. It's all about it.
I'm all about that. Did you ever do Joe's Robotics?
Yes, I did.
I can spend hours.
Good morning.
Yes, sir.
Did you copy?
The stuff is like sitting after the gear.
No.
At least we have something.
Set it somewhere. Here.
Got that there, but this is somewhere.
I have to.
From what I can tell, it's
I was trying to make that thing fit. Do that or let it fit out. Did that on J in the middle here, like so. And then this facing like that. Just slide it on. And for that one right here. Oh, it drops, yes. So we need to get out this thing.
remember, because we just kind of like.
Yeah, that's the real problem. Gotta get that. Here, I'm gonna put these over here. Thank you. Talking out loud. It works easier that way.
I don't know what they're real.
So there's about 10 to 15 seconds of lag, which isn't too bad considering.
Here's the drops. Here's the right-handed set.
Oh, this is like confusing. I put audio passes on these things so I could hear you, but now there's like a loop because I'm also listening to the live stream, so it's like the three multiplier.
I can barely hear what you're saying. It's not working.
What?
Audio's not very clear.
No, the audio is clear, I just can't hear it.
Yeah.
What?
You need both.
I'd like to have both in because this is very loud.
I understand, but then you can't hear me. If you have one in, you might still get the hear. It's okay.
I had passed it.
So it was that caption.
Okay, slide those on.
Just start with like a timer in the corner. You know, a little clock in the corner.
It's right there.
Oh, it's right there. Okay.
I mean, it'll record for us. Okay.
Wants a launch room.
It's just another nozzle. Like,
Watch the top.
You should show some pictures. You should show some
Let's see if we can't get this framework together. If we can, then we can probably get the thing running. This is probably the thing I should do. So what time is
We just got. We weren't actually too late starting those. You've got the thing right up at 10.
it? Yeah. I was expecting seeing as how I think it was
Yep. Live and in person.
Say again?
Live and in person.
Ooh, even better.
We're on YouTube broadcast right now. Your voice might be being recorded, only the table's being recorded.
I'll know in about 15 seconds if your voice is. Just prepping.
Okay, so I need these. Grab 2 of those out.
The PTG stuff is even more almost
Where's my Nexus? In it? So like, print Delta while we're doing this? What? Why is it?
Ben! There we go. How you guys doing? Thank you.
The hairy line, every time I see it, when you put it on, I've laughed every time I've seen that.
I wanted to make sure I did it everything on the camera because everything was genuine, right? We tried to cut it, like, it's not hard work. It's the guy that made the lion, when he made the special version of the G-Max, he added hairs. So it's not like he took what was there and just blew it out. He actually added hairs. That's why it took 4 days to print, because they got all of those hairs of the yeah, it was crazy.
DreD-Bot build, right?
Live build, yes.
Alright.
Live on air. Just starting, but we're getting going. Built the frame here in about 2 hours.
This was your why your first batch of plastic wasn't sticking?
It was a combination of the Delta printer was being hungry and the material wasn't up to par. The next material, which is Hatchbox, is fine. Chinese material was a little iffy.
Is it this whole like section?
Hatchbox is also China?
They may be, but they're of higher quality. They're like medium grade low consumer as opposed to
Almost industrial.
yeah. As compared to like this other one was almost like a they were like a remesh of Hatchbox.
Can I snag a little power off you? I've got a hot end and they just pulled my power. So I'm going to get a jam if I don't get the fan back on here.
Okay, go for it.
We're not using much right now, so
We will later. You have that video.
oh sweet.
Live, so the camera's
Let's get the prep is for the next page.
We knew that was going to happen.
I gave you that flash drive, right? Hold it up out of the way.
It has nothing to do with that experience I have previously.
So yeah, I'm starting to hear.
I gave both. It's got product firmware and yeah, no. All the installation bins on it. So that goes through the interface and then
Looking forward to seeing this. I'm getting ready to start one hopefully fairly soon.
Are you one of the ones that might have saw it on Facebook?
I did. I commented on it.
Okay, yep.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, you did the internal.
Definitely. It's going to look a lot better that way.
Oh, yeah. For sure. That looks awesome.
And I actually modified the motor mount. Like this side here, I just had to machine out a little bit.
Okay.
But for the left hand, I actually made a new mount where I moved these holes down like 20 more millimeters and put a cutout in the middle. You'll see that later. I'll make sure we show that. And I'll share that when I'm done.
Good. Yeah, love files, man. Now, are you doing the 200 by 300?
3x3.
3 by 3. Doing all four wheels on the Z?
We're gonna experiment with that.
Okay.
Spotter, the guy that designed the thing,
Yeah.
is supposed to stop by, thanks.
Okay.
And he's gonna give us some hints if we have issues. I was talking to him on Reddit and he had concerns that it might bind, but we're gonna go and see if it works. If it binds, that's fine. We got a backup plan.
Okay.
We're actually using a 3-axis Z.
Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, we're using the two Z's to start with. We haven't driven with the belt, so we're running one motor. And we have the ability to put a third Z in, but we don't use the belt for it. So
Okay.
we won't be able to do that today.
Yeah. That's cool, man. I hope it goes really well.
I hope so.
Bless you.
And by the way, these little square nuts are really hard to put in these.
You know, I'm thinking I'm just going to buy the insert T-nuts because you can get them shipped from China for cheap.
You got to make sure they fit, though. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, you gotta hope they do, but I think
Open Bills actually sent them to us, but I'm trying to use the square just because I'm trying to stay traditional as much as possible.
sure, yeah, and I don't blame you, but I was watching videos of people trying to put these things together, and when you got 4 of them like that, you're trying to get sliding on at the same time, getting them all lined up, and if they catch a corner, it's just gonna turn right in.
That's what they do.
Yep.
And
Is that Pet G?
Yes, it is.
Cool.
I think I shared what my settings were with somebody on there one time.
Oh yeah, I love that because there's just a little bit of flex that you can see with PLA. I mean, it'll flex a little bit like that.
We're gonna probe.
But if you push it too far, it's snap. But this has a lot more flex.
Please don't snap it because we don't know
I
what
won't
we're
snap
going
it.
to
I promise I won't snap
We
it.
don't know if this thing will actually print again.
Looks good. Turns out really good. Yeah, actually, I'm hoping I can find somebody that's got some Pet G here today. I want to buy some and try it.
I'm just taking this one off.
I haven't tried it as well yet.
CNC might be something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I've been wanting to try it out, so.
And I'm not sure what Atomic Filaments is here, and they might have brought some cool filaments this year. Last year they had that green. I don't know if you were here last year.
All right, no, this is my first. I've only been printing since May of last year, so.
They had green, like glow in the dark PLA last year, but this year they've got more materials. And more
Are they in this building or the other one?
I'm
Not sure yet.
I haven't seen it yet. Atomic Filaments.
I haven't seen Atomic.
So I haven't looked that far, so I don't know if he's actually in the
God, I can't wait to start
I have
this.
not seen him yet. It's possible that he's here and hiding.
Yeah, there's a company online that you buy this stuff from. Open Bills, yeah.
And Open Bills sponsored us.
Yeah, they
Thank you, Open Bills.
Oh, no kidding.
Open Bills sent us all the extrusions, all the bracketry, power supply, and rollers for the wheels,
Okay.
and some other various things.
Awesome.
I can't name them all without letting see in my list.
Sure. Sure.
They sent
us the motors.
They sent us a good deal of change. We are very thankful for them.
So we were sponsored by Open Builds. We were sponsored by Duet 3D.
Okay.
They sent us actually a complete kit for their Duet Wi-Fi.
Oh, wow.
Illustrator actually sent us a panel, 7-inch panel for the touch.
Is this the Wi-Fi here?
Yeah, that's the Duet.
That's cool. I want to see what it is. Everybody's raving about them.
It's extremely intuitive and easy to set up. That's
Is it?
why.
Oh, it's ridiculous. And you can from the DreD-Bot group, you can download the files and set it up for a 300 by 300, and all you do is change a few parameters and you're good to go. Start right out of the gate.
Okay.
That's what we're hoping.
This setup is virtually plug and play. This is a cramped setup, and that was a little bit more difficult, to say the least.
Learn and earn. Because
Yeah.
It's a hard
It's
setup.
it's supported by like
It's
the
80s,
hardest of the
80s,
core.
90s software level.
Oh,
It's running on top of a Linux CNC shell, so
okay.
It actually is Linux CNC customized for printing.
yeah. It's almost an overlay. It's extremely, it's old school. It works, and it's rigid, but it works. 4mm.
3
This
millimeter.
is awesome, guys. Come back and see it.
Okay. Good to see you.
You guys will have it printing by end of day Sunday, right?
We're gonna
Hoping.
try.
Hoping to have it moving by tonight.
Yeah. You guys got to do it Wi-Fi and everything else for it?
Yeah, we got a Duet Wi-Fi. We got a panel duo. 2 power supplies, so we're gonna liquefy our cable over there.
Yeah, I was hearing about this coming today. I was looking forward to seeing it.
Do you guys have all the printed parts ready?
Yeah, we had all the printed parts ready. We got
We
those,
actually did some reassembly. We had the whole thing put together, minus
the whole
running.
frame. Yeah.
And then we got to like Thursday night, and we didn't have time to take like all of the bolts out, so we just left them there.
My brother designed this printer.
Holy crap!
He'll
Cool.
be, he's here.
He said he was going to stop by.
Yeah, he's here.
All right,
Yeah,
that'd be great.
he wrote that manual. It looks familiar.
Yeah.
I'll send him by.
That's sweet.
that's
Thanks.
cool.
Yeah, I was talking to him on Reddit, so
Yeah.
That's something what I've been looking at. These front doors.
It is actually fairly easy. I think it took maybe 100 hours to print the full parts out, maybe 150 at the most.
Yeah, it wasn't too, and that's only because we had so many like crap
We
shit
had
lines.
to start over a few times.
And then we had our printer explode.
We didn't have to actually print too many duplicates of parts. I mean, once we got the printer functioning the way we wanted, it dialed in, then all the parts printed at that point. I printed several copies because I changed the design on the fly. I was doing like upgrades as I went. So this is Spada's design with modifications for
Whenever they do that, I think they've blown a fuse and we've lost it.
They want color. Show off the color.
Do you have to cut all of the rails and stuff yourself?
We did that in the machine shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have. I work at a.
We both work on it.
So I'm an industrial machine designer. So this it's plastic, but it's basically what I do. So it's
That's the guy. Okay, I need this again. I'm on drive.
Okay, I need an F and a J.
F is there. J is there. F is there. J is here. Should we have the Delta printing something?
I should get it printing something sometime. That's what I said. So maybe I can help with that. If you can find something cool to print, I don't care what they find, I'll find something cool.
I need a flash drive. I'm just walk around and ask people to print. I'm going to have my Delta.
Yeah, so there should be a flash drive with a lot of those.
Is it a PMT flash drive? God, I would love to just do this all day. Rather than work for the store, I'd rather just do Did you use the square drops? They're evil.
I know. They are. Don't forget one.
Oh, these fall right in. That's nice.
I forgot this too.
These fall right in.
Every now and then you have them up there. Sometimes they don't.
They have to be like
But I mean, they don't fall in this way, but they fall into the grooves.
Yeah, there's some that do that with cinnamon.
Did you get the ones from Mr. Metric? I haven't had any problems putting them in. They're hard to get out sometimes. You have to dig them out.
well, if you take a needle nose and just like come out.
And every now and then, when you're like sliding people along, they'll turn to the side.
Yes.
Yes. Then you need to get like a really tiny L wrench to kind of jam them back when you go.
All right, this is D. I have the D. I'm sorry.
The D goes on the end of these.
Goes like this. Or like this. I need drops and a pulse and a life and
How many mushrooms do you need? We suppose two. There's one there.
No, wait, I need 4. I'm sorry. This has not 4. So I need 3 more. Oh, it's printed solid.
They were over there. Why? Are they over here? That's why I talked to them guys last night. I told him where over. He commented on this build, and I talked to him a little bit last night about the fact that, hey, we were over here. Check this out sometime. He's the one that commented on the build. The guy with the beard. We're talking about the parking lot. Learning.
I wasn't here for, 2 months that we were actually designing, right? Trying to. I can be here now. I'm gonna quit my job.
All I had to do was quit my job.
Can you imagine? Dan's like, hey, you gotta bring this man.
I would have like burned out.
We can take this.
That would be arson. You guys good?
She had a question.
If you have questions, ask. I don't mind. Yes, you can either flash them with the AppMail uploader, or you can upload them to the web interface. Okay.
She might have to upgrade all the firmware and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it went base firmware, then web interface, then Wi-Fi transfer. Yes. So let's try not to break curves. Yeah, I can work on it. Do you want to work on this for a little bit?
I don't want to like take you.
No, it's a one-person job, so I'm waiting for him to finish though.
It's pretty much a one-man
Probably go to like the registration table and ask
It's a lot of pressure. I've put together 3 of these, so it's a lot of pressure.
I don't think I have it. No, I don't.
Excellent. It's not like freaking. This one is the latest that they brought it to. I don't want to go past that.
He's having fun. He's found someone that's like him. Hey, girl. Oh my God, she's scared.
I always think guys are like him.
I know. He's just found a kindred spirit. Even more so than me. She's more nerd-like. I can do that one more time. Really good.
That's why you can't use this machine. Because you're not, you're thinking like a
Oh, I got you. I am.
Third time.
I didn't know about at work, they were using their own free stuff. They were using it. They didn't have to use it. I walked out last night. She needs work, and I walked out. I think it's about right there. I can tell. I can get all the way in the hand. That's what I want to do. As soon as it does it, my boss will help me find out. Not this boss. My boss. She's running Windows 10 so the driver's won't stop. Yeah, so I'm stealing your laptop. Mine's running to life.
If I let go of this, it's going to go.
I have that.
You got it on there then?
I
I had to sacrifice the storm, but I think I got it I'm guessing it's not even
but I can try and see if I can yeah. It's just cycling constant.
Right. So staying flipping.
Yeah.
Can you maybe try to tweak it and see what it
Built one.
All right. Take forever? I'm hoping it won't.
And
Yeah, this one off together.
building the frame is the most complex.
Oh, yeah, this will be done in about 2 hours. Already got one half built.
Oh yeah.
We got most of the components like pre-assembled. This takes a long time to put all that
It
stuff
does. That's the stuff that takes. See, the problem is when I built it, Spada, the guy who did the DreD-Bot, he didn't have build on yet.
Right.
So I was just going by
You were early.
pictures.
And he's here.
Is he really?
Yeah, he was gonna stop. His brother stopped by already and said hi. I don't know what he looks like.
I don't know what he looks like either.
So if he stops by, I'll find out. And we're streaming
Oh yeah?
about 10 or 20 seconds delay or something like that.
The internet's pretty bad here.
It's better than none.
Oh yeah.
Last year
I
was
couldn't
pretty
even, I
bad.
couldn't even connect to it.
Last year was pretty bad. Oh, the bottom. Sweet. All right. Okay. So you know that's where the heat comes out. But you can still blow across the top. So it's fine.
How's it going?
Oh, you guys live streaming?
Trying to, yes. No, I don't think so.
Oh. We're trying to find power so we can run his DreD-Bot, but they're saying that everything's cut off. Like he brought his over there, that's in the manual.
Over there in the corner.
Yeah, you may be part of the problem.
I may be part of the problem. It might run out or might.
Out of all of this, I'm yeah, so it does go out. I'm about 300 feet, so I know it's not
I'm sorry in advance.
I moved up your power.
I thought I put it in there.
Model that with zero support. Whoever modeled it, I didn't model it, whoever modeled it, I didn't
I just heard you were here and set up there.
I haven't found power yet.
That might be why we bought two power supplies backups in here just in case they kill us. At least we'll be able to turn it on. I don't know how long it takes for a while. We're going some live over here. We got one side. Don't sponsor those, along with all the hardware basically. Don't sponsor those. Yep, and they're like $4 or $5 of these or like that. So they're kind of expensive, but they're really strong. Tight them all the way down, and never have to worry about those. They also make these little corner guys too that fit pretty well. You just need that screws for it. What's that? We build it all up minus the front set of wheels that you were discussing with me, and I've got that extra set. It's kind of a just in case. See if it goes. We might go with like 2 wheels on each side, on the outside or inside. You can always adjust the frame to try to make it fit back. You don't have to worry about it. I redesigned my belt drive, so it's all on that center rail. I can move it back and forth until I find the sweet spot. Definitely. So I took your original 2-motor attachment and I did the belt drive thing, so we were doing it, but I started from scratch and did my own design. See how that turned out. That's what I've got. I've got the 1-motor 2-piece belt drive. And I put it all on the center rail, so it's all somebody's got to change it. When we get that far, about hopefully for 3 hours, I think we're going to get it. I'm actually pretty happy with that belt drive system. I think I'm saying here, you guys. I also did she's got the D-Bot also. I think hers is the 300 or 300. I did the same thing. I hid the wires and the motors were in the body, so I extended this down like another 20 millimeters. And those sponsored the motor seals too, and they have the modular plug-ins in there. So I was able to stick that piece there and run the wires off. So I'm going to put that out there just if anybody wants it. You pretty much have to have the open build motor so to make it worthwhile. Okay.
I didn't think about that until after the fact.
That's what I did. I drove through, but at the same time I had to have room for the motor mount because it actually sticks out.
Never tried my film. I have to try my film.
They got that system. So this.
If I have to
right. Very good. Thank you. Designer. The guy walked in. Are you having any luck over there? Any luck? You had to reprogram the whole thing? You got the reset out though?
So I've got a whole list of and I just keep them
Do you have yours plugged? You don't have ours plugged into that yet, right? The cradle point? What? You didn't try to cradle point from your phone or anything, did you? You might be able to if you got.
Okay.
Don't do what I have done. This is
That is exactly you got all the parts you need, right? Yeah.
It still does come.
Real world,
I need light. They shut the stupid lights off. I can't see now.
Oh, wait, no, I don't. I'm using that. Sorry.
It's back up to 92. I probably need it just a little bit higher. What screws are you dealing with? Are they M5s there?
These are, in this particular little piece, that's an M4. It's an M5, but it's got a micro, low head.
But have you tried these? I find these to be real helpful. Maybe the M4. Just getting into corners like that, I find this to be super helpful.
made it for right now too. That's nice.
So you previously built this and then took it apart again, or is this the first time?
We had it put together frame-wise, and actually left some of the bolts in there because it was too much to take it all apart again. So, yep, we had it just frame built and squared up, and knew that it would like slide back and
We found Atomic
did.
all the way in the opposite corner.
They're in the building also?
Yep.
Did they have anything?
I bought some filament for them. It's good deals. They're selling PLA for 21.
Yeah, it's pretty decent stuff.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, we only do discounts for this event. The rest of the time it's...
They have like a, if you go to their website, they have something they call like coal beans or something that gives you like build-up discounts before you buy. It's kind of like a rebate.
Okay.
So that's about
I've never printed with Atomic yet, so I've heard good things.
I don't know, did they give anything away this year?
No, he wasn't giving anything away, and he didn't have any white. He was out of white. I was like, what? How do you not have white? Whatever.
Last year he was giving away some, like it's like glowing dark green. I don't know if any of it this year. It was pretty cool though. It PLA it worked pretty decent. I had no problems with it.
I've read good things about it. I just never bought it.
But they have some really like they have a carbon fiber that's got a carbon wire through it.
Really?
So it's actually got strength to it.
Oh, I saw that.
That's them.
He had some.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's them. So if you ever need, I mean, if I would, and I don't know if it's a PLA or PETG. If it's PETG, I'd buy it.
PLA.
If it was PETG, I'd buy it because I like it.
I bought a roll of PTG. I did buy a roll of red, actually, because I'm doing red and black when I build mine. So I'm gonna have to go home and play with some Pet G now.
It's a little tricky. It's a little sticky.
Yeah, I've heard that, but we'll see. My printer's pretty well calibrated,
If
so.
you're using PLA, you're gonna want to like take it up at least 1 millimeter off that.
Okay.
Depending on your layer height.
Okay. I usually print at 0.2,
If
so.
you smash it, yeah, 0.2. So you might want to maybe
0.05 up.
0.05 to 0.1.
Okay.
Because if it smashes, it'll just start gooing across the top. You'll know it right away because it'll start stringing to the bottom here.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Looking forward to it. Awesome, man. All right. I gotta figure out how to get out of here.
Much support, bud.
Found one of these on the floor already. I don't know where it came from. I found it on the floor. It must have came on Mars.
I wasn't overly concerned.
Lots of hits this year. That's a big group right there of kids. She's got one on her back. I like it.
mix and you'll put it together for me and pick it up this afternoon?
Yeah, no, not today. You got one printed out yet?
No, I haven't printed anything yet. I've got the extrusions. And I've got a bunch of parts from Open Builds and Mr. Metric. But what I got to do is get a nice organizer to put them in. Right now they're still in the USPS box. But of course I'm doing, you know, all the things you do to slow down your build. I went with a mix of the V slot and T slot, so I've got to like customize some of the parts and so on and so forth. So.
The T slot.
There's already a guy who customized a lot of these brackets for the T slot mix. But what he didn't do is I wanted to use some of the 3-wheel carriages, and none of those are customized for T slot.
Yeah, we found an easy way to do that. The free CAD will let you bring in the STLs and then you can convert it back into a regular CAD system.
Oh, okay.
So like I use AutoCAD, so I can convert it from free CAD back into a DWG and then a step file, and then I can modify stuff easier.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm still trying to wrap my mind around free CAD, but
that's all I use it for, is converting so I can use something I know how to use.
yeah, I decided to go with the regular nuts rather than the square ones, but they did work pretty good.
Regular nuts, they don't drop in, I don't think.
No, I've got the one. There's the hammer nuts that drop in that you can use.
We got the Open Builds gave us some of these, and some of these. So these are the nice dropping ones.
Yeah.
But sometimes they're a little too tall to get.
Yeah, I find that you have to be really careful to make sure they engage because they'll pop out.
If you're using this guy here, this will interfere with that. It'll pull it too tight. You can't tighten it down. So you got to be careful if you got those not to use these. If you're just using them in the middle, you're fine. But if you got the little extra groove thing that line everything, those will drop in.
Oh, okay.
Not very well anymore.
Yeah, it's like all the parts have the grooves like you got on these.
So what I would do is if you got that, I would like shave out that area, either in the CAD or when they were drilling or a knife, bring that section out. You'll find that out if you're good.
Yeah.
That's what I found out.
Well, it's nice to know that before I make that mistake because I was bound to make it.
Everyone will. And I think I read that somewhere as I was buying these, and that's why I ended up buying these.
Okay.
Just to make sure I had those in case I didn't like those. And I think
Well, now I'm thinking I might order some square nuts just to have some in case of.
And if you run out of the ones, the square nuts are a lot cheaper than the other droppers. Open Build sent us all this.
Here you go.
They came to me and says, "We want to sponsor you." Okay. I was glad. Very gracious.
Well, what they need to do is start selling cut extrusions.
And or partner up with somebody else.
Yeah. Well, who's the us?
What's that?
Who's the us? You said partner up with somebody like us.
Oh, partner up with like a group that.
Oh. Yeah, because I got the V-slot extrusions cut from SW 3D.
See, I cut mine and I work in a machine shop, so I just had guys on the floor.
I don't have a machine chop, so it would have been chop saw. And
Yep.
I just decided it was better to pay somebody else.
Those are all machined within like 1 or 2 hours.
So I bought the V-slot from SW3D, and then Masumi will cut everything else.
Masumi is very good.
Yeah, I've been really been impressed with their prices.
They're inexpensive, yes.
Yeah, they're cheap and they do a good job. Well, I'll let you.
All right. Hey, we got lights.
my suit. Now I can help, right? Perhaps, Mr.
All right, we're going to get started in just a moment with the first talks. And John and I will do an introduction in just a minute. I'm checking the audio right now.
How are we doing on the space?
While we wait, I'll mention that the concession stand is open. So feel free to use it. Will?
All set. I can't believe that stream is still running. I can't believe the stream is still running. That's incredible.
Yeah, you were going to sit down for the talk. Now it's probably the time to gather around.
Any specific model? Looks like it's not. I already helped everyone else.
We put this one together. The slide this in first, obviously. Then go together.
We can hear you.
Have you ever seen this stuff? It's for welding acrylics, but I found it works great on PLA and PGs, pretty much all of our film filaments. You just bring two pieces together, and then it's like a liquid white water. It wicks into the surface, and it melts and welds the two parts together, so it fuses them together. It's great for...
Good.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Everybody can hear us.
You probably twisted it on the other side.
All right, so
I know, I'm saying it's twisted.
Yeah, that one's hang on. Pull it apart real
here, and
there. It's good. Patience.
Running out of room. It's pretty incredible. So,
No, I was waiting for
thank you.
Now it's somewhat tight.
Right now,
God, this thing's
we have
incredible.
approximately 1,217 attendees.
Oh my God.
That is incredible.
You hear that?
Yeah, we're almost double where we were last year. So, with that said, I wanted to make a few notes about our sponsors, and John and I are going to share that. So first, for those who don't know us, my name is Sonny Montague.
For those who want to know what we're all about.
We have been doing this for 5 years. And it started really low-key, and now it's grown into something incredible. So, without further ado, I want to mention a few sponsors. John's going to do the same. So, we'll start off with Google. So, Making and Science, powered by Google, is providing dinner for everybody. So, tacos for everybody. Can we get a round of applause? All right, and it goes without saying, CBCNC is fundamental to all of this. They host it. They're accommodating with John's time. Of course, John has CBCNC, but nonetheless, it's incredible. Next, the badges and lanyards that everybody has are provided by Oak Machine. So again, a nice round of applause for Oak Machine.
Must have been here early enough.
That's been flipped over to John for the gold sponsors.
This is cool. I like how that's
Thank you all for coming. Again, we never anticipated having you this weekend. Tell us how to do. Really awesome.
Your power's out? That's what I heard. Ours is on. Ours is on? Ours is on.
Power's out.
How is it out?
This one's on a different circuit. That one I think is connected.
All right, so for our gold sponsors this year, one I want to thank is people already saying with their
You want to plug into us? You probably have enough over there.
Next up,
You plug into us.
projector is courtesy of Move 3D. It's in the back over here, so let's give a big thanks to
Do you have
them.
any kind of thing that you need to run right now?
Next up, we have backpackers. Anybody have backpackers? Okay, then we'll get it over to the far corner. Let's get it all the way around. Screen research, 3D printers. He's over in the center of the other room. He's in the big room.
So they're dead. That wall is dead.
We need something that can plug that guy out. And plug that guy out.
He's running on
He's running his thing now. Jesus.
We have Tallman filming. He's on the wall over there. Give him the big thanks.
That's a
We got Noel Spot. There's one from over there. Give him the huge round of applause.
It's a junk bot. Oh, the junk bot. Everybody has a junk bot. Yeah, it's a D-bot type of design.
Okay.
It's a Core XY.
There you go.
We call it the junk bot.
And one of our sponsors is Atomic Film.
We need to have a junkyard work
He was walking around handing out some little stickers. If you run a 3D printer and you're showing it off here, he's got a free school filament for you. So if you have to give me a sticker, say that again. You got a free school filament.
Where is it? Atomic? Yeah, I know where it is. What do you want?
All right, now for our silver sponsors, we have Tiny G / Synthesis.
Want blue?
Get two stickers.
You want blue?
Makerbox.
No, it's in there.
Okay, it's just really loose.
Right around the corner. Mohawk.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
The Athlete.
You go do it while I still got the choice.
Okay.
Pretty solid.
I don't know what these sets about.
Protopasta.
Tell me where the D-bot though, because I already printed. Give me a second.
Micro Swiss.
It's in here again, I'm sorry.
Ultimaker. Right on. I made 3D.
You can get one for yours, and I'll get one for mine. But I don't know if you got to get something.
Vicious 1 / mostly printed CNC. Alright, now for the bronze sponsor. Alright, another guy I think's been here all 5 years. Jason Bruce, pattern to print. He's right around the corner here. Big round of applause for him. NBL Systems. Alright, big round of applause for him too. We've got Valparaiso ECU. He's got some full printers here. 713 Baker. He's in a small room there. He's in big things. Project Lightbulb. Anybody there? Trick Laser. He's on this wall over by the concession stand. 3D PPGA. Here, I think. Polyback, guys. Anybody from Polyback up here? Science Labs, I believe they're up there by the entrance also. 3dorchard.com. And last but not least is Peppercorn. All right, and one more thing I just wanted to mention. So this is our 50th year, and John and I do this together, but John's contribution far exceeds mine. He lives up here, he deals with the facilities. It can't be underestimated how much he really goes into doing this. So if I could get a really big round of applause and lots of boots for John. First up today is going to be Daniel Moray with the
I don't think the lack of
So I don't know where Mom is. I don't know. What?
Said I cannot get this to come upstairs. Gonna try and just whatever tools you want. Once you get it up to the top, you can rest down probably.
outside activities.
I need a tweezers. Renee, do you have a Oh my god.
Oh my god! That's so close. They work obviously.
Yeah.
And 2 years ago, I started working at a company called Creative Tools in Sweden, where we sell 3D related software, 3D printers, and all kinds of things. So before I started 2015, I had access to these wonderful machines where I worked with 3D laser cutters, 100 machines, 30 machines. So I had the chance to
Stick it on the side too. On the side. See that?
what's related to
On both
that.
sides, but the drill pop on the side. Like, try to get underneath it, maybe. I'm just saying. If you got it up high enough, I'll put it on here. It's on. It's like one of them claw games.
Yeah, except this is pissing me off.
All right. I know. Okay, so when I started, there were 3 important things during the years. And the first one is software, where I could, create my designs and put all my thoughts in the digital design. And I tried a bunch of different softwares during the years: SolidWorks, Spaceplane, AutoCAD, Subsolid, and now these days I'm using Fusion 360. After that, the second thing is hardware. Before I had a 3D printer, as I mentioned, I had access to all these industrial machines where I do my projects. And in 2011, I bought a MakerBot, and I basically ordered it 10 minutes after I first saw it.
What I want to do is I want to split it so that we, it's each individual wire, because the whole boom is too fat.
And this machine, it doesn't print excellent, but that's totally, I'm fine with that. I only need, 20 micron AI and perfect quality. With this machine, I can get my vertical designs and get it in really light and try to win it.
Bring it down to each four corners. Okay, that's what bring it down to like 15
The third one is the frame. I only had access, or I only knew ABS, which most of you know it has its challenges. But
We have
over the
3
years, I've been able to try
Oh my god, that
a
means
lot
we
of
get
different
3
materials,
things.
which makes all the difference.
Those are our tickets. We get those to, okay, cool.
So when I
Grab
bought
as
my
many of those
3D
as you
printer, I was introduced to the whole open source hardware community. made community. It was something totally new for me. So I bought this printer, I started to Google for information, and I found that people are actually sharing their designs online. I can download other stuff, so I don't have to design everything myself. Everybody's very extremely generous and sharing, answering questions. There's a lot of love in the community, and that's something that I really like about it as well. So a few of the things I've made that you might have seen, one is the printed placements that I did a few years ago. I bought my first thematic, I was super proud, I told a friend of mine, it's amazing, I can make all kinds of cool things. And he said like, oh, I told those you just put your hand in a pile of dust and you pick up a wrench, that's working. Not quite, but... So I decided I wanted to make one of those wrenches myself that I can make from a thematic and just take off the big plate and remove some support materials and have it really working. Everything is pretty good, basically all the moving parts. And yeah, I did it, and it's a challenge. Some days. Another project I'm working on is the radar project, which is a project to make like modern railway on longer trains, and sizes. This is the first project I did, which is the American diesel electric switcher train, which is, you can probably see them on American railways today. They were manufactured around the 60s and 70s. So this is really popular, and there's a community on the bus with a few hundred members, and everyone's really helping, and yeah. Another project I've done that you might have seen is the 3D benching from Creative Tools. And this is one of the first projects I did when I started at Creative Tools. As I said, Creative Tools, we work with everything in 3D basically, so it's software, it's hardware, using services, doing some development as well. These are the new of the printers we've done just for internal use, for testing. And we did these projects, we bring all the prints, test prints, like everyone does, and we print them on the frog and all other things, but we thought we needed a more standardized model. So my first one of the first things I was asked to do was to create a model that we could just print and compare between different prints with programs and troubleshooting. So they told me we needed a benchmarking model, we could use troubleshooting, it must contain with show everything in the workshop with different geometries. And it needed to be recognizable objects. You know, like not a cube or have some level of personality. And it needs to be printed from like an output. Sure, I can make something that takes 10 hours. So that was quite a challenge to keep the print time down. I think with standard settings that we recommend, 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, and it needs to be expandable. So there needs to be all kinds of accessories and things like that. And there's also a multicolor version that my colleague Eric did. Here out in the many parts, so different colors or different So when I had my first 3D printer, back in 2012, I wanted to, this pneumatic, I wanted to show everybody how cool that was and what cool things you could do. So I started to think of a project I could show everyone how amazing this machine is. So I wanted to do something with a somewhat complex design that would be specific for me. It needed to have connecting parts, connecting rounds. I wanted it to be expandable, so you have to find a design, you can expand on it, modify it, add accessories. And I wanted something eye-catching, like if you put it here on a proof,
you guys building a D-Bot?
Yes, we are.
Did you know the creator of the person that remixed the C-Bot into the D-Bot is right over there?
Yeah, he's come by and seen us.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool, guys. Very cool. Did you print your parts out of PLA, PETG, ABS?
PETG.
Awesome. Very cool.
This one, of course, is making it up for that one.
Do you need my help?
But they are not strong enough for using anything except single-learn applications in reality. I thought that, I don't agree with that. So everyone told me basically, forget it, you can't do it.
That was easy. There's the key. Turn it sideways and you can see it.
Just let it go. So I thought, oh, okay, and I'm going to open up the cover this morning. So I started with a touring car or a rally car. It's a 1 to 10 scale.
We get one now, we get another one here at the printer. We get one now.
Oh, so he's giving us a third for a Roman?
Yeah.
For this one? We already have one?
Yeah. No, we don't have one yet. No, we don't. This is for that one. We get another one for completing this. Yeah.
Bonus for getting it done.
Yeah. It doesn't work right now. It's not really a printer. It's a compilation of parts.
So right now he's saying it's only a project.
Yeah.
Screw you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Test project to see for myself if I could actually do it. There are a few more pictures. And then I started to and I decided that, okay, I need a ball. I want to do it. I want to do my own car, my own design from scratch. So I started with the differential, which is complex and the same size as a conventional bit. So that's, I mean, the gears are tiny. And for those of you who don't know,
I already have 2 of them, so I should be okay. I don't want to use it.
I have to learn a lot about gear ratios and things like that. And of course you have to do compromises because I couldn't fit the tiny gears that we use in the conventional bit. So
why do I have better luck with these than you?
It's not a perfect design, but it's working as a component. And this is basically the most demanding part of my car. And I start to listen to for everything. So as I said, the gears are tiny, and I've tried a bunch of different materials over the years as well to make this work. When I was finished with it, I started working on the car, and I decided to go without those projects. It has a shaft drive for the drive, so I printed basically the internal drive shafts. So printed and
You can watch our live stream. We have a channel called DreD-Bot BUILD. It's streaming right now.
But as far as the implications of that, I'm not sure we're
it's also basically
it's pretty straightforward. Pieces you can buy all the hardware pretty much. That would be like printed parts would have to be.
How are you struggling with this? I just went, it went in. No, it doesn't. Also,
these are open build.
and I spent months and months and months just working on this product. And there's a few challenges, there's a lot of challenges actually. Probably one of the most challenging things was doing a product like this. I think
they're a company.
Light us with all the stuff.
So you can just, apply some
okay, G's on.
Basically about 7% of the cost.
So that's a huge challenge. And even though I think
it was this and about what, $300 on eBay? And about, so it was probably $200 on eBay and about $100 to $150 in Philippines. So,
basically, $70.
$70 for
together,
them?
and then I went out to make it. Learn by crashing. So I mean, I printed all the parts, put it together, I changed them all. I just went out, 4 seconds, everything is
Just as, very nice. If you have it professionally cut,
make it better, put it all together, back out 10 seconds, and so I did that. I'm pretty sure it's going to start. In the end, it came out pretty good. I like to do some myself. And also, ready for this? Design for everybody. I tried to make everything, all the geometries as simple as possible. So everybody can download the sketch files and modify them themselves. So that the design might be seen as boring, but it's because I try to keep it as simple as possible. And also, I try to make the design so when you can replace them with new ones fairly easy. And there's also, I've experimented a lot with different plastics, and I've been lucky enough to come in contact with a bunch of the companies you see here over there, especially Thermal, who helped me out a lot. So these are products in polycarbonate, PCTB, TPE,
this train.
lots and lots and lots of models as well. Also, when you do a project like this, somebody find yourself looking at problems a different way. These are the tires for a F1 car, I'm going to show you later. And the problem was, if I use too much infill, the tires would be hexagon almost. So I used it, but I wanted it to be really soft. So what I did was, I used intentional under-extrusion from infill. I had a high amount of infill, and I used intentional under-extrusion to use up the really soft treatment. So usually, when people talk about under-extrusion, it's in a negative way. But in this case,
That just happens to be
The gods of geometry love me today.
I tried to do something different than
really nice.
many people make the same design over and over again.
My mother doesn't love
different, so it encourages kind of the arms, so it's big and tube. And if you want to know more about this, you can just ask me afterwards. It's got a swappable top and bottom, so everybody can make their own designs and change the part.
I told one of the guys behind this like frame put together in about 2 hours, and he like laughed.
I started working on the battery cages itself, so you can just remove and put it in the battery unit. And there's a huge interest in and then for the one product, you can see a lot of them on the fair here. It's probably one of those most adapted projects I've done. It's hugely popular. And the goals I had when doing this, I done the truggy, which was a complex project, focused on durability and a bunch of different hard-to-treat materials. I wanted to do something that was possible for everyone. So I said to myself, everything
The K-bar was supposed to go on.
And the design should be really simple, no special parts on the truggy has some hard-to-source parts. I bought them from Germany, so it shipped to outside Germany, so it's horrible. But, so for this one, basically you can print this, buy some screws and nuts and bearings, so you can put it together and have a nice showpiece model. But you can also put electronics in it and have your own 3D printed doors and cars. So as I said, this is really popular, and there are a lot of modifications that people have made. Everything from
So this thing must be compressing as it's going because it's only 1.5 gig.
So the latest product I've done is the mini FPV quadcopter. I've been looking at this for a long time, but there's always another product. So this is also something I tried to do a different approach with. Because most, if you look at a quadcopter, as you know, if you buy one, there's a kettle frame and super light, so it's hard to make something that can compete with that. But I wanted to do the same approach that I usually do, which is a modular design, so made to different parts that you put together. If you do one single part alone, it's really easy. Where do you want it? All the parts put together and you have a strong frame. And with this one I wanted to focus on focus there's an island that can use some flex. If you crash into an object, I wanted it to be able to take up the force from the crash. And again, if you bring it like an island, one part for itself is really way too flexible. When you put it all together, the frame is actually quite brilliant. So I didn't really meet my own goals as far as the weight goes, but I came pretty close in the end.
When you loosen this, we drop that. When you loosen this, you drop
and I realized that flying in a piece of buckets and just fly the stuff, put it all together and just go outside flying, so I crashed it. Way too many times, but I guess that's how we learn as well.
You can always flip it over again later.
So it's not only me making real project projects. There are members of the community as well, and this is made by Andre Roy. It's a flying wing. Andre is from Canada, and he's far off from the nearest hobby shop, so we wanted to build something where you could print it all the spare parts for yourself. And that's where the flying wing was born. This was actually a product that caught the attention of the group from Printbot. So he sponsored the Reflux and sponsored him with the printer for his project.
Concept geometry like me for the nuts.
Another project that's really cool is the Open Tractor. So this one is by Crystal Selma, and he's made this super awesome tractor. It's really cool, and it's made of bunch of accessories. So you should check this out because it's a beautiful design and it's really fun. It's made a lot of fun accessories for it as well.
When I'm doing self-replication, I
don't want to
tighten
it to death.
Projects, as the projects start to grow,
We still don't know how we're getting all this cool.
There's a lot of expectations and pressure. People expect a certain level of quality. So if you download my things, people
we have to set everything inside of it.
And everybody wants to.
We could technically break down the parts boxes.
And I think my biggest flaw is when I'm 99% done, it's all good documentation. That's when I stop working. So that's been quite a challenge. And everybody wants their own file formats, of course. So everybody goes and say, oh, hey, I want some Word file, or I want something for AutoCAD, or whatever. But I always release the SDF files, and this is really important to me, that I always release the step file of the assembly, so everybody can download it and examine it, the part, pull it apart, and make modifications of their own. And of course, there's the support. I mean, I work 8 hours a day, but I get emails and messages from Facebook where people demand support within the hour. So if I don't have 24-hour support, people get mad for some reason. But I mean, I got a job, I have my family, so people get angry. But what can I do? But there's also a great community. So people ask questions in the community, and most of the time people get help from, if not from me, but somebody else. So there's a community in Plus, you should check it out. It's on Facebook as well. There's about 8,000 members right now. Members also do a wiki. There's loads of modifications and improvements made to the project. You can just search keywords or whatever you like to find all these modifications. And as I said, there are others adding new projects all the time. There's only 700,000 views and 200,000 downloads approximately somewhere around there. I don't think it's important, but I think it's cool just
20 by 20 squares that I hopefully have on there.
I recently also started a build map where people can add those builds to the map. There was actually some guy up in Canada who said that when he added his build to the map, he found out there was a guy in the same neighborhood working on another opposing project, and they got together, and now they collaborate a lot. Another problem, but you have to source parts like electronics and screws and nuts and things like that. And suddenly, people are starting selling electronics, bearings, things like that, without me even approaching them asking. Suddenly, the fast engineers in the US are selling kits for the trucking and the F1 car. And there's a company called in back where you can buy basically everything for the F1 car except the printed parts. So if you print the parts, you buy a kit from them, you got everything you need to build your own RC car. So when I posted the Draghi, which was the first big project I posted on Pinterest, the first comment I got was, "I'm man."
Had to report them. -6 stars.
That was the best comment ever. And then I won the award for Golden Eater at GrabCat, which I didn't know about, so I just got an email Sunday one night when I went to bed saying, "Oh, you're the winner." I was like, "Oh, spam, damn it." And apparently the community has voted me to win the prize for a top open engineering project, which was pretty humbling because I think at the time GrabCat had like 1 million views, now it's like over 2 million. And also there's a lot of websites and magazines. So I had some coverage which helps because if I get this, it's easier
by
for
20
me to
squares
get
if they're out there.
What?
20 by 20 square
by
things.
20 squares.
I never printed those. So if you want something free, you can print the 20 by 20.
Everything has its own story.
Oh, the ends.
20 ends.
This is from a guy called John Seaton here in the US, and these are his kids, Robert and Cameron, building the Draghi. So every day, they did this project, they printed all the parts for the front assembly, rear assembly, main assembly, etc. So they printed the parts, put it together, and took everything apart again, put it in the bag, printed the external views, and then the next day, he and the kids put the parts together again. Together, so it's like a dad-kids thing. So that's probably the most rewarding thing doing a project like this, where people like John Seaton contact me and tell me the story. And of course there are some more well-known people. Building the project, this is Paul, my colleague from Sweden. And with John, you may have heard of him. I will do 6, 45, and of course the CNC. So that's me, my new shirt. And to finish this off, I think my own thoughts about 3D printing is once you put a 3D printing and you figure it out, it's hard to not be passionate about it. I love 3D printing. I can't go to bed if they're not printing. I love watching the world. I love being able to materialize something I designed digitally in CAD. So I think 3D printing is amazing. I love it. It's perfect for me.
Are they on here? Are they on?
I think so.
So that's it for this presentation. You can find me on social media.
If not, you'll find it.
You want to print them in black or red?
Are they? Red. Oh, you got black on there? I don't care. It can be black. I don't care. You don't see them. You just want to cover the silver. So it'll be okay if they're black. It'll be the same color as the frame.
Okay.
Did you get a hold of her?
Yeah, apparently my phone now emits a busy signal.
right. It's not a bot, it's a frame.
That's right. Well, it's getting there.
And we did it in about 2 hours.
Well, especially when you got people coming like me and talking to you, it distracts from your progress.
A little, it's not bad. We kind of anticipated that, so that's why we gave it the 2 hours. I put it together in 3 hours the first time. So.
Right. That's good you guys did a test run to make sure at least the frame gets put together.
I had to make sure it all went together.
Yeah. Hate to get out here and be like, oh, we don't have this, or this doesn't fit.
This is so crooked that it won't go together.
Right.
You can see that piece there. I need to shove in a lot.
Yeah. No tweaking.
Where would it be?
You didn't bring your 5-pound mallet?
If it's in there, it's under 2 Is there one called 2040? It might be under John. 2040 might be under John, so if it's 2040 is under John, it might have a 2 in front of it, or it might be called 2040. Okay, that's the 2020. You don't see a 2020 version in there? Then it's on the computer laptop still. I may not even have sliced it. I didn't know if I needed it. Obviously I need it.
You don't need it.
Well, we need it to make it finished looking.
Well, yeah, but we could have it print that on it.
I just figured that's not doing anything, make it do something.
What do you want it to print?
Did you ever find anything?
No, give me a flash drive.
Okay, it's in one of these boxes. Just gotta get it out. I don't know which box it's like.
D-Bot build.
I finally found you. Yeah. All right. What's on the D-Bot group?
No, I saw you on the D-Bot group because I was looking at open builds.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So we've been doing this just about 2 hours now, and this is how far we got.
Yeah, but you know, if you're doing trouble collecting all the different colors, you got to use
Are these open build parts?
They are. Open Build sponsored the hardware, the motors, the brackets, the wheels, and power, the beam small power supply and a couple of other things. And then
You have what? These are metal?
these are metal, and the brackets are up there too. So that's everything square, and I can tighten it down. So the whole bottom frame is square and tight so you can get it. And
The top doesn't matter as much?
and then the top, since this is plastic, I mean, I have the adjustment to make it square that way. So, what it's amounting to, basically.
Want to print the top of songs?
Sure, why not? So what it amounts to, how big is it? Pretty small, if it's big. Yeah, pretty half scale. How big is it going to be in?
I'm going to check.
If it's like 4 to 4.
It's loud enough in here. I think I will go ahead and leverage the microphone. And our HDMI cable is really short, so let's hang over here.
Square and then you can adjust the size.
I think I should probably go ahead and get started. I think everybody's going to prompt me to go and start time. So I'm going to talk to you briefly about building 3D printers with beagle bones. So beagle bones are these little tiny computers the size of the Altoids Nixon. That was my required size. And then actually fits inside of the Altoids Nixon. That's where guys formed the diaper from. We shoved as many idle pins as we could possibly fit in Altoids 10, still keeping the connectors off either side to make nice pieces for it. Some other people building single-board computers decided that the general size was really nice. But they didn't pay attention to the idea that you really don't want to have connectors sticking out 3 sides of your board because it makes it really hard to make nice slick bases for them and to get around their corners and then actually fit them into. Anyway. Once again, I don't expect to even explain all to you what some of the basics of 3D printing are. So you do have some basics. What we're doing here is additive manufacturing as opposed to subtractive manufacturing. We're actually building something up. There's lots of different technologies to go and do that. The most common which you'll see is plastic extrusion, essentially like a hot glue gun that runs around and builds up something. It's also possible to do things. Last year we had a number of resin printers. I don't know if I've seen as many resin printers this year. But that's where you have generally a liquid and some light that they'll shine on the liquid in order to get it to cure. So like some resins are sensitive to the light, they'll cause it to harden and they'll build up layers out of the liquid for stereolithography. But there's other types of stereolithography being done with stuff like plaster looking materials and all sorts of other stuff. And actually the stereolithography is probably older technology and it's still a more professional technology than what a lot of the plastic extrusion is. You'll see some really fun geometries here, and that's one of the things that makes beagle bone exciting is actually handling some of these other fancy geometries. If you've not seen some of the Core XY or Core XE sort of form factors, and of course, this is, I think, home turf of the Delta printer, which is a nice move away from standard Cartesian. And if you're building a 3D printer, the fundamental things you need from your electronics is the ability to control stepper motors and to control heating elements. Right? Those are the main jobs of your electronics. And then you need some software on top of that, right? Something to interpret G code, is what you usually put into the to actually specify where it is the print that moves and what all it's doing. Some type of slicer, something to take the 3D model and turn it into
How do I determine its height?
building up your 3D printers. And then generally you need some type of user interface. A web interface is a nice practical one. How can I do this like Octoprint? This types of solutions. You need all of that to put together. I'm going to mention one of the software that handles a portion of that, which is called Machine Kit. I think this is particularly interesting on the Beagle Bone because they've done a really nice integration to driver boards. They can drive a lot of different things, right? So not just 3D printers, but they can also drive things like CNC mills. I've got a 5-axis CNC mill where the machine kit over
What? I asked him for something quick. And I said, what do you think would look good on a Delta with a 250
on Linux,
He
There's
said,
a
I have
real-time executive portion that's leveraging some microcontrollers inside the phone to actually curate this motor control stuff in real time. Right? So it's sending out these separate motor pulses separate from the main processor that's actually doing the motion calculation. And so what that provides for you is that portion that
There are other things here, hang on.
that G-code. But it's really a lot more than just
I mean, it sounds cool, but I'm just saying,
right? It's an
if this
interactive
were
machine control
programmed with pause and stuff, then it would
jogging control of your machine. We've got ROS interfaces in there so that you can actually code things up in Python and use ROS to control the machine, which is more of our operating system. And you can swap out the user interfaces, and so it's really a whole framework for doing machine control.
Full staff is 1905. The full
so
staff is
really quick intro to
almost
3D
2
printing
meters
and
tall.
machine kits. I wanted to try to provide you with an overview of boards. This has been a roadmap. We started back in 2008. And we kind of started to make trends of people building a personally foldable computers. We were really the first ones out there doing this. There were some other things that they wanted, like really full desktop environments, and we were the first one to kind of provide a full desktop replacement in a $150 computer at the time. So that was the original Eagle board back in 2008. And then we came along and we added a bunch of extra stuff. We essentially kept the price the same, but we added some processing speed. We added a USB hub. We added some other elements to the board. The Ethernet on there, and that was the G-Board XM in 2010. And we still sell the G-Board XM today. There's quite a few people that are using that in all sorts of fun projects. A lot of people, it's the same processor that's used in the Amazon Echo. You've seen that in the teardowns, right? So that's essentially the same guts of that. And in 2011, we made the Eagle Bone, right? That's the one that's in the Altoids Mint in the form factor. We went away from using
Are you face blind like your sister?
The mobile phones are the ones really designed for industrial controls, right? So it's got a lot of extra peripherals in there for doing, I hate to destroy those terms, but it's got PWMs, which are hardware that you use to digitally generate. You can generate an analog value, or you can generate control signal for things like a servo motor, or you can just generally use it to change the strength of driving a motor. But a PWM is a really common thing you need in building machine control. So we have hardware pulse modulators, and we have a number of those on the processor itself. We've got things like quadrature encoders. So what it is they're counters. So if you have some type of sensor on the board, just because you want to do a survey or something's changing positions, you don't have to use a CD card to actually get your way across the Windows code. You sit there and you set the pin going high, you remember that, and you see the other pin going high, and you remember that. You have to write all that in your code. Your hardware is just doing that for you, right? The computer counts all the pulses, you show any number over here, you know how many times it was turned or how far it's turned. There's a whole lot of other things like that, including these programmable real-time units and little microcontrollers that kind of do that function with an Arduino type of thing in the system. They're a lot faster and much lower latency. And the newest one we just launched a couple weeks ago is the DreD-Bot BUILD. So that's an all-in-one mobile robot controller. So it's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth audio. When you plug it on the LiPo battery, it's actually going to come up as an access point for Wi-Fi access point. You can just go and select it by networks, open up your web browser, type in URL, and you can connect anything to it, right? It's actually running an IDE on the board itself. So you don't need to go install anything on the computer, you don't need to go configure anything fancy, you just log into it.
Things that mount to there, all those things.
network, and you can turn off the network that gets created, and then you can have your own network and use it that way.
You haven't mounted any of the motors? I want to mount a motor in this, so I'm flipping it over and trying to pull it.
Sensors, and it's got the motor drivers.
Where's the power?
Servo motors and DC motors.
Cable. And I don't have to flip the whole sheet over in order to actually plug it in.
You learn some basic C, enough for the changes I can make.
You can have it anyhow, because I got white, so for this already.
That's pretty much what you need in terms of the programming. Now there are other ways of programming it. National Instruments actually support a LabVIEW Home Edition.
So can I have the 2.5?
Fully graphical environment. And so it's very much like if we've used local Mindstorms EV3. That's so many people. Oh wow. That's too bad.
You need to freeze with washers. They shape your washers.
You have the local Mindstorms.
It's either there or there. I think it's that one.
As well. And there's going to be more and more as we continue to do the software development. Right? So this is the hardware and the base system available today, and now the community is really starting to take
So wait, did you find a bunch of MP3s in the back? Probably sitting on the floor.
There is ready to go. So the Beagle Black is that's the most popular of the Beagle phones today. We sell about 15,000 of these in one sense, and it's actually more popular now than it was. Gosh, it's now 2013. It's now 4 years old. Oh my goodness. So it's been out there for a little while. So that's the kind of the most popular one. We worked with this company, Octavo Systems, and actually so they're doing this thing called System and Package Technology. So what they did is they took the Beagle Black and they put they put 150 components that were on the board, all inside of a single chip, right? So a single computer chip. And that's going to solve a bunch of problems that I might talk about, but it essentially makes it easier to be.
They put a Beagle mode and a cramps together on one die. What? Yeah, that's what he's talking about. On one die. Yeah. It is that, the size of this, the size of a coin. On a board with I/O.
I mean, it's got to have all the outputs on it, so it's basically like the new lab.
Yeah, it's basically
it's got something like an Atmel on it that does all the same thing.
Yeah.
No, the Atmel's got a separate chip.
Just to do the high current. This one does everything on one chip. Jesus.
I wonder if it's a bigger die, like a.
It probably is because you have to like. You'd have to have like a heat spreader on it in order to counteract this thermal diffusion.
Onto a common substrate. So yeah, they took 154 components off of the Beagle Black and put it here. And what this is really going to solve
it's the size of an Arduino.
Is if you're doing stuff with Arduino today, right?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it before.
Arduino, right? You're probably using they've kind of taken the IDE, the experience of developing with Arduino, and somebody's gone and made their own board variant. I think they actually have like 52 different licenses. These are the ones that they actually endorse as being an official Arduino variant. And something like the Beagle Black, that's somewhat difficult for them to do because it's just a more complex system to work with. And this is solving that problem, right? And there's folks like the Raspberry Pi that essentially they control the whole thing. It's like a hardware. Essentially nobody can go and make derivatives of that. Right, so that's kind of the far extreme of complexity and also ability to.
No, I asked if you need them.
Do I need them for this? Do I need them to mount this? Do I need to mount them this thing?
This is kind of the situation that it was before having this zip. Right? Have in front of it. All right. Sweet. So this is kind of the situation it was before the SIP came along, and the Arduino is very easy to get the basic software, get the hardware documentation, the schematic, the layout, and everything that you need to go and create any derivatives. And of course, Raspberry Pi is the other part extremely that, right? You can't get the chips, you can't get all the documentation, you can't join doing manufacturing of your own, because it's impossible, right? If you do unlock some of those things are very doable, right? The hardware documentation is available, but there is also a 5,000 page document, right? It's there. You can get it, right? So it's much easier than nothing at all. This schematic is in this fairly complex tool called OrgCAD. And the layout is in Lego. It's doable, it's manageable, but it's complicated, right? So it's a lot of hobbyists. And so the layout will be very complex. We have to do high-speed DDR signals between it and the processor. And of course, you can go and buy the parts from DigiKey and others, and all that stuff is really available, but still, you have to go and buy 154 different components. It's still quite a bit of sourcing problems. Right, and so now with having the system and package makes all that tremendously easier. Get a schematic that you can just use a simple tool like Google or KiCad. You don't have to spend a lot of money. You have a very simple layout. You don't need the high-speed stuff. You solve all the high-speed stuff is actually inside the SIP. Of course, sourcing is really easy by one part instead of 154 parts. And in the first place, we tried to demonstrate that we use black wireless, right? So we took black, and then we swapped out the internet for Wi-Fi on that. So that's really good that I launched that back in October. And then last week, I launched the Beacon on the Blue, right? So that's good for Google, 6 more places, 6 more spaces, and
I see a computer facing this way, I think I'm on the wrong side.
PCB technology, any workshop, anywhere that's not running anything yet. So this is
it's not running anything yet. It's not hot. It's home.
This is the eye chart of all the features. I don't have enough time to kind of sit on it, so I want to get back to 3D printing. But just so you know, there's also a KiCad-based design of a little single computer based off of the SIP. That's now fits inside of the miniature Altoids 10, right? So we're still doing Altoids and this isn't the official vehicle product. It's just an Altoid size can. And so you can also so very easy to go and make a system on here. And so we're expecting this to grow quite a bit, right? So these are all actually doing different derivatives, and those derivatives off of the discrete design. I expect this to grow tremendously now that we have the system package for people to go make their own very quickly, so we have wonderful. Specifically on gigabit Ethernet and debugs and virtual temperature radios and system modules where you can plug in your system. And this is actually the first official development kit for the SIP. Okay, so all of that, why is the technology out here so great for machine control? The fact that there's already good integrated software out there for it is one.
So you want me to put these
There's
on?
really good
What did you not want me to put on?
these weird
What did you not want me to put
geometries, right? So
I want you to put the Z, whatever rods, acne rods on before you put those on. Put them on with them.
This is this orientation, right? Not yet. Just wait till we get this thing running.
It's somewhat difficult to math to translate the position of the set into some next slide coordinate when you're moving these two spectrum motors. Right? So there's a lot of trick to be solved, and you want to do that in real time, right? You want to do that as you're in code, you won't have to do all that stuff offline. So having a gigahertz processor instead of using one of the
They put a gigahertz processor on it. That's only 600 megahertz.
And then having those was the hot here used is actually during the pulse trains in real time. So the main processor is really good for high throughput, but it's not really good at what's called low latency. You have the other controllers in there that's really good at low latency for making sure the timing is really, really precise. So that's exactly what you need for running machine fast. So this is like a quick list of some of the more of these daughter boards that we got on top of the hardware drive some of these machines. The first one out there was this thing called the caffeine bopper or whatever. This is rather old, and I don't think you can get these anymore. This is where it all started. It's just basically a board and a bunch of breakouts and stuff in order drivers. One that is pretty available today is essentially following the same sort of design model. This is pretty affordable. One of the retainers, machine kit.
You need more feed?
This is called the X1. It's out here at the RepRap Weekly. I think you can get these pretty easily. But this is the same model. You have these replaceable stepper plug-in modules, which you will get from places like Huawei or others.
One of these or one of these on it?
This one I think is worth noting. Henry Sellers work because he's going to create his own G-code interpreter. He's done a lot of work, and I think it's worth there's kind of looking at. But he's going to go in and build his own ecosystem, I think, doing development. It's nice to see. He's very active developer, and I get nice public quotes from him on stuff when I make a mistake. So I value that tremendously. And then what I really want to try to highlight is the replicate. So you notice here this one doesn't have the step-mounting modules. Instead, it has everything that you need already integrated in one board and make it far easier to get set up. There's no tuning on the...
You're more jittery than me, and I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. I have black. I have black. I have Mountain Dew Black.
So I'm going to turn over the last 2 minutes I've got over to the YS to talk about the replicate and building the 3D printers off of the Black and the replicate.
I think I'm high from the Taco Bell place last night.
Still?
Thank you.
I woke up with a migraine.
Alright, now that you have a free hand, so to speak, I need points.
The greatest 3D printer electronics you can buy. It's called
I don't know how many, so just go on your list. I need one more M3. That's probably it. I probably have options. I think it's
which is great. It's got 6 in-stock inputs.
What? Why do you need 6 inputs?
It's got redundancy out of the picture there. It's got redundant connectors on the power input and on the printer bed. So that makes it slightly less likely that it will burn down your house. It's nice. Big ass caps.
Big ass caps.
These are really expensive. They're nice.
Jesus! You see this? Yes!
This is replicate.
4 pens and that's the hardware part. And of course it runs off that 1 gigahertz of power that you have. That makes this a really, really effective.
So if it's got a cramp board built on, what do you need to replicate? Or is that what they did, is they made the replicate with it?
Yeah, that's what I think they did.
Linux is not a real-time operating system. But a 3D printer that needs to be done with so how do you do that? Well, you use the program called real-time unit. And what replication is, so when it starts out, it starts the process. First is, fairly complex printer. Yes. So the amount on the top, including stuff that you don't do very often, like Fit Pro did,
Renee, how's the stream going?
VIP tuning, even the fast.
What? Okay, good.
So it doesn't have to be fast, but it's nice to have it in a higher language. And that's in Python. And so the thing that needs to run fast is the C part, which is the path planner. It's Windows C. So that's just your 0 and 1 codes that needs to be optimized.
Sweet, they optimized the G codes with C.
And that's handed off to the PRU, which is a second that's part. The second process that is started when this board is the user interface, which is called top. It's not it's a little bit special user interface. First of all, it keeps an eye on the HDMI port so that you can attach just about any HDMI screen directly on it.
I don't know what happened to my
Custom made screen.
I had a whole bunch of them. It had been on the table, but I don't find a bag with them in.
And so that's ideal for Toggle. Toggle is which is weird because it's magic that most streets are still on ASCII art. Nice. It's also nice to have like a good street. And the third project that really starts up, and that gives you a nice user interface. So when they software or the viewer that you want to use, you just only use your cell phone, and it also slices directly on it. Now, this is really nice with package.
I have an M810, I don't know if I'll destroy that.
So, yes, that's all I have. So, yes, thank you. Thanks for your time.
Screwed right in.
So we're looking at the keyboard over
M810 says
Yeah, but it's a quick, it's like, remember I told you when I made these drops, it's just a straight line across, straight in.
They still use it on the front one, those I have on the front. Can you drop any parts yet on there?
What?
Did you put any front ones in there yet?
That was the first I did.
I don't know, this thing, you know. remember where the scale is. I don't know if we brought it.
I know we brought it.
We brought the big scale. It's in there, it's down the bottom. Thank you, it helped a lot. I think we got enough of that done, we don't need any more either. Thanks.
If you need it, let me know. I think I'm going to switch my hot egg.
Hey, I need the next smallest size. Here it is. I had to kind of wrestle with it maybe right here.
These need to be looser so I can pick them up. I need them looser. I know, but they were binding.
Turtles.
They were binding.
Hi everyone.
She needs to program the G code. I don't know if she has enough internet access to actually get it. Somehow we have enough internet access to, I don't freaking know, running freaking live stream and actually. I really don't know how that's possible. Maybe it's because I'm encoding it. I'm encoding it here rather than sending it out. I know what I'm doing.
What?
I know what I want to print. Portal guy.
So a little bit about myself. My name is Andy.
You have one?
I lived in Canada for about 7 years. I started a company called CC Labs. We build desktop PCs that make it possible for everyone to show device and hardware. Right now, I started my company in 6 years ago in January 2016, and now we're about a year out. So before I get started on why start with my right company, I just waited for a while. A lot of the stuff I'm doing right now, for some of us, it's a hobby. labor rates in China are only going up by 4% a year, while the US is only 2%. So eventually, we'll be on par. We're going to have to pay more money on this money we buy. Since we're doing all the manufacturing and all the customers, we're also spending a lot of money on time.
Yeah, I didn't take the
over $1 trillion in spending just in the US over the last 10 years. And then when we finally get those parts to the consumer, they'll be on the shelf for a month or even a year, and they're not we're wasting up to 10% of the speed. I don't know. The reason why I think it's important to start wrapping our offers for companies is because we're bringing factories closer to the consumer, which makes it possible for us to build a part that is exactly what we need, when we need it, and just the exact number that we want. We're saving waste, we're saving time, and we're not spending millions of dollars marketing stuff that exact part that we're at.
Jeez, what? That humming noise is that big giant bird back there.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Eventually, we'll be able to put a machine in our kitchen, in our home, and rather than going out and buying things,
My car, like, doing drugs. My car has a third of a liter more displacement and a Garrett 5858 turbocharger.
when we're building products, we're not just building it. We're thinking about
You have these tightened down good. I didn't even get asked. Did you tighten them down?
Yeah.
With the hard side, not the dull side?
Yeah.
It's stuck. I don't want to take it back.
I'm surprisingly alert and engaged for being dead.
Maybe you work better dead.
Probably. I really do think I'm going to hit my limit at like 8 or 9.
We need a.
I will die.
We need a recap of how well we did or didn't do.
What?
We need a recap. Okay. At the end of the day, you need to get on here and say, hi, I'm kind of dead, but this is my standard now.
You're not as dead as I am.
You could be right, you could be wrong. I just like shotgun that entire
Slicer imploded.
What?
Slicer just imploded.
It occasionally does that. That's great.
It imported a car STL inside out and upside down. So it exploded all over the screen and then died.
That sounds about right.
You did it again. It doesn't like this STL.
Okay, don't use the STL.
Really? Tell me more. Really? Tell me more.
thinking about things that I would never have thought about. Something that I believe that people wanted was it gave you direction on how connected manufacturers communities and design the way that it is. A lot of people use Kickstarter as a way to figure out how much no way to fail like that. You start Kickstarter, one thing, then people buy it, and go back to the project. People don't like the thing, then go not have it funded, but it gives you an idea. And I felt like that was a good approach for us to do Kickstarter, and we made our goal, which is awesome. And right now we're shipping to our customers. We're getting a lot of great feedback, and it's helping us develop the next version of the project. So the second step, once you figure out what the product is, you want to give them
This is the talk on how to start a RepRap company.
Really?
I'm not it's just like we went to a Kickstarter and we got funded. That's what I heard so far.
So how do you make sure that your company is going to be stable? It all comes down to your product.
It's okay, but
some people build a product and they make $100.
I think people are like thinking to be something different.
Sad reality is that when you're looking in scale, it won't work. There's a lot of factors that go into
Watch this. I was doing it on your computer, but then your computer died halfway through, so I exported your config. What?
Which settings are print?
All. And this is what happens when I try to import this.
Obviously, it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
They can't even repair it.
Yeah.
Over there, get that from there. Jesus.
What? No.
And for us, this is a really important part of our company. We know that we have to make.
I could print Deadpool, but then they would be monocolor. You do that too. Print exact
Our company will still be
Print that thing if we had like all of that guy did. I thought I downloaded that functionated like thing on my computer, so I don't know if you can find it.
Functionated thing.
Yeah, can we get to my computer? I mean, it's not turned on. Like my line and log into it.
You can figure out the
D-Bot.
and you can make it work.
Wait, I can print them entries now because you have the D-Bot.
Oh, they might be in there, the things I was talking about.
Then you may have 1,000 parts. And what I learned is that there's really no way to get funding.
2040, 2040, 2020, none of you know.
We have really awesome manufacturers. We work with done really well on energy code. We have very specific companies that we work with that produce reliable parts at qualities that are consistent throughout each manufacturing run. And so I have a story.
How many should I print?
What?
How many should I print? 2?
We were recommending it to the person who offered
It's on the same page, yes.
the minimum cost that we had to pay for. And ever since, like, we've been making all the parts. And if you ever have that experience, make sure that they're become your best friend. Black and red looks very bad. Black and red looks very bad. Looks great.
It's actually, I'll show you in a little bit here. It's actually Deadpool, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what it is. We actually have Deadpool on the side.
Perfect. I'm sorry, you're right.
I had my shirt on yesterday.
For issues in North America that are manufactured here. Usually they're super expensive for super applications that are very unique. But we use as local RepRap company, we find these components that are easily stored, like Amazon, eBay, wherever. So it kind of has been really good to find those standardized components, and I think one thing to take away is to make sure that components that you need in your machine are as standardized as possible. That will reduce costs, and in any case, like your supplier can't give you parts anymore, or prices go up, you always have to return to provide those parts. But it is a really difficult process to find those suppliers and manufacturers.
Okay, setting these at 91.5 liters.
Also, since we try to almost do everything to make it possible for people to replicate our design, our GitHub and Thingiverse, and right now we're using a program called Punching, which is cloud-based software. It's kind of like SolidWorks, but it's free and it has a lot of new features that make it easier for people to collaborate. And by putting all of our designs on.
Okay, so I exported it using the inlet PTG Black. Is that on your computer?
Make sure it's set to 0.9 extrusion multiplier.
We're still working on putting everything in there, but in a couple of weeks, we should be of our machine.
Got a new cat. Got a new cat.
I was like, hey,
I just had to look at a few
better
filter setting.
And
0.9 units. Okay, so go to the printer setup. So you're doing a 0.3 level. What is this thing? 0.2. I don't know how tall it is. I have to go to 0.25, which I might not have. 6. 0.3 will work.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit
before I was talking about our Kickstarter, we launched that
yes, that's fine. So go back to the print setting.
We're shipping our machines, a lot of them are early, most of them are on time, and we have a few that are getting alright, zero. 20 years is good, 70, and I think for any company that's doing what we're doing, making sure that it's satisfied with their buyers.
30?
30. Have any instructions? Okay, and then go to make sure the support's on this one.
Yeah.
Download it. And now go to advanced. I don't know how long. So if you change anything, so hit save on the 3070 screen. So go back to the print settings. So there, just awesome. And that should look better. It's like, okay.
So the question is, if you open source everything, are you afraid that people are going to your design? Sometimes I feel the things that get live, and also
sometimes it'll short it'll like a little USB power.
Yeah.
Carry kind of close.
It hasn't done it yet.
I know it's done.
our industry is so small, but
it's very touchy when it gets to three devices.
afraid of people copying it. In fact, this is the reason why people can copy it. People need to prove on technology. And I think with companies like Research, Spot, even MakerBot, where they first started, part of their reason why they're so successful is something that we've seen by is that not only do people use the machine for the application that they imagine, but like something better than the they're doing all these crazy things that I have no idea how to do.
close. Now the computer's going to go too side before, but it should be okay. I hope. If not, we might have to bump the Z down to 199.95.
I don't think, like, personally, I don't think there's anything that would violate it. It's easy that you get more for a long time as possible manufacturers. So, like, to imagine, like, I know that there's also companies that have it, sued them patents. So, but even when it's developing, maybe there's a patent for something very similar, but patents are supposed to really protect that.
So Mom will be here when we're like actually powering this thing on. No, like at 3.
When you're making one of these that they have over there. Do you have bots? That's what this is?
Yes.
Okay. You guys said you're brother over here.
Yeah, he's the original, and this is like a slightly modified version of his.
It's a remix. It's pretty much his, but we changed a couple of things.
Right, here's a question. I teach computers.
Yes.
What is he putting together?
This is possibly industry next.
DeDbot build.
Possibly the next largest thing in the industry in terms of like hardware. Kids nowadays like to build computers.
I probably wouldn't have the kids necessarily build it as elementary. I can see middle school, high school. But I'm just thinking about getting a 3D printer. That's gonna. I'll probably have like kids make simple little things and multiple.
If you go with the duet style comparison, which is what we're using here, it's a web interface. It has very simple control structure. We actually paired it up with a panel. It's a touch screen, and that touch screen is really intuitive. I mean, you basically can pull the touch screen, you can index it around a little bit on the touch screen, and you can put the GP right in the touch screen. So the web interface, if you got a computer sitting there, you can log in from across the world, across the room, right sitting next to it, and you can get a picture of what you're going to print. It'll show you like a little print. Control all the aspects of the computer and program it actually right from that web interface. It's actually really intuitive. Okay, so now we actually have about $1,000 in sponsorship for this, and then we probably put another 300 eBay parts and Amazon parts, and then about $70 worth of printing less than that.
So this is all printed here.
All the things that are red,
Never.
Okay.
No one's ever posted that in any form.
This is all part of the kit, or you buy it and you cut it.
So what builds is basically all the extrusion, the metal brackets here,
Watch carefully.
and the wheels that fall up and down with this. That's another DeDbot actually.
Okay.
So she's got all the wheels that carries up.
Yeah.
Those are all.
Do I want to go to Guantanamo? No.
So, he said.
I'll build it.
Yeah, his original design is one finger sitting right there.
This is the same.
This is the 300 by 300 size version. This actually, I'm using his book. He's got an instruction book that tells you step by step how to build it. This would actually be a really good class. I mean,
That'd be more than school high school.
depends on how old
I'm kindergarten, 5th grade.
If you were in the 5th grade range, it would probably be like I mean, it's almost like a Lego. It's a really good design, and everything kind of slides together.
You're just building a big version of
It's over here. This is 300 by 200, which is the okay. So it's a little bigger. You can't utilize the 300, but you can do 300.
Okay. Now, this have like heated.
Yeah, it'll have a heated the build plate, there's a box, there's a little narrow box. It's got I would have an excellent power supply. You just run that side. Just make sure we make that. 300 by 300. It takes about 15 watts of amps. And we got a 30 amp. Just for that.
Now, level itself, what you gotta do on level. I mean, you gotta do that.
We've got our stuff hacked. He's manually leveling curves also. Some people are using, I should all know basically some sort of device that detects
It doesn't? Okay. Yeah, that's your...
So I can get it down there, put it in each corner, and just level to touch it. This one here's got those gears, so it's
right.
I've seen some people take the screws off and one of the bills, so they do this spot, but then you've got to work it.
Yeah.
I don't know, see.
That's like a tripod. Tripods are always easier to break versus four.
Which is why this is the option. So, opening immerse. I don't know who's the off hand, but I know any distance of that. I know what is on for me. That's why I take the blade shot.
Okay. Alright, thanks.
It's a really good project, and it's difficulty level was probably about
yeah.
Although running it,
right.
I got a 5-year-old. She doesn't want to like.
Yeah, kids love watching.
She want to stick her hand in there at all? Or no? See, I'm wondering if I had a house with a bunch of kids around, who's going to dare who to stick his finger in there? Type of thing, you know what I mean? You know how kids are. Right. Well, get 5 of those little 5-year-olds together. So I've seen a couple of like they made their own plastic for the CNC. When they said with ABS alone, it helps.
Hardly can run ABS without it.
And I was looking at the Dremel and I'm like, I know someone that has one. It's like I've had this problem with the extruder jamming. Someone else has it. But they paid a lot more for those enclosures than they did. Right. If I'm going to do it in class, I'm going to have 4 classes in a row. I got to have enough for multiple. Otherwise, just printing all day.
time.
Did you guys make any drinks?
Logistics service, can you hear me? Yes, hooray, thank you, wonderful. So time, so wasting time from the new activity. Wasting time, obviously, who likes to waste time? I could be sure of hands who likes to waste time, they will be able to cheat, obviously. It's one of the things that makes us potentially, fundamentally modern people, 21st century people, to care about time in this matter and wasting time. And being efficient most of the time, all the time. Of course, why do we care about time? Because everybody in this room, it's not a big surprise, right? That's why I'm waiting for your answer. Because everybody in this room eventually will die. Time is a finite resource. Some might even say it's the only resource. It's the resource that gives other things its meaning. Because if time was fully infinite, if there wasn't time, efficiency doesn't exist. It doesn't matter at all. Because it doesn't make any difference if you take 20 years to learn Chinese or if you take 10 hours to learn Chinese. It makes no difference. You have all the time in the world. Efficiency. Today's talk is going to be about efficiency and effectivity and the struggle of these two things, specifically in the context of education. There are these struggles that have been raging on this earth for every millennia. Good versus evil. Chocolate versus vanilla. Content versus the form. And also efficiency versus activity. To understand what we're talking about more today, we first obviously have to deal with the content and the form, meaning we have to share language. I'm going to be using a bunch of terms throughout the day, and if we are not on the same page with what I mean by these, then it's all Chinese whispers, meaning gibberish. So, I would like you to very quickly and physically close your eyes and think.
Yes! For whatever reason, that rod is
And effectivity. What is effectivity? What do I mean by that? Now, to be really on the same page as any modern person, I'm going to turn to the Oxford English Dictionary, not Merriam-Webster in the US, Oxford English Dictionary, to say hi to our friends from Wikipedia that are in the front of we're going to start with effective. To be effective means to be successful in producing what we want to do in the first place. Basically, that's all it is. Basically, if you do what you want to accomplish, that means it's effective. Efficient on the other side means doing what you want to accomplish, and being effective in that, but doing it with the least amount of resources. Being efficient. Wasting no time. For example, if time is the only resource to start with, it would be doing the least amount of time. The least amount of time is going to be efficient. You can see, therefore, that these two terms are actually interconnected, which in context of education is going to pose an insolvable problem. A struggle that can only be a struggle that can be engaged in, but you cannot win because it's either one or the other. And the only things I'm going to be trying to do today here is to take the trade-off between efficiency and effectivity and learning as a way of making decisions when you're trying to learn something or when you're trying to teach somebody something. By the way, at this point, I'm Philip from adieu DreD. What we do is we will treat printers with people as a way of learning how 3D printers work and how the mechatronics work, how mechanics work. Basically, taking 3D printing and the building of 3D printer, which take this as a learning device, all of it. Take as much learning as you get out of it. Now that's out of the way, one more term to define. Again, the form and the context, right? Learning. That can mean a lot of different things, and very shortly, I subscribe to views of learning that are not controversial, but are not universal necessarily. They are not implemented everywhere potentially because of inertia and efficiency to some extent. One would be that learning is not transmitted, but constructed. This goes all the way back to Jean Piaget, the theorist of epistemology, theory of knowledge, theories, basically. And one of his great insights, which really is a great insight, is that knowledge is constructed, not transmitted. Think about it this way. Think of knowledge as a notebook of knowledge. And in it are pages. And if I want to teach you something, I would copy a page of my notebook and give it to you. And you would take that page and put it in your notebook, and now we both have that sort of knowledge in our notebooks. That would be the transmission sort of transfer of knowledge. If I'm going to teach you something, I'm just going to give you the information, and if you have it, you know the stuff, right? A bit oversimplified, unfortunately. What you find much more fruitful to think about is that you look at the page I give you, and the copy, you're going to read it, you're going to understand it, you're going to assimilate the knowledge, and that depends on what you already know, what you believe, what you don't know, all these things together. It's going to mesh up with everything you already know, and then you're going to put it in your notebook, but not maybe even as my pen. You're going to take paragraph here, and file it in different places in your notebook, depending on where it makes sense to you. You reconstruct the information in your own image. And that's the knowledge. And the trouble with that, of course, is one, everybody knows something different. Even if it's the same information, everybody's going to learn something different. But second, we can actually control what people learn. Because they construct their own knowledge. And finally, it means that if I want you to learn as best as possible, and by best I mean effectively and efficiently, it's not about piling on you lots of knowledge, lots of information. It's about giving you the right environment in which you can construct your own knowledge. Potentially, if I am didactic about it and I have an agenda, I'm going to give you an environment in which you construct knowledge to my image, ideally. But I still don't have any control over it. It's up to you. So that's one thing. We construct our knowledge. The second thing with learning would be that the best way to do that, to create an environment for learning, would be by doing. By having people do things. And again, we are at the RepRap Fest. This is like preaching to the choir, right? I mean, if I ask on any conference at the East and West Coast and in Europe, how many people here hold their own 3D printers? I'll have like one or two hands. Can you hear? How many people have built their own 3D printers? One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you get the point. It's a very special crowd here. And because of that, I can assume that you have lots of knowledge that will be the common, because you went through this whole thing of building a builder, which is a prime environment to learn specific things. You know, in the course. So that's the second thing. And all of this, of course, this is not groundbreaking. This is just me setting up the discussion, so we even can know what we're talking about, right? But the idea that if you want to really understand something, you need to engage with it personally is as old as, I don't know, as people have thought about learning. There's a famous quote, one of the most misattributed quotes, something like, tell me and I forget, kill me and I remember, but involve me and I will understand, or something like that, right? You really like to talk about it. Sometimes it's attributed from Confucius, sometimes it's to Xu Zi, sometimes it's just attributed as old Chinese saying, sometimes if you have anything, I've heard it attributed to anybody, and all the time, and it doesn't matter. The whole idea is, if you engage people, if you do something, you learn. That always is time and your attention. Your only resource that you have is the time. If you give something time, you learn. It's as simple as that. In a way, if you want to learn something, you need to give it time. And if you don't learn. So these are the couple of things about education. One, you need to give it time, and after it's great that we can actually Do it with your hand. You can actually engage with it. Now, effectivity versus efficiency. Let's come back to that. Let me give you an example. Let's say, an example, look at why is this problematic, this dichotomy in application perspective. Let's say I want to move 20 printers from this building to the other building. The goal is to move 20 printers, meaning as long as I move 20 printers from one building to the other, I am being effective. Which means that everything I do is just about efficiency now. Do I ask somebody for help? Do I go 20 times? Do I get a car at a time? Do I get a cart, load 10 of them, move it, and then return the car to wherever I took it? It's all about how much time and effort I put in, because the effectivity is set. I just need to move 20 years. A bit more complicated. What if I want to build a 3D printer? The goal is to have a working 3D printer. It's still essentially the same problem. It's about, okay, do I get power tools? What kind of order do I choose? What kind of resources and documentation is available to me as somebody who's working with 3D printers? It's something that gets me faster and easier to the goal, which is to have a functional 3D printer. So far, so good. Now, what if you are designing 3D printers? So that somebody else goes to? Well, it's still pretty good. You can make it easier to build. You can say, okay, this is going to be one screw instead of two screws. This is going to be snapped together instead of measure the alignment or something. You can make it faster and easier to get to the point, which is I would. So far, all these examples are great to do with efficiency and effectivity. The trouble is, what if you say that the actual goal is not to have a functional 3D printer? What if the goal is to learn, and learn as much as possible, ideally, effectively, and efficiently? The trouble now is that you need to give time to the learning. If you don't spend time with something, you're not going to learn. You have it. If I make something too easy, if I make you gloss over something, if I'm going to pre-assemble something, if I'm going to do something like that, I'm robbing you of using it yourself, meaning you don't spend the time on it, meaning you don't learn. You have the goal of having the printer, but not the goal of having learned, because you haven't actually engaged with it yourself. You haven't really discussed it. And that's an inherent problem. That means that as long as my goal is actually to teach you something, and maybe not, as didactically, right? I want it to be, I'm not telling you that, that's just my subvert goal, right? Then I have decisions to make around what is efficient and what is effective. And it's not always self-evident. Not always I will choose the easier thing for people to do. Sometimes I will prioritize learning and make it more difficult to use in the process. Because that's how you learn. Let me give you two examples now from the real world. One example would be in the actual build, in the order of the things we do, and the things we choose to do in the build with people, will be wiring. We do wiring. We have basic ramps set up, open hardware, open source, everything is great. Lots of wires to plug into an Arduino board, lots of potential for mistakes. It's also something that makes people inherently, if they're not already makers in that space, it makes them inherently uneasy. People are afraid of electronics, they're afraid of messing them up, they're afraid of getting electricity in them, whatever. People are afraid of electronics, many times. And there's big potential for mistakes. So, one thing to do if we care about efficiency, and of course we do, because it's the only time. Time is the only resource. We only have one day to do our build, so at the end of the day, it's a struggle. It's not one or the other, right? I have to balance the two. So if we are doing the electronics, I do, for example, pay as much attention as possible to nobody making a mistake. Having step-by-step instructions, this will be applied here, this will be applied here, test it after every connection, everything, and then nobody makes a mistake, and as long as everybody's print is working, we move on. That's the most efficient way to do it. So, what I do instead will be here, connect it somehow, here's the printer in front of you, just do what you see, try to figure it out, read the labels, do it somehow, gives people a sense of self-discovery. And then we have a massive troubleshooting session, which is not as efficient because now we have to look at all the printers and look at what specific mistakes the people made and what specific troubles the printers have. But it has the big advantage of now we're doing troubleshooting, which is something I actually wanted them to learn. Because when they're home and the printer stops working, it doesn't matter that they made no mistake in the first time. What matters is they know what to do to fix it. And so I do something that's actually not as efficient, but it's more effective, even though it takes us more time. Because it's more aligned to what I actually want people to get out of it. But it's not self-evident necessarily. A different example will be, so we have this printer called DreD-Bot, and our big hope, dream was to have one-day build that, you know, is a good experience for people. And we figure if it's that efficient, right, to do it in just one day, we're getting different people than the people that are willing to engage with it over weeks or even a weekend, right? If you do it in one day, you get the people who are like, okay, I can do it one day, right? But for that, even though we were able to do that, we found that we didn't get enough of software, slicing, how to actually use the printer, maybe even a bit of CAD, how to where to get models. You know, the support stuff, once you have a printer, what do you do with it, right? How do you actually use it? And that stuff takes a lot of time, and it's its own skill, and it's its own learning. And so if you want to devote more time to that, you need to cut more time out of the actual build. And now we have sort of half and half, right? We build like half a day and we do the rest in half a day. But in order to do that, we had to pre-assemble some parts. It was a tough choice because if you pre-assemble something, you walk into your learning experience. And we don't want to do that. So then, how do we make that choice? Well, if I care about efficiency, which is that your printers as fast as possible ahead and working, I will make the most things that take up the most time. And what people make the most mistakes.
This is actually
That are the most
written in
problematic
green
parts. And then I would say, let's take one of these. The rewiring, for example, when people make mistakes, it takes a long time, and so the wires, it's cognitively taxing. So much overload, all these wires, where do they go? I'm scared of them. So we could just reassemble the wires. And it would save us a lot of time. And we would be done with it, it would be great. But the wires are the one thing that we actually think people should do. Because they're afraid of it. Because it's difficult, we want them to do it, because that's how you get over the fear, and that's how you learn what to do with it. And so we make two lists. One list of what things take time, what things take time. And second list, what are the things that we are not, that we are willing to sacrifice as a learning experience? What are the things that people are actually not getting that much out of? That would be, for example, the bad assembly. Putting together the y-axis basically. It was very easy. Nobody had problems with it in the build. People enjoyed that part.
Guys having fun?
They could do it alone, they did it pretty fast, they get a good sense of accomplishment. It was not problematic, and it didn't take as much time. But that's the one we cut, because they don't need help with that. We can just
printing very well
for them. And that's the sort of experience I'm willing to sacrifice. I'm not going to assemble that to you, but you still need to do your wires, because that's difficult, and because you hate it. Right? Those are a lot of things. Again, that wasn't in the speech. But you get a point, right? So that's our new motto. You know, MRRF keeping things difficult for your own sake. Or making things just the right amount of difficult for your own sake, right? Let's conclude. What does this all mean? I am only trying to highlight the struggle between efficiency and effectivity. And we have seen that in terms of education, because efficiency is inherently tied to effectivity, it is something we cannot solve. It's one or the other, and there's a trade-off. And being aware of this sort of choices can just, I hope, help you make better decisions. I'm Philip from MRRF DreD-Bot. We are over there in that sort of corner. Come talk to us. We care about hands-on education, and we love to talk. Questions, and for rebuttals, and for whatever you have. Nobody asks something.
Okay, we need these bad boys on there too, so
what do you
take it back off.
That's fun.
Thank you very much. I'll put it on my list of eternal struggles. Pirate versus Ninjas. I'm sorry I forgot you. You are going to win. As in what we do. The concepts I talked about, I think are, I mean, if I say universal, that sounds pretentious. I'm not sure they're universal, but I think the concepts are, you know, quite universal. As for what we do, we do both. We do courses for general public, and it was, for us, that was the beginning.
But he's not like
then it gets into how do you develop educational experiences, right?
He's like
and for us, we are in the very fortunate position that most people can have, which is we are both the designers of the printer and the manufacturers of the printer and designers of the curriculum and designers of the learning experience. And so we are in the really great position where we redesign the printer based on the curriculum. You know, we run courses and if people have some trouble with putting something together, we don't necessarily just you know, get a better way of telling people what to do. We redesign the printer. Or if I'm writing documentation and it's too difficult to write, I'm saying, well, maybe something's wrong with the design. So it goes back and forth. But for us, the deal was, let's design the printer and let's just have many random people experience the experience as possible, so they'll be general public, and that's what we do. We do courses for general public, but in a way, it's just a way of developing further. And in the long run, what I'm interested in is changing the educational experiences in schools and so on, because those are difficult to change. So I find it's easier to do something interesting from the outside of the system and then come back to the system rather than just try to change the system where there's so much inertia that it's basically unmovable. So we partner with schools, with makerspaces, we do professional development with teachers, with students, all together.
So our Delta is classified.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah, no, so today I focused a bit more on us doing a course of building things, because that has another inherent problem, which is to be the most efficient, I need to be didactic. I need to tell you, do A, do B, do C, do E, because I know what's the best way to do things. And I know because I've done it 100 times, and because I designed the thing, so I know what's the most efficient way to do it. But if I do that, you have terrible time, because now you're in an IKEA store following instructions of do A, B, C, D. You don't actually learn that much. You're just a monkey that says what I do. And that's another thing where this problem is, right? Like basically I'm trying to make efficient enough experience where you have enough of a space to make your own mistakes without making mistakes taking us too much time, so that we still need to do what we need to do, but we still make mistakes, otherwise what do you do? You can obviously, not obviously, but you can also do it at home, and then you have all the time in the world to make your own mistakes, and that's great, yes.
She like wants to do it, but she's like...
She wants to do it. Two of us in the last week have a combined sleep total of about like 10 hours.
I've been around 8. So we both work, and I go to school. So, and then I come home, and then I come home and work on this.
I've been up to 2 or 3 o'clock.
Now if I'm going to say something that's binding, so I want to, you know, maybe we are, I mean, for us, printing, I mean, no offense to all of guys, but I'm not one of these people who's a printer or who's open and thought, oh, this is awesome, oh, this is amazing, this is so interesting. I'm not one of these people. I couldn't care less. When I see printing inherently, it's nothing interesting to me. It's a very simple robot. Honestly, I like many colors more, personally. Okay, to all of us, right? What is interesting to me about it is the potential for self-discovery and for getting into mechatronics and to unbundle that sort of, you know, technology is getting more advanced every minute. And we're getting to a space where more and more technologies are just incomprehensible to us. Because, you know, it's a box of cool things and you push a button and it does something, right? And you sort of develop this trust in these technologies because you don't actually understand what they do. And I'm not sure who was it, but at some point somebody said, was it Marshall McLuhan? Who was it? The technology sufficiently complex will always seem like a magic to layman. I think it was Marshall McLuhan, but I could be totally wrong. If anybody knows who, you know, I'm misquoting here, please call me up on it. Meaning, if we don't understand the devices around us, we are at the mercy of the magician. And that's what interested me in these things. Basically, getting involved in projects where we get into how modern technologies work, because they're actually very,
His
very
brother's
simple.
obsessed with
And the
this.
printer is just a project. It's just a very simple robot. And if we can involve into different technologies, bioprinting, deltas, SLS, whatever, that's one way to go. Another way to go would be do much more on CAD. And that's another thing, right? It's a big project. Somebody will gravitate to mechatronics, somebody will gravitate to slicing, somebody will gravitate to designing parts. I want to give people the chance to discover what they're good at and then follow that.
This side? No, this side. So I
But yeah, collaborations come to us. We want everything.
This one.
Well, sometimes I think
It came out with a little half foot on it, so I just cut that.
This one's not. Now, if for some reason we don't have enough tension in the belt, we have too much tension in the belt, we can move this on the inside.
Okay, I'm going to rephrase the question a little bit. One thing is, very nicely said, it's transparent. Both physically and metaphorically, that's a purpose. Like something from you see the outs on the inside and the outside, so it's not hiding anything. But the question is, does the fact that it's transparent make it more difficult to put together? Absolutely, funnily, because you can it's not easy to take pictures of these things to start with, and it's more difficult to take pictures of these things so that you can see the differences between them. And when you just take a picture on the printer with some parts in it, you honestly if you look at it already, you don't know, you may lose the perspective because you only see the parts and you don't actually see the clear outline. So the way you deal with that will be using much more digital models, where I just
that could be enough contact in here to keep this
show, and also in face-to-face, we work heavily with physical.
Yeah, it's not like they're driving.
Because that's, again, if you talk about effective efficiency, that is the best way for anyone to know what to do. You just give them an example of what you want them to do and say, copy that. It's the most
Did the last one you say?
but it's not necessarily efficient.
I don't know. It was almost done when I was up there.
Because half the time it just dies because it gets
That is the
residents.
best way to do it, right? So we use that quite heavily in our course.
I can't imagine how much one of those chairs costs in medium.
No rebuttals? Come on, this one hates me.
I know, but I can't imagine how much it would cost just in plastic to make.
Yeah.
I mean, each one of these little spools is, if you get real nice stuff, it's $40.
But that warms my heart. We have one user here who's already got the vision, and he says that, of course he made plenty of mistakes, we want that, but that fixing the mistake was not painful. And that's one of the other things we're trying to do actually very much, is I want you to make mistakes, I really do. The trouble with making mistakes is not making a mistake, the trouble is fixing the mistake. If the mistake is expensive, it's costly, either time, or attention, or material. If you break something, you should be surprised. Crazy, right? If you break something and it takes you half an hour to fix it, it's crazy. If you put it together in the wrong order, you forgot to screw something in half an hour ago, now you need to take it apart again. These are the things I'm trying to actively in the design take away, because I want people to be able to put it together in different orders and making mistakes without paying for that, basically. That's one of them. And these are the things that are, without us talking right now, who's never know, right? I mean, this is not something we can easily know.
Well, when we get this thing working,
or even by building it. So it's one of these things that inherently will change your experience, but most people will never really think about it. And it's fine.
You cheated.
Alright, I think the next speakers are on the line. Thank you so much. Come talk to us. You're over there. I'm Philip. Over there is Nadim. And
you said that Kirk was
Mr. Connor is there too. We are based in Virginia. That's about it. Thank you.
I'm Eric, and I'm going to yell and scream at this piece of extrusion and these drops for 2,000 hours because there's 45 million of them on this thing. Why? Oh my god, I love this camera.
through there, so you're live feeding and true feeding. Oh, sorry, you're not going to break
You can see the 3D printer. Oh yeah, that's
Where'd you get that from? Ask if they have the STL for it. It's a whistle. It says Midwest RepRap. Ask if they have the STL. Here. This is done here. I understand. They might still have the STL. Here, take this. Ask if they have the STL for it. If they do, ask if they can. Ask if they can.
If it's not, if it's on So what I should have done, I guess, was ask CMCB if they had that file, because maybe those are the ones that are populating in their house, because they're a big giant, they're the sponsors. I remember why this is. It's a lot easier to slide these in.
You want me to do it?
You can if you want, but I'm just saying that we put these on there last time because this thing's kind of self-running.
The dinner's in I don't know if that's in town or if it's here.
It's at Chinese buffet.
I don't know if they're hosting it. It's like a buffet here. I don't know. Exactly. Maybe in the other building. Maybe in the other building. I don't know. I used to go to Purdue. I promise you.
We're just thinking about how the positioning of the Z-axis versus the candlestick. Where you put the Z-axis supports, depending on the back or on the front.
That's an interesting one of the challenges had a belt drive, once you got it set, it never changes itself because it can't.
You can lose tension. You got it? Oh, sweet. That's pretty. Is it an It's an STL?
I think so. He said it's got 2 at a time prints.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, they said they printed 240 in this deal. But it only took 8 hours to print.
I can print these on my rep strap from the dart launcher. I'm planning on doing one of these. I just made it out right now. That takes
All these were printed on that guy there.
That one?
That's what we built last year. We were trying to finish it here, and we failed to bring a bunch of things. This year we failed to bring a bunch of things, and we drove back last night and we have 5 hours.
That's dedication.
It's insane. Good type of insane.
You can get these with 25, 30 darts and like a drum from dart too. So that's a good thing because when you crank it up all the way, it can empty like a 25 dart drum in a few seconds when you put one on top of it.
It's got an auto-fire dart gun. Hey dude. Look at this auto-fire dart gun.
What?
It's got an auto-firing machine gun dart gun.
That thing's a bonus.
It'll fire that whole thing in like 20 seconds to 10 seconds or something. And it's electronic.
Yeah, I saw you over there shooting. Yeah, it's a medical usage strip, right? What kind of board do you have?
Or giving it to a kid or something like that to be powerful. Or you can remove this panel replace it with another flat and program it wirelessly with the phone so you can like set the settings and leave them on like a safe. You know? Right. These are multi-Starlink 2300 kV or something. They rate pretty good. Take over that.
That thing? It sounds like a freaking laser gun.
It wasn't so touchy before I added these amplifiers. I had some black ones to break them. These are called high crush flywheels. They're closer together and they're just grip on the dart and they fling it faster. And I put those in like last week. And since then, if I don't have it slow enough, I'm having an issue where it chews up the dart. But you know, it's too slow, it goes it's too fast, it's crushing. So it is kind of neat. I shot article. I shot him in the back. I looked like I had a dart first. A lot of fun.
The right was on there 1 point. I went to
Oh yeah. Yeah, my friends always my nickname was always Chris. Where are you guys from? We had one with the mallet out. It's on a mission. Yeah. I'm from Michigan. Yeah, Buffalo and You're close to Niagara. Detroit? All right, we're good. No, that's right. I'm not afraid of that. 3 inches and 4. Destiny. Oh, okay. It's Xbox. I remember that. PS4 too. A lot of them. Gonna make 2.5 by 4. Yeah, you 3D printer? Just like you got that. I do, yeah. My brother built one 5 years ago. Thank God. What kind of printer you got? Right, when I was looking at the box. That's okay. I was very happy with that. We got the notification. It's going to manufacturing. Big
I just bought a whole bunch of do a hardware to put into a prototype. So I called the guy up and said, hey, any of those shells laying around? He sent them over and then I just buzzed it. But when I went and hooked up my 7-inch touch screen, it didn't light up except for half the screen. Turns out they shipped them with 4.3-inch firmware. You just flash the 7-inch firmware.
If you buy them separate, I don't want to do it too soon.
Yeah, I bought mine from Illustrator. It just happened to be that at that front of the board that I purchased, they were only 4.3 flash. The sound effects.
Like the games like that, drive. I bought a PS4 with No Man's Sky.
Is your goal to have it ready before Sunday?
So I'm worried.
Now, if only we could find room in our cars to bring it back.
What I
Let me know. I'll give you that one.
microtransactions for ships, how you can buy a real $400 ship and pay $400 of real cash, that sounds absurd.
Maybe we can sell it for another one.
Right. Oh man, it really, yeah. And like now you can go and look at it and hang or stuff. It says all you have. Which I think would still be cool, but not $500. No. Well, yeah.
You take these off.
Elite Dangerous, I haven't played that. It's alright, it's just not a lot to it.
Run them through and then
Star Citizen, get out, and
then we can do something.
And I've got friends who are
Well, more than actually attach these to the computer.
there's another building.
You could drop it right into the building. Run that down, either side, and then we just screw them up with the drops. Want to do that?
Oh, yeah. I got distracted. I feel a bit loud and I kept talking. I'm going to go try it again. To go get water? Try to go
Slide up and easier to listen back up. They just slide exactly like it's been showing you because this one's been Is it? The guy was gapped. Went up to 60. Anybody printing? Is it ABS or don't like too fast. We can only run at 40 or it like starts to disengage. It just doesn't stick to itself. It sticks to the extruder head instead of to the part.
Machine Kit has died. It didn't like that a semicolon was used. In this NGC code?
That's just. How do you have different code than these?
What?
How do you have different code than these?
I don't know.
Where did this code come from? Here? Yeah. The other thing printed though, right?
Yeah. Let's see if it does it again. It might have just been some kind of stupidity.
That don't make any sense.
He found I think we're lifting these up so that we can actually put the thing together. Taking these out. We're going to put stuff together. For precision.
Not yet.
Well, whatever. Okay, here's a question. I want to use different wheels. In order to do that, I got to change the size.
They're not available as a step file or anything that you can translate right now. Just currently, yeah, they're available as STLs right now. Is all of them. Which wheels are you talking about? The wheels that drive the carriage? Space here. So, like the bigger size, it's ones for
Yeah, the standard open build.
someone has a remix where they've used the larger size.
Yeah, it is the acceleration there.
I think it's called a D3C or something like that. It's a D3M. So a D3M on this verse, and they remixed it for the larger wheels. And it looks bullet. Oh yeah, because they're too. So someone has already created that as a remix of this. They made it for their traditional version, and they remixed it for the docs.
So you said you're doing it for the nephew?
Thanks. After four
Who are you?
Should I know that?
Yeah, a little bit.
This is our hobby slash obsession. Yeah, the last 2 weeks to a month, we've been running on about 10, 15 hours sleep a week. No, just redesign yeah, mostly the whole drive system. Normally it's two of these step motors on either one of these screws. We've designed it so that not only does it only have to be one, which is more stable because they can get offset slightly, but it also almost completely reduces microsteps. We can print at 2 microns, which is about as dense as you can get for this kind of deal.
It's more dense than we can print. Yeah, I mean we had all the things printed, and then we printed all these different pieces.
We wanted to make sure it fit.
So my goal, I have basically how flat pieces. So I want to reuse the pieces and try to make it into something like this. So
might as well.
You might want to talk to this guy. He has a junkyard bot. He has a junkyard bot, so it's like it's a robot that you put together using what, spare parts, right? Spare 3D parts.
This is what I have in house. That's what drew this design.
That's about as homebrew as you can possibly get.
Everything that I didn't already have was printed on a printer I already made, so I feel okay about it. It's RepRap enough for me.
What's your print space? How many?
It's 200 by 200 right now, but it's built to fit by about 230 vertical. Once I get to 200 by 300 bed on it, it's designed to I just didn't have to design the bed.
Are you using glass or some other kind of?
It's glass.
Not the guy with the hat.
Yeah, then you're done.
At least for today.
Yeah, the golden age for print.
Yeah.
I know how that is.
Huh. It really does not like this. Oh, I know what it's doing. It's trying to break the file. because it's too big for the RAM. So it doesn't like it.
It's not loading all around.
Yeah. It can't load it all in the RAM, so it's trying to break it, and then when it tries to load it in.
How did you tighten this here? What lights? This is on. I didn't have this on. So, did you tighten it with? I don't want it tight to the wire inside. I'm already and that was on there. And this has enough to come down like this. If you do this, I think you get
Without hopefully destroying it. I thought that's the way it was. Because I remember only these being on this side. So, you want to only run one? Or do you want to run both? You could run both.
Let's go run both. That works as well. Okay. Let's go clear out.
Tiny one. The one that I've been using for ledger.
That'd be good on kids. Up on top.
Same as that. Up against the wall. Yeah, there's a couple of moves that has like
That one's impressive. I want to point it out like that. Yeah. We can run it just for fun. I thought it was like,
you know what I do? I look on the
it was on that side.
Did a good job yesterday. Yeah, I did. You don't like the power truck. A lot of people complain about we were messing around. There's a ton of weight that we're hurting
It's highly annoying that I can't get this out.
that's why I was suggesting only running one.
They're sitting right there. Oh no, you guys screwed them on. So the little things are
Here they are. Well, one does. The other one needs to go like that.
That is a great idea.
Even though technically it's 30 feet long.
technically not. Put the building the right way.
Nobody's got to sell motors.
So this is in here it describes the way it's basically that it's modified Z-axis carriage, so instead of driving so versus the traditional which is this and yours has one less motor to worry about and single.
Where are you guys from? Not bad, right?
For that direction, we did some modifications. We got the more expensive wheels.
Yeah. Tomorrow
Some things you like a little better than the base kit.
Yeah, this has
exactly.
This has the
Exactly.
People around.
You guys like the makerspace or it's just your own individual? Yeah.
Well, this one has like extrusion in the nuts.
We have one makerspace in South Bend, and it's kind of crazy. Before we bought our laser cutters, we went over there and rented time on there, so just to make sure, like, do I really want to own one, and is what I want to do, like, even possible. I think the cutting board I made, you know, that we sell for $20 costs like $68 now, they're printed, and I was like, my boyfriend's like, why don't you kind of sell these for me? I can't see paying more than $20 for cutting. What is this one? He's like, I'm considering the laser sell cost. I'm not charging $2.99 a minute for cutting. This one cannot. If you're not a member of the space, it's $10 to walk in the door and use the equipment. This costs $2.99 a minute. If you have a membership, then it's $1.99. And you're $10 away because you paid a monthly fee. It's okay like this. Yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. So it's like I had no clue what to do with this machine. And when I bought it, it's just hard to So everything that you took in there, like, can you take pictures of that? So using our money, and I'm like, no, because I'm the only one in the area doing this. So then, like a month later, they're marketing that pretty identical pictures of me or something. I was kind of dumb to walk in with the shopping bag or whatever. It doesn't.
But like you said, you know, we've got all the space in the world.
Really good. Yeah, so
that side doesn't either.
We've got a ton of vinyl cutters.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was gonna say the height is nice, but I don't definitely go for great thing.
That's why I went wolf strap. I was going to bring it, but I haven't finished it.
can even 20 feet in here. They're literally 30 miles down the road.
That's awesome.
No, it's on the city.
What's all the testing with Adam and Eddie?
What's that from?
Talking about
And a lot of it is because of kids sitting on the table.
how to go about developing this project. So I have some tips and techniques on how to go about by the way, all this stuff is very good.
That's a high-speed extruder right there.
My other passion is 3D is light machine. I have a company called the Atomic Angler, and I CNC machine brass and aluminum and light machine reel kits.
So it's not failing. It's not failing.
I got all 3D printed a few years ago, well, 8 years ago.
Because I know that's exactly what
rapid prototyping my designs that were in my head.
And actually, that's the other thing I was going to bring this year.
And one day I was about 3 years ago, sitting at my desk, holding one of my reels.
Use my bridge board. I'm working on a CNC bridge board. I'm going to make the
completely 3D printed plastic.
Make the
and I set myself a goal hard to have it 3D printed. No extra hardware, no screws, nothing like that. It has to be aesthetic and the beauty is in the eyes of the older, right?
That's what I was thinking of. And then this table here.
Not a lot of people can say that. There's a lot of tweaking.
And of course, the last bullet is kind of giving I make a real. So, talk a little bit about some of the design challenges I have to face. Some of the design challenges I have to face. In designing, this is one of my graphs, and it actually has a framulated dyed maple burl wood and a high-end reel. Fly fishing reels are really precision machines. They have moving, rotating parts. They have close tolerances, right? And they have to be rigid or strong to catch a big fish when the reel falls apart. There are some geometric constraints.
It might stand up.
Called the reel foot. That has to fit. Purchased from the store. Size, shape. And it actually does not fit Let's talk a little bit about the design evolution process. So this is kind of a quick infographic. You're working on your computer in CAD, kind of coming up with an idea that's in your head, getting it into CAD, and then iterating it by doing a very quick rapid sprint. The whole idea here is not to spend a lot of time over conceptualizing design in the design process. It's to get what's in your head, get an object in your hand, not the whole object, but enough of the object that you hold, think about, play with it, and get the creative juices flowing for how to take the next step. So I call that the 6, this is the important slide, the 6 rapid design tenets. So rapid design tenet number 6, backwards count, right? Number 6. Don't sit there and play around in your CAD program. That's called analysis paralysis, and you'll never get anything done. So if you've got an idea, in the simplest drawing you can now, you can sketch. Get that into your CAD, draw. Number 5, design from the form or the bottom up. In the case of my flyer,
the belt ever matter?
so you want to get that first. The biggest thing is you hold it in your hands, take a look at it, play with it. See how it looks, see how it feels, that will get your creative juices flowing, see how to put other parts on it, and it'll start to flesh out the symmetry. Number 4, print back. Once you have that basic idea in your CAD, don't print 4 shell layers and 20% infill. Final print. One printer, one shell, and as sparse as infill as you possibly can. The idea is not to make functional or beautiful parts. The idea is to get a part in 5 to 10 minutes that is the shape that future design so that you can hold it together in your hand. Experiment with cut through parts to fit. What I mean by that is once you start having several parts, don't overstress how they go together from the printed perspective. Now, cut the part of it exactly like you saw. Get it to start to put together the shape and the symmetry that you want. Super glue your print. I've got a lot of stuff that I put together super glue with past prototype ideas and whatnot. It turned out I have never redesigned them. Super glue your print. Number 2, use incremental iteration. Now that you've got the main body, you feel in your hand, and what needs to be next in terms of adding on parts. In my case, it might be the foot, or the spool, part of the line, rotating arm. While you're designing these practices, by the way, use that to refine the previous iteration. So you've got the body, it's fine, you can learn something from it. That's how cutting. Yeah, the different parts of it. Well, use that information to redesign it. The next iteration. What? Use that next iteration to define the order, how the parts relate to each other, how they go together. So they need to be rigidly held together, and you start screwing them together. So you have to start thinking about holes, and you have to start thinking about printing. Where is the fact that these guys are sitting? And all those kinds of things as you work on it. Don't prematurely optimize. The whole point of this process is how to make it premature
What? Premature locking. I thought I said prematurely
you want to make it, so you try to optimize the shape of the foot or the shape of the other part of the reel. And if you do that, what we're trying to
operating on lots of caffeine.
I'm operating on no caffeine. I don't know.
That's why you can jitter.
That you absolutely do not want.
I don't even trust myself to use that drum.
Drawing, and then you can experiment by cutting, drilling, moving parts together, and then letting more time by part. Let me talk a little bit about time.
I am Eric, and I use drill bits for drum. think worse is it's just overly engineered. So now we're overly unengineering your part.
That's how you cut it.
Yeah, this is the tensioner. And we have another one for the other side.
Except for the CAD version of it doesn't come out the same as the non-CAD version because I don't know. Evidently the belt is not the size that it says it is. I never measured that. Number 2.
Well, why didn't you?
450 feet, 900 millimeters.
Is this still loose then?
No.
The bar. It seems to be like an enamel.
Yeah, the bar is set. It's just there to be there, so that we have something.
Just wondering that made sense.
We're not sure we didn't get that far in the
We have leveled it in the X, but we have not leveled it in the Y. Because these bind against these, so this will actually start to move before that side, so it's like that. You get a plane with that. So what we're going to try to do is run a full setup, and hope to God that it doesn't like ultra-bind or kill itself. So half of this is like engineering, half of this is like sacrificing animals.
The main reason I would decide is to do blood sacrifices. Exactly. I think that's what we saw some strange things last week. It's a face shifting of that.
Is Mike Pence?
No.
Oh, that would make so much sense.
I'll blame him on another part of it. On the one hand, it's great because there's no longer the number in Indiana.
On the other hand,
central part that fits on makes the tolerant so it's full to that, and you don't really need to rotate around that central spindle. In fact, it's super good
it's like Windows 98. What we did there was like DOS 10.
That's the easy part. The foot actually sideways.
It works, but we don't know how, why, or by what means.
This was the hardest part to design and figure out how to print. It took me about
It works, but only by the skin of our teeth.
Well, why keep printing it like this? Why keep hitting myself in the head? The doctor at first, when I do this, the doctor says, yeah, I don't do that anymore. So I flipped it 90 degrees, print it like this, and lo and behold, it turned out beautifully, and it's got a kind of a collarbone shape opening in it that fits over that big pillar. It's not a little line across there, and it fits right in. And then the biggie is what they call post and pocket construction. So these pillars of posts actually fit into recesses in the branch of the pockets. And so that's amazing. And then keep 3 hands. The handle and the spindle is designed in a similar way to be tolerant. So that when you put it in, it actually rotates freely. And that fits in that little hole. And I didn't realize that even though I
have a monster. Oh, you have one?
The last piece is the container that goes in the hole. And that just holds the whole thing together.
There's one in the car and then
using this for various different times. I wanted to show a video that Magazine did, fishing with one of my reels. I don't know if it's the video. So they see how my favorite has it running. She has one video.
Right before
I'm like, okay, what's the madness? And he goes, it works first. And he goes, people probably want to go once you buy it. I want to think about as what card you want to start to practice.
So I was like in, I'll show you the picture of me running out of gas.
I don't know that she mentioned. She just mentioned you had 0 on your tank. Maybe she's sorry.
flawless. So they were really pleased with it. So did I. Yeah, thanks. I told him, in fact, doesn't make okay, so that's the deal. Now we talk a little bit, I call this section a license break. And really what it's all about is, I mentioned earlier that early layer. I realized that I needed to make that. What I call grain process. Just like wood, 3D printed parts have a grain. They have a layered type of grain, and they have kind of a flat surface grain. And they also, when you use translucent materials, PLAs, you can take advantage of the interior both for mechanical reasons, but my parts primarily for aesthetic reasons. I call that grain of a 3D print. I spent a lot of time connecting how to get a nice band of the person there. A lot of time on the internal structures. I worked with the author of Kids Like
That's a whole career too.
Open mesh. These parts that have no surface.
That's going to fall off a rope or something.
Open mesh.
We built this one last year and had it here, sort of. It wasn't running quite. Yes, you can see it actually has the 16 logo.
And I use non-traditional colors from a fly fishing perspective. The folks in the fly fishing community, especially in the bands with rods,
Hey, we found the overlap thing. You just caught it falls off the ground. I don't know if it's going to print now. It might have broke.
But over the last couple of years, they slowly come to me and say, can you print one in my college colors? Or can you print one for my son?
Maybe printing. He got caught.
High school colors.
It found the tweak or something.
And that's what you should.
Just trying to pull itself out of the
manufacturer for one. I have customers come to me and they want a special logo on the back of the reel. I have maybe seal platoon that wanted a black, red, and gold Navy SEAL logo on the back of the reel to give to their
it must not have died. That's good.
And certain extrusion, I was able to do that. And one This reel, that you can't see, is a rose reel. Fly fisher, his daughter was 10, 11 years old. It was a breast cancer survivor. And in Aberdeen, and he named her bamboo fly fisher. Found out about me, he said, all the vaccines for survivors. And I said, absolutely, what's the name? He said, brothers. So I designed and developed a process.
T-nuts are good for when you got to put all those pieces in the corner together all at once because they self-align a little easier. Square nuts are good, hard to get square. We had many a frustrating hour on the first trial ball. We replaced some of the square nuts and T-nuts on that crossbar there.
With the rod and reel catching fish in tears.
Made it a little easier to put them on.
So I spent a lot of time thinking about the creative side, the mechanical side.
Still looks okay, doesn't it?
Example.
Okay, good.
That's the thing.
Well, I'm glad it tried to kill itself because it allowed us time to fix it before it did kill itself.
This is Sea Dragon because it has a red eye, and that's Sweetheart with the heart. Guys, you get one of your girlfriends of your and then now for sneak peek. The other form of fly fishing that we mentioned is what's called a spinning reel. And the last 6 months, I've got to do it in the design process. It took 6 months, it was a few years. A much more complex piece. Developed a completely functional 3D printed spinning wheel, which I'll demonstrate in a minute. Again, I need 3 hands, but you'll see some unique attributes.
Alright, so I'm going to move the semi-conductor back
parts.
Sliding
parts of rotating parts is much more complex mechanic. And, I know these parts cast designers out there who sit down and probably do a very good approximation for something like this. But they're really getting right. There's too many moving parts to do like one. You need to So rather than stress out and putting in 100 hours on the initial design, put in 30 minutes on the initial design and prep one layer, one further, and put it in and get parts in the hands and start to explore how they go together.
Yeah, let's set it and I want to run these dead center between these. Yes, let's do the formula on this. Formula first, rather than trying to adapt it.
Real goes.
Yeah, so what's the dimension on here off of the little gold thing? Do you know which one it is?
So mine, from the bottom, down like this. And oscillating up and down. Smoothly on the support. Then once you're lucky enough to catch a fish, you start feeling the line on, you stop feeling. But the line.
I had one piece of paper that had the numbers written already. I mean, I know what they are, but I don't measure them on the CAD. Where's the
oscillating part, and then the drag part. The oscillating part is done with an essentially 16.5 technique. You can see that slot in there. With a pin. Push it.
413. You see 413s in there? 313s? Near the beginning of the build. Page 5.
The most difficult part of this design was this seemingly innocent looking part. It is the shell, the main body. It really doesn't do anything. It rotates around. That's what it is. Because that inside surface has to be straight flat. One orientation, like that. Just like this.
This is a so I took the kind of the CM these guys here developed their design, and just kind of used that as a base model, and then just made all the extrusion holders from scratch in CAD.
How long did you use it?
We started building this one about a year and a half ago, and we just haven't kind of finished it off. We started to redesign these. I'm not happy with all the design. These I had bought off of 3D Hubs because I didn't have print service at the time of my own. So 3D Hubs printed everything for me, and I did it out of PLA and kind of loosened it up over time. So I'm going to print them out of something a little sturdier and tweak the design a little bit more. Just these two. We're trying to build this live in front of everybody, and this one's just printing whatever we've got later out. So.
Cool. Thank you very much.
No problem.
350 from here to there. 350 millimeter from here to here. So if you want a dead center this, it's got to be at 175.
This rail right here is 413. 16.23.
Am I looking at this backwards?
No. It's this rail right there.
Yeah.
Two of those on there. Two 4x4s or 2020s, I mean.
Two 2020s at 463. Two 2020s at 463.
Those are the top ones, the bottom ones.
Yeah, those are 313s.
So they're 413s. So 413s is what that is. 413 millimeter between here to here. From here to here. You're talking about there.
I'm talking from the outer bound to outer bound.
And you're right. Wait.
Outer bound to outer bound.
And all my students are here. They get extra credit.
And from here
So what we're doing now for you, we're trying to give consumer parents who are printing this industry way more information. So instead of anecdotally saying, why am I printing that 453 we want to show you a number. And instead of saying, why do I go and print an infill, we're going to give you access to those as well. So we call a couple of those things today. So starting off,
I almost need to take this off.
so most of you have 3D printers have made some kind of NC or something, and you can tell if it looks aesthetically. But when you're going to talk about strength,
A little hammer.
you're going to talk about strength, it's really hard to look at something and know how strong is it, how ductile is it, how long is it going to go before it breaks, or how tough is it, how much energy you can make before it breaks. So we have a picture of two different specimens up here. So we print the little specimen that we have. We square part breaks. So
have these two specimens. I want you to just kind of guess which one of these is going to be the strongest one. So we're going to show you at the end of this talk here which one is the strongest individual. You can have your bets and try to explain it. And say in heart, one of my students is passing around several specimens. You can test them. So you get an idea of what the size of the specimens are, kind of their shape and everything. There are four main properties that we're really interested in when I talk about properties.
What's the price comparison?
So we have our slicer and our slicer setting. We have our hot end motor system. We have our filament height.
We said it wrong.
Lastly, we have the environment. How humid is the room? How warm is the room? Whether it's artificial enclosure or if you're just printing your basement in your basement. So today we're going to talk mostly about this theory, but we're going to give you a lot. We're going to give the open source community a lot of information on even how the temperature in your room is affecting space. Our testing strategy was to come up with some baseline settings for PLA. So we decided that PLA is the most commonly utilized filament in the consumer market. So we came up with some baseline settings. Next, we printed 10 samples. So we have a little sample machine around there. 10 samples, the exact same settings on different prints. And then we compare these printers to see how much variability we get in the strength of the parts. Because when we're testing these kind of variables, we want to minimize how much the printer is affecting the printer. And we want to be able to maximize how much the variable is affecting. Because if our printer is giving us plus minus 50% on our print specimen, that's not going to do a lot for you trying to figure out how much spike. There's two different ways that we can print our specimens. There's two different things that are really testing for. So on your left is one specimen where it's carbon laying down on the space. So the large space is laying down. And then we pull on these in the direction of the texture line, depending on how you have to read it. And so when you're doing that, you're pulling along the layers. So you're really testing those through the material properties. You get a little bit of delamination, so how well those layers bond. Mostly it's going to be how well does this material print. And then the one on your right, that one's going to be the one where it has to delaminate. So we have one layer get done, switch back another one on top of it. How well does it delaminate? So we're starting off today with just looking at the left. We're going to continue on with this research, but the left one we're looking at, like I said, mostly material properties. This should give us kind of a
in hindsight, we could have done with this whole thing separately.
And then after that, we will go on the lamination side and see how far off is it.
We could have come with this assembly. It's not hard to
And in case you're wondering what machine we're using, we have an industrial about $3,000 maximum number of units. So this device is able to measure your high accuracy using our load cell. And you go up to 30,000 pounds. So we find some superhuman kryptonite to get away with that. And when we test these, we're going to put them apart at about 4 inches per minute. We're pulling off at low rates. The reason for that is you're really about working a column just like you see it outside. So if we all
what? What?
What do they have in there?
Sloppy Joe's, hot dogs.
Probably a hot dog. Unless they have a coney dog.
What's a coney dog?
Sloppy Joe on a coney hot dog. I don't know if they'll make stuff.
Do you want anything on it?
Sloppy Joe. No, Eric wants Sloppy Joe. He wants Sloppy Joe on his hot dog. It's called a coney dog. Eric has told me.
I'm gonna get a hot dog.
So we put this on 4 different prayers that we have in our So we have a modified L plus.
Do you want like ketchup or mustard? Do you want like mustard or ketchup or anything?
Eric will throw up.
And lastly, we have representative 2X. We modify the heat break cattle check. Because it will not print PLA unless you like caress it and.
Why is my brain not working?
Yes, we had to modify it. So we tested these, but that's
So if I take the 453 and I subtract off 20 millimeters, divide the 453 by 2, okay? And subtract off 10 millimeters, so that's on this side of it.
trying to figure out a little bit of how
So 453 minus 10. 453 divided by 2. That's halfway. That's about in the center of the beam. Minus 10.
And I'll say
divided by 25. 5.
After that, we had our dreamer, and you can see the dreamer a little bit lower strength.
Why don't we use the square so we can square it up at the same time?
We have a little bit more and then we go from this side, slightly lower variability. That's fine. I thought 22 pounds instead of 100. So, and that's all we can do after that. So we decided to go with partially because 7 years ago,
BAMFS.
It was the first test. Now we're testing
8.52 or something.
We put it there, we print our parts, we see what kind of load we get. So one thing we
Alright, we're building a metric DreD-Bot, but we're using English units in order to configure it.
One may be 60 grams, one may be 70 So instead of being 16 and a half, now we're doing something to weight because that gives us a better match.
Now who's anal?
One reason you might have seen the higher
God, it's almost like we're related. How disgusting.
You can see that we increased the high temperature from about 185 to 230. And we see this is that initially we get an increase over time, just what we might expect. I don't know.
Want me to contact that?
We found out that it's about 195, 200. Don't have a whole lot of advantage with now, we're working out this particular direction. Examination is like but just going purely in one direction. We also saw in the red, pulled out the red at 200 marks. We turn our fan off, we're not seeing that much increase in so this is the percentage of the fan being on.
Ready?
Oh, yeah, middle of the So if you don't have a hot node, when it comes out, it doesn't bond well to previous layers.
See, they did it.
And so we put it on our testing machine, it just kind of explodes out in this direction for you. And so we get really low forces on that. I actually have quite a long foundation.
Subtractor.
But we saw this a little bit. So if you
I'll
ever
tell you about to get like a desktop one like they have over there and stuff like that.
Why wouldn't it be?
So along with our course, now we can also
There's a company, I forget what it's called.
how much
They CNC.
You want me to
this is
take
something
the
that's demonstration.
They use CNC like desktop ones, but the head shoots out laser camera. So it's like a 3-in-1 thing. I don't know if he does any one of those things else, but
You can run it.
Right. So you see that the strain is going to be bringing the bag out much after that, we went from
That's the, you're going to need screws.
really the overall goal is to get as the highest range as possible.
Just don't know if we have enough.
So if we can go faster on here, then
You don't have to run the signal. Take the four corners out that we talked about.
we found that we did this right. When
Or the intercept. Those are tight. Take that corner out of there. Which one's mine? I thought you said Sloppy Joe.
Another few here pretty soon.
After that, we decided to play around with layer height. So we had originally 23 millimeters of primary layer height. We then dropped down to 22 and then 21. And as you can see on here, we don't have a lot of means to so once again, we're finding that it's not very sensitive to layer height. Which is nice, but if you want to make a pretty hard and attractive, you should be told in the direction with the layer.
You want to be on camera?
Now, what might happen is
like your elbow's on camera, that's it.
What?
Your one elbow is selected on camera.
so we might find out later on that you have solid
I found those whistles.
Oh, okay.
Actually, she found the whistle and just said, let's do that. That's one more bolts we didn't have.
How many do we have in there? It's 16. I have 4, so I need 12.
There might be somebody somewhere here. I don't know if the bag that I brought when you made it into there, it's still like
The bag that you brought home, I either threw in the box or what I got when I went home last week. It's probably in the box.
This is the grass that so we were able to so we started off with we had a Mark 1, Mark 2, and we tested with fiberglass and carbon fiber, really heavy in and we found that we had 40% of the being fiberglass. Yeah, over 2,000 pounds. It was amazing. Our jig was not happy when it was going through this. I weren't expecting to get quite that much.
This is neat. I like this.
These are probably 10 times more expensive than normal PLA. You look between the fiberglass and the fiber, the modulus, which is kind of how it's went down with carbon fiber.
I'm very happy.
You're a little surprised to see that. We also surprised that even though it has more carbon fiber, I was expecting it to kind of feel like it was strain was going to be higher. But
lucky for you. One note she needs to hold that. Not quite sure we could. I don't know where we could configure that.
Oh, yeah.
modulus, we only know that for certain on that because it's not really a number that I would say this is the hardest. It's no relative information.
That's cool too. We're kind of a giving all-star straight into
So next we have one that first time shells. I love that and we're really impressed with all of that. So we're able to get 622 pounds for the average. It's only plus minus 9 pounds. It's amazing. I really expected to have a much higher variation rate. And then we still had about 13.2% strain rate. So it's pretty flexible stuff. Next we went to our Madagascar black PLA and their plain black PLA. And as you can see, we have a little higher strain than we have Pro PLA. Really the strain rate is pretty comparable. Typically it's not that much of a difference. And then our modulus, we have slightly higher strain, slightly higher strain than the black Pro. So if you're paying for a premium product, you can expect to be a little bit stronger. So that's not just next after that, we look at our better and this is one where they have slightly lower force on it, but we have double strain rate. You have a little this is one where TTG would be a better choice than PLA. Because although it's close enough, it takes a couple of years to help you out. I think TTG may become a more common use in our safety for that. You have to use it as kind of just after that, we have ABS, and ABS is one that I was always told was really strong. It's not quite as strong as PLA, but it's more than that. And all of the sensors we have not found an ABS. So if you look at it, we have 325 pounds of brake instead of 450 and 500. And then our strain is 5.2. So in this business section, we are not seeing any advantage in ABS. So unless we need a temperature resistance, or you want to have this installed, I personally will never repeat ABS again because it's so much more difficult than our PLA. So just something I hope you take out of this is that everyone gets installed there. And then lastly, we have our semi-flex and rigid flex. And these are materials that when they started, they were about 75 pounds. And 45 minutes later, it's still going. It was at that freezing. It's amazing that this thing was able to go 320% straight failure. It starts at about 1.3 inches, it went to about 6 inches. It's absolutely incredible. So the TPU TPE is pretty good. And you can see with the Ninja Flex, you have a little less strength, you have a little more flex.
You can get it from here and get it from there.
So what we're proposing is we're going to provide open source information to everyone here that will have a ranking. So the strength relative to other folders that we test, what is the strength?
Pass out for 20
We're
hours.
going to look at the flexibility. So how far the folder is going to fail.
This is the bed?
We're going to give you directionality, and this is where we're comparing the strength in the lighter direction.
Oh, that's the bed carriage, yeah.
This will tell you if one part has the same strength in this direction as in this direction. Doesn't really matter.
Happy with how it's going together? What's that? Happy with how it's going together?
So far, all that one, we had to modify one thing.
Yeah, I saw you cutting it off earlier. Nice job rounding it off, though.
Yes. Files are good for it. I like them. DT files are nice.
So these are the current rankings that we hope to give you. And we're looking for feedback from the team. This is something that we want to make sure that matches the it's going to be published on the MRRF website. And if we'd like to free, we hope that everything we do will never be paid for because you're the consumer, we're helping each other out.
Yeah.
Oh, is that also a DreD-Bot BUILD?
It's a simple like listing E0 and E1.
To me,
And one of the great things
I think it's a nice way to learn how to build. I could imagine trying to download all the information you need. So I think I like to do it way because this thing is so complicated that and the kinematics of it. To program the first week, we almost did over the course of 9 months. Screw this is stupid. But you get it working on it. So yeah. The website says 5, but we were supposed to do dinner. I wasn't expecting somewhere. It's here?
They changed it. It's not going to be the China because it's too many ingredients.
Okay.
They're going to cater in. They said top of it. So I think it was 9.
Yeah, 9.
But I don't know for sure.
Last year, we had that.
So if I had a little tiny nozzle, I'm cutting that pretty consistent. If I have a larger one, the little may not need to be stuff like that. So we're going to be able to figure out just how much the size of the nozzle will affect. And lastly, I know it's not going to be easy to see, but we're playing around with layering these to see if we can get
It's done.
Isn't it looking nice?
Yeah, it's almost done.
We have PLA, has great strength. Wherever it fails, it fails. And if you have a part where you can't handle that, maybe we can put some semi-flex on the outside of it to help take that. So it doesn't just go out there and it's slow.
Just let her know that the X, Y, and Z coordinates are set completely arbitrary right now. Okay. Just make sure she knows that. We haven't gotten that far.
That will went all the way to half.
Yeah, and here you want. Do you
Now going back to my original challenge, it depends on which one is stronger. So you're taking the left one, the right one, and deciding which one is going to have
it's 18 tall, so I put it at a 0.3 just because it's a multiple of 3. So.
0.3s and 0.25s work pretty well, so either one of those. 0.2 is kind of touch and go with that sucker.
It's going to rock awesome on this.
Unfortunately, it's not going to work.
Are you done with your black lab?
Not quite. I just been nursing.
Anyways,
I got close and then I nursed it.
that one was able to go about half inch on the right and PLA.
Needs more stimulation. Okay, so did you find some in there or no?
Yeah, I've been finding them. I'm putting them here. Any one without the ring on it is, or ring with it.
We also could steal the middle one off of here.
Good.
It's interesting to see how
So we're staying at 10. Not one that looked like it necessarily.
Tighten down all the way. You can always put it in the washer and get rid of it.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's all of them.
I still use this one.
It's easy. Yeah, I use some stuff too. We still need to tighten them down.
Flip it up, put the bed on.
All right, I need drops. I need drops and I need washers. Just hand me the teeny tiny bins. Oh, I also need counter sinks for the 90, for the 45. Sorry, 90, whatever they are. I can't trig. I'm starting to lose higher brain function.
They're not sinks, they're just low heads. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, they're Thank you. Can I have the straight ones too?
CNC, it really started as CNC floor and then moved into modality, which is what this company is about. So the question is what is the total mass and that's how you have to answer the the problem
I don't care, that'll work.
is how
I
do
just
you
want to get
control a
this on.
complex machines that has multiple different
Running
kinds
out
of
of time.
tools? If you have like just starting in 3D printing, you've got multiple extruders, or you've got extruders with different materials, you've got mixing extruders, or if you now go to real multimodal machines,
How do I
then
control a
like
complex
you've got extruders and lasers,
Holy shit, that sounds
cutting
cool.
tool.
How do you control a complex CNC machine with a single G-code file?
So the unicorns all landed unicorns and rainbows is can we get as far as PDF where you can just take a file and run it on any print. maybe.
A multi-tooled CNC or printer can have hundreds of pegs.
Tool file, the G-code file, much more general and applicable to a lot of different machines. So, stated goals, we want to be able to obviously support all
well, even the DUI probably has an overhead limit.
Multiple machines with multiple heads in them, and be able to extend the mechanism, extend the G-code to account new types of machines with different types of tools in them. We'd like to be able to make it so that the CAM generation is more common and standardized for doing these multi-modals. And finally, we really would like to take a look at the machine more from an object-oriented perspective. And say, can we take everything that has to do with
so that the flat
on this sphere and deal with it in a closed way? Can we take all the things that are working on the spindle and have that somehow all get together in the same house? The G-code's interesting. A lot of people say good things and bad things about it. But what's amazing about G-code is that it's over 50 years old. It's incredibly hackable. It survived. It was written by a lot of really smart people. And most of the functionality, most of the way they put it together is still extremely applicable. And even in completely new domains that were never considered when it was originated. Additive manufacturing is not a
Kill yourself.
How G-code was put together, but it actually works very well. So, again, we constantly run this same G-code on the same machine. So, what we've been able to do in the G2.4 firmware is take the problem, pick it apart, and use these 4 elements to approach. The first thing is we've got to take a look at the operating model. What do you do from the time that you're generating and kind of manual job to the setup to operating, and what are the things that need to happen? How do you get a separation of concerns?
Oh, I know what that means. They run it on the sort of every I will look into it. I'm guessing it was
Second element is, can we get back to a common standard G-code? There actually is a G-code standard. It's the NIST standard that is and the problem is that it's not complete. So everybody's taking things and moved off in different directions. So that's the second element. You can take a look at what's commonly used in G-code.
So they've never
And the third element is using so it's a common way to do that. And then finally using this
but they never had to
will
do a
be
job.
up on the GitHub, so you can get it all this. And the GitHub has all these links here where they explain in some more detail what the operating does. So, the first thing is postcard. There's certain things that don't have anything to do with running your job, or the CNC itself, but they need to be dealt with. Communication, UI, API, file manipulation, things like that. And then, of course, just the CAD/CAM and other functions that produce the files that you're going to be using. We don't want that in the G-code. We don't want that in the somewhere else. It needs to be dealt with. Then we get down and start actually looking at the machine. There's things you use to set the machine up. These configuration things that the users are not going to likely change, like the dimension of the thing, for example.
If this thing moves, I will be happy. I'll be content. And we can program it tomorrow.
Machine initialization. It's interesting to note that big CNC is well, some of the guy comes from the factory and holds it once.
Not specifying.
And then 2 years later, you're right, you've seen it come back. And then we get down to the next level, you're actually getting ready to do something with it. The whole job set up.
No, these drops are like crap. Why did you buy crap drops?
How do you deal with different is it possible to set the job up in a way that decode files to vary instead of necessarily having to slice and create a new decode robot for the specifics of that job?
The ones that go through here are squares, the ones that go through here are, the ones that go on the chassis are straights, so it's easier. Fight. What are you trying to
I'm going to map into these tools so that when I run the sequence file, it's going to know which one
What are you talking about? That's not a window screen. Why would anyone ever use it? That's a map. Why would anyone ever use it? I don't know what
So we look at that as two
That shit really goes on.
Dear God. What?
I get cats. I like cats. I have 6 cats now. I like cats.
So Veronica's gonna kill me and replace me with cats.
I work on it. You get all of it. It goes beyond the
Me too. I hope so.
pretty much all there. At least this is one of them. And then they say, okay, M100 is, all bets are off, and it really is. But most of the big machines don't use, don't have a lot of encodes above it. So there is consensus in the industry about what G-code people are using, and that's a good news, because even if we don't have a standard, we can at least go back and say, well, I don't need elliptical arcs, but I'm not going to step up either. So I don't need polar coordinates when I'm not going to step on polar coordinates. So the problem with G-code, even at consensus level, is it doesn't actually do everything we want it to do. It doesn't know about heaters, for example. It doesn't know about how to do error logging and things like that that we might want out of the job. So what we've done for this is we've leveraged the concept of active comments. Active comments, in G-code, comment is a parenthesis. And they're thrown away. They're something the operator can look at and say, oh, yeah, it's good to know that.
Are you on 20?
And then a while back they have, a parenthesis with an MRG is a message. They're supposed to display that on the console, and the operator is supposed to do something. They've got to display a message, and then
I have scientifically proven that there are no police on 20.
Goes to start again, and the whole thing runs. So
they don't exist. I don't think the 20 is a real road. I think it's a magic.
Into a number of other useful things like logging and coding and things and stuff like that. We've taken the approach of saying we can overload a
I want it to be rainbow ice cream.
So we start with a curly, we open paren, and then we do a curly, JSON. And what it means is that JSON gets executed inline G-code. So here's a couple things we can do. Like we can so here's an example. That's how it works with a simple name value pair. This is what it looks like with a more nested object.
15 miles?
This could be any
I can get here in 3 minutes.
It's really, as long as you define it initially, then what this means is that G-code parsers are not going to grow up on this. If you don't know how to use it, it's just treated as a comment, and it's just going to be tossed on the floor. Whereas if the controller knows how to use it, it's going to be able to interpret it. So that's pretty useful. You can do something like overload. You say, I'm building a department system for doing laboratory automation. So I want to do a rapid pipette. And I learned that I can accelerate really quickly when I have a drop in the pipette. But I can't decelerate very quickly because it will drop out. So I have a specialized motion profile for that. I can say do a G0, which is just do a move.
This one works.
This one doesn't. That's okay.
So I can put that in a G-code file. Anybody else would read that.
This one kind of died here anyway.
But this machine knows how to interpret that.
No, it's just like indented.
Special. Similarly, we can use it to introduce new commands. So we only have 2 additional encodes in the G2 core. We have M100 and M101. And M100 means inline, at this point in the motion, execute that function. Execute JSON synchronized with motion. So we can do something like turn on the heater, right here. Turn on the heater to 20. And then 101 is wait until this condition is true before you continue. Wait until heater 1 is at temperature, and then you can continue. So that's how we program the printer bot with G2 type. So that's so we've done this, and you have to. This is the part of the dialect that G-code parser might look at and say, well, I don't know what to do with M100, but it's what it does is if you adopt this convention, it means that you've now opened up this whole set of extensibility. So you can say, we're programming it this way. What kind of conventions do we want to use? And then you can make that. You can define arbitrary functions like I/O and things of that sort. And you're not generating a whole new set of functions that the G-code parser is So Toolhead's what we use to bring this all together. In classic CNC, the spindle is a fixed thing. Every CNC machine has 1 or more spindles, and like old machinist-style CNC. It has a spindle, and the S means a very specific thing. The spindle moves around, and it's got an S word, and M3, M4, M5, you turn clockwise, counterclockwise, and on. But if you take the concept of a spindle and you extract it, and you say, really it's a toolhead. A toolhead is anything that moves around. And a tool is anything that's in that thing. So now we say, oh, this toolhead is a spindle, and it's got a 1/4-inch end mill. And this toolhead is an extruder, and it's got this filament in it. The tool is the filament. Now you have the ability to describe it's a laser, and it doesn't actually have anything. It's nozzle, and it's got this thing with a nozzle. So you can describe just about anything that we want to move around in X, Y, and Z using this. And then once you do that, you can use all the existing G-code to control. So there's a rich set of tool manipulation functions in G-code. So I'll go through this for people that are familiar with it. There's a tool table which can have some number. In G-code, it's up to 99 tools. So you have a bunch of tools that are all defined. And
is this the one guy? Is this that little Chinese bit? Is this what the one guy, the comic guy?
That's just a sample. We can go get it from school.
Oh. She thought maybe you had already got it.
No. The sticker's right there.
She didn't see it. She gave it away.
It's an entire offset. So you got a 2 extruder system where they're side by side on the x-axis, let's say, then you might decide that the offset is this dimension for one of them and that dimension for the other. When you change, it's going to switch this one in and switch that one in. So your tool offset's it's a three-dimensional thing. It's just the action, the actual point is, well, where is it relative to where I actually need it to be? So you can set your tool offsets using G43 and G49. You can select tools. I found this to be a little weird when it's encountered. Selecting a tool is different than changing a tool. I can select tool 6, but it doesn't do anything. And then it isn't until I do an M6 when I change it that it does something. Well, that's actually an old CNC because the selecting would rotate the carousel.
Here, I'll get this side lined up. So it's the right way apart, and we'll start them at the same time.
But that's really useful because if you select, let's say you want to change extruders, and you select this T2, which is your PLA nylon, and you want to heat it up. Say, well, it's selecting T2. I'm running it through a preheat cycle. Because I'm not going to change to it until later. And when I change to it, it's already used. So the same thing that they use in CNC for rotating the tool changer is really useful for a lot of other things in any kind of prep time. So the key is that when you have whichever tool you actually select, whatever tool you change to, that sets the contact.
I just wanted to get the start.
Is actually an encode for actually interpreting. So
I didn't tighten it down, I just wanted to make sure the drops were
if you're you got a spindle running the S-word mini RPM. You might need surface speed coming in as well. You can change RPM. And then if you change to tools of different type, you can steer it as in the volumetric and say, I want this many milliliters per millimeter of to the extruder. So when you change back and forth, that's how it's actually interpreted based on the tool itself. Other N3, N4, and 5 are obvious as well because that's turning it on one way, turning it on another way, turning it off. And so the semantics of those are defined by the tool that's active. Other things, there's actually about, I looked at them, it's on our website, there's about 15 or 16 G-code and M-code commands that are actually affected by the tool type you would have selected. These are just really obvious ones. D0 is another one that works this way. In a laser, D0 means turn the laser off. And then I'm going to do a cut and turn it on. In a printer, it means don't extrude, and in a CNC machine, it really just means close that and keep the spin turning. So D0 is something different depending on the tool. So by using this, by using the JSON overload, and say, when I'm defining this tool is going to need to know all this stuff. The JSON.
Got it.
You just got to center it left and right.
Yep.
Whatever. Huh? Yeah. So don't take too much.
Is this one set? First one.
If it's still on the marker marks that I made, if you look down the top inside.
I don't even see the marker marks. Oh, no, they're not.
There should be marker lines right under here, all the way across. This line right here. It's only on this side, or on that side. They're only on the outside.
Oh, okay. Should be good. Now I need 70. That's fine. All I have to do really is level.
What's that? This?
Yeah, all we have to do is level it between those two parts.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Ready? You had that thing move on. Hey, I'm Ray. My company is Cohesion 3D. We also do control boards for your various machines, 3D printers, CNCs, laser cutters, all the fun weird stuff like different places, robotic arms, all the fun stuff that can take a hand off of like we make a movie. And it's laser pocket. Yeah. This little board right here is a full-on 3D printed controller. Well, kind of. It's 30 by 30 millimeters, and it is the entire brain of smoothing. So smoothing is just like 32-bit firmware. So there's, wireless, maybe 1 or 2 infinite wireless depends.
You fit a smoothie board on a 30 by 30 millimeter
firmware. Tiny G, reserve Tiny G. Everyone raise your hands because all this nice work. Rob, nice work. Okay, and then we got smoothing. So real quick about it, it's a 32-bit firmware that will run for printers, CNC, laser cutters, all fun stuff. It'll do Cartesians, deltas, all the different machines that you see here for the most part, because they're really weird ones. Yeah, but it'll do most of the stuff, and it'll do some really, really smooth, quiet motion for you. It's really simple to configure because there's a memory card, so right here, micro SD card.
You think it's good enough?
And that just has a config text file on it. So all you really have to do is just open it. You plug this into your computer, it shows up as a drive, you open the text file. You change the value you want to change, like I put in different drivers, so I want to change my steps per millimeter for my x-axis. So I just change the number, I hit save, I press the little reset button on the board, and so, yeah, people seem to like it. There's the actual smoothing board, which is done by the team that developed the firmware. There's a few other companies that use the firmware in their own boards, and that's kind of okay. So I've been building circuits for years. I have my designs that do sheet metal, that are cheap. So, I was designing sheet metal, all that other stuff, and I realized that China was putting out this really nice steel line.
Perfect, we haven't even done anything.
And mechanically it's good.
The reason the feed might not be the same, so that's why I had to level each corner.
Mechanical build, but the electronics inside it were either slow or good quality or resulting in fire, which potentially going to happen.
That's the farthest one off.
These things every once in a while, But yeah, in the general Google Plus, and
it's actually within 0.09 because I'm actually putting force on it, which is very well.
created what we call a 100 million wide, 80 millimeter tall board, the Eagle Freelance, if you will.
How did it get so freaking level?
Breakouts for the motor signals, the end stops.
Let's take the screws out.
Basically, the intention of using this to run external, like large black box separate drives. So, real quick, everything you see on that board is also on this. Yes. So, I looked at that, and I haven't really thought much about this movie board before. I mean, it is out there for 2 years at that point in time, and it's really good. But it's just a really big board. It's relative. I saw this, and I was like, well, if we put some drivers at the top and we make it even 100 by 100 millimeters, I think we can really add something here. Let's see how many drivers I can put in. Okay. And that's where we came up with Remix. It's that, you kind of shuffle everything around a little bit. We've got an ESP266 for Wi-Fi. We've got the 3D range as mentioned several times. With the LPC1769. You've got a lot of offsets, you've got some really big ranges, you can run like, 20 amps, 25 meters. Really crank up the power. We have 6 drivers, so if you've got a fancy build, like I've got a pick and place with multiple heads that I've been working on, and I've got a printer that's putting the diamond pot in it, but 2 extruders, we don't need to do all the fun stuff. And so we started getting this one out here. let's see what other tab I have loaded.
Hello, DreD-Bot fans. This thing is square.
Alright, this thing's turned. And then we put carriage on, and then we're done. All we have to do is wire the harness on.
And along the way, we were also working on, I do not have protection, so I can't really load this up, but we're working on the Mini. And with the Mini, I was pretty much saying not everyone's got a multi-extruder machine. For a lot of people that have like a laser or CNC, or even a basic 3D printer, 4 axes will do it. Not really in case of a 3D printer, that's why it's an extruder. And just the basics. And the K40, which is like this kind of blue and white box laser cutter, which again, you can get this machine for $340-ish on eBay, shipped right from America. It has that board in it, and this board locks you into
the two wheels on the inside or the outside?
People find annoying. Which one works better? And about 5 iterations
inside,
of my
because there's internal pressure.
Came up with is essentially an
Manipulate the internal pressure
and size. Drop-in replacement. Remember, Smoothie does things like motion calculation and laser GWS calculations pretty well. And so with this board, you can cut, but you can cut the power level by just setting something on the potentiometer, the knob on the laser. Power, okay, and that's going to be your cut. Or if you wanted to do like a raster, like an engraving of an actual image, as opposed to just like an engineering part, if you wanted to do an image, you would like dithering.
Where are they?
You have to like typically find a way to convert it into like black and white dots and no dots, and then it was going to fire those dots off. Because I couldn't get enough. And I mean, we're not in the 90s anymore. I don't want to dot Okay, so with Smoothie, we got the full-on PWM control that's calculated every single step that's generated for the motor movements. What that gives you is what we're called liberating from that software, and we let you use something like LaserWeb, which I mean, I use Vector Gasfire, which is a $2,000 piece of software, and this is LaserWeb 3, an earlier version we showed, and we're on LaserWeb 4 now. That's how Peter and Claudio and Jorge and Todd Fleming, these guys in the community are really pushing this along. So this, in my opinion, is a real competitor for a full-fledged CAM software to pop in images, pop in, full-on CAD models. You can set up all your cups for lasers, for CNCs. We're going to be getting 3D printing support into this eventually for good reasons. Talk about that in a bit. So, the real candidate for full-on CAM software to drive all these machines. And anybody want to guess how much this costs? Free, open source, free as in, well, not free as in beer. I don't know where you guys find free beer, but all the good stuff. And it's awesome. So that talks to this. You put the board in. You now have full control over what the laser does. Anything that creates decode, including but not limited to LaserWeb. You can now send jobs to your laser. You control it very well. You can do full engravings, full rasters, which means you put an image into this, and you will actually get variable power firing as it's doing it. Smoothie also kind of rounds down based on your acceleration, which means you don't get darkened corners. If you're getting a square, you're for the most part going to get a uniform cut on that square to the extent that we can actually do that in firmware. There's still physics in play, not perfect, but it's pretty close. Most other firmwares where it's just basic stuff. So, we've been doing that, and this little K40 upgrade has been a pretty big seller for the last couple of months. So where we want to move next? Upgrade more machines. If you remember about 5-6 minutes ago, I mentioned that you can get a pretty decent 3D printer from not even necessarily China. Like you can get the Wanhao Duplicator i3 from Monoprice for $400 or less. And well, that board has caught fire sometimes, and we like to avoid that. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get that word out, tell people, well, some people are taking it out and putting the ramps in, and they're substituting one bad solution for an okay solution, but if you put in the proper board that will give you a nice, noticeable improvement in speed, even with the same driver and your you're going to get wider performance right off the bat. You put in dynamic drivers, complete silence. And people do that, and they're like, yeah, well, I sleep 2 feet away from my printer. Like, well, that's not a good idea, but it still makes for a good story, and I can tell at times like this. But yeah, smooth performance, nicer corners. Overall, cool performance, easy configurability. We can do what I'm going to call the weird stuff or the fun stuff, like hooking up probes. I don't know, I mean, you can do this on other boards too, but I just really enjoy the ease of use, where you just kind of go smoothly and you just fiddle with a couple of values in the text file and you hit save, and that's it. So that's that. So we're trying to get the word out, trying to do like other upgrade packages like this for printers that are out there in large volumes, where we feel there's a substantial improvement that could be made to the control electronics. Yeah, I mean, we said this, but I think it was one of the top 10 last videos, which is give an engineering dude basic premise, make me a frame for a printer, and you're going to get something that moves and supports plastic in the appropriate way. Mechanical. Electrically, we still have some room to fine-tune that, make it easy to use, make it so, where are we going? Well, this is running on the Smoothie V1, which is a couple of years old at this point. I mean, still works well. But due for an update, and Arthur and Jim and the creators are working towards Smoothie V2, which is just the next step up in the processor choices. They're building it on top of RTOS, a real-time operating system. I know I explained that, yet most of you know way more about that than I do. Not just the hardware guy. I draw the cool little lines on the screens and make it all pretty.
We have 5 hours.
Yes. So they're working on that.
Ask him how to make
What we're looking at is trying to bring the dynamic motor driver support into Smoothie V1 for the time being.
Maybe it's just like something really stupid that we're missing on this.
So
he just like goes on here, flips a couple switches, and it's done. And then we can run machine face and never have to deal with this crap ever again.
Silent motor performance, so that
and then we can make 7 or Sudoku or one of the other.
Okay, I guess that looks funny. Okay.
There's a computer scientist and a mechanical engineer couldn't figure it out.
There's that. The other area is, well, how can we improve the UI? So if we go back to LaserWeb for a moment.
It's closer to me than he is to you.
Again, LaserWeb 3. With LaserWeb 4, we've got Laser down, we've got CNC down. What we're really trying to do is something like the Ultimaker 3, where it's kind of all very cohesive experience between that and the Wi-Fi onboarding process and just how Kura sees it. Very integrated. We want to do something like that, which is why we're starting work on bringing 3D printing into LaserWeb. We started a long time ago, just kind of making a widget that would, render the STL file in the browser, and just got to keep bringing it forward, get support for all the boards. Essentially, kind of take what OptiPrint is right now, and kind of make it a full UI where like you can actually set. But again, OptiPrint will do this. We're just trying to do it from this side and make it a very nice, uniform experience that's embedded in the board. So put up a little Linux computer alongside the IC that runs smoothly, and just have them all talk to each other, have an integrated solution, and essentially make a board that drops into, let's say, just about any machine, and gives you the out-of-the-box experience, like if you just bought a $3,500 3D printer that had an entire engineering team tuning it just to that specific user experience. That, good motor performance.
I started mine in September. I may be done by May.
That's how we were with this. This is our first attempt.
Make sure the plastic comes out.
To build it in one day?
No, this is our first attempt at doing anything that moves.
Do what we can.
This is our first attempt at building it in a day.
Easy to use.
So far we're doing well.
Real simple onboarding.
I said before working on the DreD-Bot, the last thing I built that moved was in the 90s at Purdue.
Nice.
So,
thanks guys.
I'm trying to remember how things work. So what is the plastic you guys use?
We use PETG. We used Hatchbox. It seems to be a little bit higher quality than some of the other stuff we got from China.
I've been using MakerGeek a lot. My problem though is I was doing 2 different colors. The blue was perfect.
Yeah.
the orange shrunk a little bit.
Yeah, we have that problem between the black and the. We have red ones in black. They fit perfectly, even in this configuration. Just trying to drop them in. The black one doesn't contract as much, so it's something oh so minutely chemical about the dye that they use. It's gotta be.
Which means when I put the gantry in, I was over 15 degrees off, and there was no way to fix it, so I threw those away and reprinted it in Raptor.
Nice.
And that worked.
How what do you want to use your furnace for?
Lionel trains.
Okay, it's not a bad idea.
I have a i3 Wang Ho, but for Lionel, everything is about a foot size.
Yeah.
So the cars, the engines, everything. So. Well, enjoy.
Thanks. Have fun at the show.
That would be really sweet. People are so good at freaking taking like the back doing it right now is super high because of the all the special, they change the special really high. So we're back
Eric go. Neither do I.
It's called Curse. This is a specific mission. It's in Fallout 4. It's for the DLC. It's been a lot of stuff. That's Force Awakens. Pardon me? Star Wars. That's the one that console gives to me. It's a really obscure one. Yeah. Think of like a Star Wars game. Think of like cheese stuff. Wait, oh my god. I have a friend who tells me all the time. He wants me to print that for him so bad. I know. There was a controversy with him. I want to see a part that he drew. Although with that, they can't do something. No, it's like the right. It's cool. It's a showpiece. Did you hear about there was a giveaway? You know anything about this? Yes.
Yeah, actually, I saw that.
Yeah, that's sorry.
Also, whenever I get a switch, that way, you know, if you have it like in a pile, sometimes the coils will overlap from each other and it'll like pull itself in. And I just don't want to know. Yeah, I think like separation of 3D printers, like, try this thing out, like, here, I just want to here, try this. I'm like, okay, like, in the past, I've been just like coming in the box, speaking about it, just like, I don't know where I got it, wherever. So this year, I decided that someone gave me one, like, I would just print something out immediately and put it in the bag. That way I can actually, like, see what it was like and know whether it's something I want to get or not. That stuff's really shiny. So is that the same thing silver down there? Yeah. It had a weird, neat look to it. Yeah, they're out now. I went back to get more.
Yeah, the poly out. But I should have asked really almost aluminum. It does. I have some of the same sort of aluminum still, but it doesn't really have this stuff. Right, and it's just I mean, it definitely has that kind of look to it. Well, I like printing aircraft-looking parts like aircraft, like landing gear, lamps type stuff. Oh yeah, that would. And I've got the aluminum cell stuff, the silver. That looks way better. Yeah, that looks awesome. I'm gonna order a bunch. That probably is what I did. I was gonna go back at some point today and get stuff. They're about on everything. Yeah, they run on drugs. Everybody's so different. It's kind of frustrating. Except the moment they're waiting for me to start. Where's just black and white? People who were here last year. I would have said I literally had $200 in my wallet to buy business and like nobody showed up to sell business. I was fully expecting to buy that. The only reason I have to help now is free. Because you've been helping more there than very well. That's the live stream right there. Because we are there when parts and pieces are being split and being used. Everything that's red is fine. Everything that's black is except for possibly, I couldn't release it. So I drove all by myself to home, and then immediately turned around, box, wheels, and yeah, all the way back. I was there and all the way back to 5 hours. And when I got to Eric's house, I got 0 miles. So I took 20 all the way here from the Ohio border, and I got 90 miles.
Do you guys have construction?
I went 90 miles an hour because there were no and I don't think Route 20 exists anymore. No, we're doing this just after. We're going to be doing it if we just Veronica's son. I don't know where. Now this one. That travels up the knick-knack is you didn't bring any of the stuff you guys have now. Stuff that we made to practice.
Last year you made like that.
That one's making whistles. Sweet, thank you so much.
are you done with? Are you graduating this year? Don't you have to have work stuff? Yeah.
So I'm running on 2 hours of sleep. I'm running on 2 hours of sleep, and I drove back here on 4 hours of sleep for 24 hours. In the last week, me and Eric have gotten a combined sleep amount of like 15 hours. We're all working 40 hours, and I work 40 hours at school. Eric also worked 40 hours, he didn't go to school. So I didn't go to school. You want it moving. Every 100, maybe 1,000. It's only 1,000. Do you have like? There's like 10, 20. There's like 10, 20.
How do people know like how to contact you?
Live streaming. Hey, I saw you on this.
Yeah. It's on YouTube.
Mostly because it's not my laptop.
Well, it's on tripod.
I need to sit there for a while. I need to look for something. Can I use this without killing that?
What?
Can I use anything on here without killing that?
Killing what?
Live stream.
Probably. I need you. I know that. I'm trying to get one on at a time. I assume lifting it up and putting the stuff on so that we can actually mount this. You have other plans?
This might have to be tweaked with
Okay, I don't know how that happens, but the washer is not frosted. The washer on this pattern thread is frosted.
It's off. Where is
Okay, so now I need to push this. I'm down.
Hello, can you hear me?
We were talking about a little bit of background on what these reports and start out with
It's a little heavy in some ways that's
which is important because so this was actually reported so we're this is a motion demonstration showing off motion moving around otherwise stop and it's a video.
I was really surprised that
control motion extends on and Alden spoke earlier about full heads and sides and spiral demonstrating. This is very good film. 2016 contains our music firmware in there, and this is notoriously difficult plastic to print with, and patch print. There you see it, really quickly.
Sure, man. It's not about leveling, it's about sending.
6 words are rather difficult to explain. But one of the main things about jerk control motion is you get this much smoother motion, you get better power usage out of your motors. And that's one of our main driving factors. And with that, superior motion yields superior power. And another part of it is we're trying to become that we are designing it to be a part of a larger cohesive machine, not just an endpoint where you stream something footage to get something out of it. It's part of your, you also get to see what it's doing. It becomes part of the communication. So you get rich interface, live, real-time feedback. So if you're ready to go live, instant response, something to get see. And this one you have to see here. You hit keyboard, you tell pause, and the key, be particular, and 30 seconds ago, before it actually responds to that command. We get instant response. Part of that has to do with how we handle the communication. Part of it is the design to explain that part of it competes whole, part of it is communication. Another part of it is we've built this machine from the ground up, the hardware, the software, to be modern. M3, M4s, they're working on that actually with the Army M7.
Sitting down with the ball head.
So you got this design from them?
Yes. There's the original right there in green.
We're
gonna put the wire on.
What do you think about that? You got the same setup right there?
That's the original that's on the picture there. It's hard to tell. It's the original. Green and all.
Did you tighten this back down?
To be,
and then under there, tighten that in the right place. And then bring it up.
and then integrating that into the letter system. The action bar, you coordinate
Put that on.
two separate
And then we'll
motors.
bring this all the way down. So we know the bottom is
Part of what we decided to don't bother doing the cheap $5 machine.
So
are you making right now?
I think he's printing whistles.
Whistles?
We'll deal with the motion.
I thought you weren't going to have any doodads.
We don't. We don't. She found one laying there. We just decided to reprint them. Ours aren't as pretty.
How did you decide? How do you?
The guy gave it to him on a STL file, and we put it in here and sliced it and chopped it.
To be fair, it really should be RepRap compatibility, but anyone here that's looked at the RepRap G-code page and sees my horizontal all of the different firmwares, and you look at each code, and it's like, run this.
Okay, let's get this like dropped and actually put in place, and then we'll run this.
All your, most of them tend to fall in line with
Are you, Mom, are you staying? Google's buying us all tacos. Google's buying us all tacos at 5
we chose, we're going to just be compatible with the way
Why don't you leave now? Bringing in a taco because there are so many people now. We're going to have us all meet at what? Yeah, Chinese.
Too many people for now.
This to work. Those machines today are shipping with it'd be nice if they were plugging in your also want to make sure that it's excited and be utilized to drive the producer without any loss of our motion control and any loss of functionality that you already have in the quality of the print or loss of functionality. So, we're taking a risk and trying to go in a little bit of backstory somewhere.
All the axes.
So,
yeah, all the axes.
All the axes and all your.
I have a couple of key parts.
Okay, as long as you're not filming in there, you should be able to spin them freely.
This is really easy.
Okay, you're ready.
Over the last 24 hours, I've met people that are involved in most of the rest of it.
I was going to put them on. It doesn't matter what you are, because now they'll move together.
So,
I think
this
they're
is
set
only like a
right on
third
top of the bearings.
of all of our preparation. These are the
next size up.
main. So,
I know.
really good history. 2007 earlier than that, it's a rough starting point. Consider all of these things try to gather some of the stuff from what's available now. Still, get tough and these reposts and start to anyway, so you have Gen 2 splits off to RepRap by Gen 3 is mainly Gen 3, MakerBot Gen 3. That's driving a lot of that. Some of this stuff split at this point. Where you have a lot of people working on RepRap stuff and MakerBot stuff. Kind of isolated a little bit. But the interesting thing is 2010 is big. So as you see, MakerBot using increased estimate, at this point, RepRap isn't using G-code in the firmware at all. And there's no concept of a stepper group yet. There's all stuff people are talking about. These things seem obvious today, if they were a lot. And so what you see is as the
hydrogen come out, CNC, at acceleration, the heat goes. As far as I can tell, it was acceleration per move, and that's it, no planning. And then at that same time frame, you see variable come out and MP, which is Golden Heart. And they started at almost the same time, and they got Pico right at the number. Just like the CNC, it's a new thing. At this time frame, all of the RepRap stuff is integrated in are working on 8-bit microcontrollers. And the one breakpoint here on 10P, all these are more capable.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably safe to grab.
More power.
How do I check if it's reading the limit
And
switches?
then you see the hydrogen gets pulled in by compass. And so 90% for access machine is because of our access.
Because I don't want to like try homing unless I know for sure that it's working.
Home it extremely slowly and just touch.
Yeah, start the extruder, or start the homing process, and then touch one, then touch the other, and touch the other.
Physically touch them with your fingers.
Like, run it really slow.
Motion control, acceleration, look at that, which and then of course acceleration, but in that time frame, we actually I wasn't involved in canvas yet, but constant jerk would look ahead again. So while Dribble doing acceleration, come straight in, and then I come in right before.
So if you got PMT, you can do this all the time.
Where's some of my
They actually have it. I actually put up the D for if they want to do this.
As far as I can tell, almost all of these RepRap 5P is in Turbo, the merge, or Marlin is in merge Turbo, and so you see all of these things kind of contribute to each other. So one of the things we want to auto switching, plug in to USB, and you have start dropping the board. We have big motors,
How did I forget that?
So you have a. You can open it up because I'm not even sure anymore. If there's a washer on the outside or not, I need to know.
There's a washer on the outside? You're talking about here.
Instead of putting that deep card in, not only can you still use it as a tool, get all the functionality, but it'll also allow you to reach that functionality through the market. This is the big one. So this gives us the ability to use here as a slicer, anything that generates keycodes. And we use the control as earlier in the station we use active elements to control it instead of having myriad of languages that are relatively hard to understand. We actually can chase them.
That's a lot of work.
Does it have the labels? Do I need to what?
It's like folded. Okay, thank you.
Twisted it just look like somebody like
Yeah, I just didn't want to touch it.
Feel free to pull on this one.
Okay.
Hold here and hold there. But it's getting the hands that you stick coat the bottom. My mom used to hate those things. When we get this done, we have to like unravel the wall. It's hilarious. Who put these in? It must be closer. I ate it at home. She's like, it leaves marks on the walls.
Still available. The UI developer can use it and import it directly today. And then if they want some more feedback on the vehicle, overrides.
Did you show Paula that game?
Then they can actually
Ella would love it. Ella would like go crazy.
Now, who likes cats more, Ella or Paula?
Possibly Ava, but Ava would meow at that, I'm sure.
I wanted to come by and say hi to Matt, but he was like,
oh yeah. By all means. And we're using free wheels. Possibly even worse.
3 wheels times 4 though.
well, what am I was thinking the first one would be 22 to get
We're just putting it on just in case we need it.
next time you're free, after you hit
When you get home, nothing happens.
When you hit home, nothing happens.
Oh, it doesn't move.
Yeah.
Does it give any error, any parts?
It just chills out. You have the home.g file loader?
You don't have the home.g.
That's it. You don't have home.g. Yes, I did. Yeah.
The only way I know how to do that is to copy and paste it.
Yeah, but it's verbatim.
Or you can drag it onto the SD card. She's got an SD card reader.
But it's verbatim, isn't it?
You just gotta download it on your thing. Why is it even? Oh yeah, that's right. You don't have home.g. That's a good. He's like able to function ridiculous amounts of lack of sleep. He's actually functioning really well. I think he's in his element though. That's why.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm insane, so I'm gonna do this.
If it works, then it works. I'm not you can just copy and paste it.
What? XYZ and home wall.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
.g. They have to be named that because they call, the home wall calls them basically.
So in the corner of that settings tab, new files, continuously make the files as you go.
Just add a new one, right?
Yeah.
You copy and paste it, you said? Yeah. That's what I'm doing. One of these is either warped or am I correct?
Yes.
As long as it functions, I don't care. It's all got to be a spacer. Kind of work.
Hates you? I don't know, it seems to like me today.
I told Veronica this you function better now with no sleep.
Veronica, do I function better with no sleep than
today?
If I lost that, I would kill myself. Okay. There's a bowl.
She really needed that.
Okay. I have no idea where it's going.
That was one I fell for like 16 years ago. It literally fell on the floor like, I don't know, 7:30 this morning.
Yeah.
I started. She didn't want to find it then.
God, you suck. Is that a 10 kg spool of filament?
No, there was a 20 pounder. What? There was a 20 pounder over there by, Jesus, which is, 10 kilograms.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how you do it. That was my first strike.
Where did the spacer go? I just had it. I have no idea where it I don't think it went too far. I think I set it down. Do you have extras?
I lost the spacer from this. It may have fell, may not have. Don't know.
Okay. Take that out now. I couldn't put it in now. Jesus Christ. What? I thought I set it down. At least it.
May have been set down as maybe to a binding.
Jesus Christ. No.
I ran it at a much higher temperature this time. And I think that's what the higher temperature makes it clear.
Okay, if you want to print those things out.
You know what? It's actually
You
got
want to print those things out?
Slow down. You're okay. Are they going in somewhat? Zero, I think. Could be the first drive.
What's wrong?
It didn't extrude.
Is it bound up over there? Is it cooked? Is it cold?
What'd you get? Some PTV. How did it get off?
I turned it off. Because it was done with the print.
No, it's probably stripped. Hopefully it's out of it. I thought you said it was ready. That's why I didn't even like look.
Okay. How'd you do this?
We're going to have to stop at Micro Center on the way home to get
Yeah, this isn't like in contact with that. This is not even. This is not remotely.
I can't get the wrench in there. Where are these meetings?
I don't know. either strip the dowel off or break that. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta take that belt off. I gotta. They're closed at 6. That's all. Shut the doors at 6.
Wi-Fi actually doing anything, or is it just on?
What?
Is this actually doing anything, or is it just taking up volume?
What?
I don't think he knows what I'm talking about.
This was
It's actually very, very good. I don't think it's a binding issue. I think this is definitely in contact. That's definitely in contact. That's definitely in contact. No.
One drive and X and Y for adjustments.
Which one? The extreme? Because it's going
X and Y flip. X and Y flip.
That makes sense because it's dual direct
You reverse the direction of the X.
When both are spinning clockwise, it's supposed to come towards, right? Yeah. No, it's supposed to go away. I think you can bring it back. You want both of them in one?
Yeah. You reverse the order of this one. So if you only move this one, the carriage should go this way. You can't tell the thing just to move this way. But you can turn this on if the belt wasn't on, and you can actually see which way it went. So when it goes clockwise, it would actually go this way. When this one goes clockwise, it goes like this way.
When they go clockwise together, they go backward.
Yeah. So right now,
you might.
It's okay. I'm the direction I don't want it to go. What do I change to make it?
I think you're gonna have to switch both the X and the Y at the same time. So when you switch the X and then switch the Y to whatever opposite it is, and see what you get. The other thing you could do is switch the X and turn the motor wire around. Unless you use the white connectors, which you can't use a rotation, right?
For those ones I have normal PWMs, so I can
So you potentially could just flip the wire on and just go backwards.
Don't do it while the power.
Yeah, you have to shut everything down, power and all.
I learned that the hard way.
Don't cause arcs, because that thing likes to like spit fire at us. It's great.
That sparks.
That's almost caught his dining room on fire.
And it still runs.
4 times? Yeah. Nice.
When I was 5, I stuck an adjustable wrench, a little one, in an electric socket, and I fused the worm gear on it while holding it when I was 5.
Well, that's just like path of least resistance.
That's just not a good idea.
I taped wires to a light bulb and tried to see if I could plug it into an outlet. The whole top of it.
I plugged my bicycle into a battery charger.
I had to electrocute myself.
We had a joke around my office that corporal punishment, everyone on death row should have to be on bikes that produce electricity to electrocute inmates. It encourages them all to pedal faster.
I never touched it. I don't remember.
These actually can. Yeah. They're sticking out still. How hard was this one to play?
That one extremely. There are no final questions. It's a 3D printer. It will never not have questions.
I didn't think this earlier.
But
you have the same end stops as us. The general consensus is this is the 0 corner, positive, right hand. So positive X is done here, positive Y is up your thumb, so X, Y. Z has to be down. So it means the Z basically runs in reverse to the positive direction. okay? Yay, it died.
How did it die that bad? Did you put down stuff?
At all. Did I put the stuff on it? Yeah. I don't know what the layer setting is, so it might have to go down some. If you guys are lifted up something at the first thing.
It might have helped.
I really like that one.
So that is the original majority. Yeah.
Hopefully not too much. Hopefully it'll make sense. Yeah. Making sure you get it in the right direction. Yeah. It's got to go both. Only one side. The other side has to be the opposite. Well, the opposite. How are you doing right direction around? And opposite. Nobody's selling those bacteria tools. 3D printing.
Is it better now?
So,
I'm still hanging about the time. So what am I doing?
I made sure as I put it in that it caused it to feel smooth still.
You like anodize your petroleum. I don't have any equipment to anodize
I might have something large in my crafts.
I'm going to take this one back off. Is that done with the first layer? I need to do
Not as such. Where do you want the fans? 40?
Just 30.
No biggie.
gotta put the section over and put the lights on so we don't forget. If we don't put the lights on, it's hard. Yeah.
Speaking of lights, where are they?
They're in the box still, which may be on top here. There they are. The easiest thing I found is to barely engage that at all. Shove that all the way into its groove. And then when this gets close to the end there, just make sure it doesn't run. You can kind of feel it catch.
So these work like Christmas lights. You can just cut them and run them.
Yeah, you can cut them right at the coppers.
Yeah, but I don't think you have to ground it. I don't think you have to ground it. Not ground, put back the circuit.
Wherever you cut it, yeah. When you see his up there running, I don't think she put him on hers.
No, she didn't. So whenever you want to hold it out, Veronica.
Fan yet or not?
I put the fan on.
Okay, just checking.
Okay, now come over here. You don't have to hold on.
Just trying to figure out how much you need.
I just want to cut it. This is the way to run it.
So you cut it the one there first, and then we can turn it down the one.
Okay, hand me that. It's too long. How could I have done this?
Oh my god! You can put the rest back in the spool, even though we can always solder a new end on. We'll put that back inside there, please. Okay, several of them have detached, but all you need is one, right? We have one that detached, it's like, I don't care. I might take carrying it like on top of the other.
Find your door.
The lithograph machine is actually printing. The lithograph is right there, it's printing. The bike printer. Yeah.
Is it printing good though?
I don't know.
Before the things that we saw were like that's that one I showed you that one day.
Yes, but it's like actually exposing and working. I've never actually seen one working.
Oh, I know, but the one that he had was like very crude, right?
Yeah.
The electric one?
Yeah.
The electric current, it changes the electric current magnetics? Yeah. Like, and then it'll be turned from magnets.
Did Mom leave?
She went looking around. She didn't say she was leaving, did she? She may have went to the other door. She came back and said, "What's RepRap mean?" Right? And then she left.
So the entire time I was like, oh, I'll do it later.
This was the fun part for her, is that what she said? She's like, oh, the fun part? I don't think this is too bad. You weren't having much luck. Maybe yours was to put all the little stuff in it. Mine is to like press this thing even longer. You were dropping king today.
So, would we have to run these outer ones? Let's try it.
Run it manually up and down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the outer ones is what's going to tension. There's no friction.
Yeah. There's no need for this. God, that would be sick. I don't think anyone's ever done that before. We've seen this. Stop it. Unless Mom adopted me from you.
Because we have all of us running around at age 17.
Apollo's not 14. I was born in 96, so Apollo was like 21. You were just married. Oh, I dropped him. Here, I'm sending that.
That's why you look like Gabriel.
I don't look like Gabriel.
Well, it does seem like a lot of work.
What's my real name? Is it William? It could just be because of how it might need to have less tension. No, it's not.
Put this on center, we need this on center. Put this on center. We need to measure from here to the center. Or how wide this is going to go to. That we can send to
I mean, this one's fine.
It's fairly good, but if you put it in the center, let's see how wide this is. Say
49.89.
Cody, how are you doing tonight?
It's close enough, and there's not a lot of
My name
play,
is
so
Brent
I don't
Rock,
get
and
mad.
with Alec Optics. We make a whole lot line of 3D printers.
There's virtually
About the
no
last
play that I
6
can
months or
do.
so, I've had the pleasure of Basically, we've been putting our heads together.
We could do it if we could do it if it becomes an issue. I don't think there's any issue. I mean, even at this height, watch.
So, a little bit of history about Alec Optics and where we're from. We are a free software, V-Ray open source hardware. Every single thing we do is online for free. No materials, full assembly line, assembly directories, we even have a page that tell you exactly how to clone our products. Do not mind whatsoever. We go to the point where not so much as releasing source files, we will actually sync
what?
It's fairly easy. You know why?
God, imagine if we like had access to just like big screen precision machines. Like, this is going to be more precise than that.
We started in 2011, and we started with just 2 or 3 people, and since then we have grown to over 140 employees. So we've sold over 80 countries, and we've helped share this technology with everyone.
We don't need it. We don't need one more if we don't have to run attention.
So a lot of people here are free and open source. And a lot of people here say, what's the name? The best way to think about this is we are free and open as free speech. That's what free is. And one of the reasons why we do this is because 3D printing room, we all know how smart it is patent restrictions. Patent restrictions were around 30 years ago. This technology was getting everybody's
If we let it evaporate, it's
wow, that's how much printers out here, multiple technological advances made possible just like
Over here,
like
a little bit
10?
down.
I don't know what it is, but it's hollow. It's taking this.
It's absolutely that needs to be global development community. We have basically one
Eric, this is okay.
Just because we have so
It never jumped or anything.
It's able to take costs many, many thousands of dollars. The price point is going to be realistic for everybody hands on. This isn't just one, this is also a slot.
This is fine. Okay, where's the CC? Where's the CC? I thought I saw it over here.
One of the biggest things about that is because everything we do is source, I'd like to try to get as much of the source development and help the community as possible. And one of the big things about this is getting that technology out there. You have more manufacturers, you have more people that are able to do this, produce this, help create better products in general. Whatever problem you may be running into, there's probably somebody out there that ends up having a solution just willing to share information and processing techniques about what's going on. You can end up getting that advanced much faster. That is one of the biggest digital things that we've been able to work with.
I have a much smaller Wixie.
Oh, actually, I'd like to use my
It's got a case.
Founded in my basement in 2012. Started getting into desktop and running it alone. And found myself really loving it.
Well, we were making those things, but I don't think we can run them.
let them die.
They can just handle it.
We did a mild breaking here, fairly Smith. We didn't the outside wheels on, or inside wheels. We didn't travel all the way up. It's still and there's no play. I mean, you can take it and yes. It doesn't care.
And then about a little over a year ago, we started offering free service because so many people asked for us to help them make their thing. If you think about the number of people
it's farther than us.
There are 10 or more times more people who need to.
Oh my God. It works.
But they don't cannibalize.
How many heart attacks?
They
had to make sure that switch.
So, and then I actually, when I started in 2012, I was actually had a day job at a big corporation. So I just made the last full time.
On this, we have to recalibrate everything from scratch.
We have to adjust the paper.
But right now we have a team of about 12.
Yeah, all you need to do is turn the screw and set it off from the stop with a caliper.
With some other assistants.
It's ridiculous.
Our mission is to democratize manufacturing and then thereby unlock new opportunities. All that means is our background is manufacturing.
I created one for that. I have my actually I have
as you guys know, getting into manufacturing for the first time. Exactly.
I can't believe this works so well.
No, it's not a digital one, but I mean,
factory. So, our way of helping us mission is to
I created one for that, but I only used it for the initial setup. After that, I realized that I can just do this
anywhere by anyone. So in 2012, this is the shop.
We're gonna have 2 working deltas.
I just got the sticker.
This frame.
Oh.
This is what I did.
I'm sure someone has asked.
So right now, today our 3 areas of focus is in, first is in consumables. So we say consumables, most of you CIC3,
That works.
we're really focused on consumables.
This guy came prepared.
We have
we're powder plastics, powder.
that paper towel doesn't work too well.
Where's the adhesive? Because this was on
Mark's purple.
And we also, not 3D printing, but we also sell PCL. Actually, maybe some of you know that the origins of PCL is very low temperature. Our second, again, in service material. So consumables is about what you need to 3D print. Service is helping answer the question, how can we help you 3D print? And then we also consulting for larger manufacturers and saying, how can 3D printing integrate into your work? Saying, a lot of time.
So now she can help us set up ours because she's got experience. This is the whole spirit of this house.
I know that's what I do. Don't even
Free tacos.
Yes.
A lot of factors have to make us go in that direction. In 2012, 2013, I didn't do it. We tried to have first partner with the Philippines. That is part of the year. Buy an extrusion. But we did get a lot of material.
He needs to evaporate. He needs to evaporate.
These ones are traditionally made products. They made plastic welding rod, or they made specifications, but it just didn't match. Things like that. But the other one was
Jesus Christ.
We have 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, we have 5 that are fine, and we have the rest that are dead. So
3 dead ones. 5 people to write with. Don't need any of them.
why did we spend so much time?
And so, the second bullet point,
we thought we were going to
there's
do
also
detention.
a mystery, right? There's this mystery jamming and filming, especially early on. And it was really hard to pinpoint. And so we kind of have two eureka moments. I kind of go back to these two moments. The first moment is.
So did you see the working LS3 model?
It takes a really long time to purge
GM stuff? V8 modular engine?
Yeah.
Oh, and they have a motor on the end of it, and they take the valve covers off.
Can you see the turbine?
Yes!
I didn't see it moving though. Did it move?
Yes, it has to move because there's a bearing in it and a
When we
motor.
were working with these contract extruders, we noticed that
I love this place.
an extrusion
I want to be here all the time.
might only have 4 to 6 extrusion lines or something. But a lot of them would extrude any kind of.
I contemplated spending the
formulation of any whatever, and then
the side table.
we said, okay, let's do it.
We
You know, how long does it really take to put out a big extrusion line, right? And so we started digging into extrusion lines.
Make a lane or a CNC or
3 foot long extrusion. And there's a lot of components. There's a lot of nooks and crannies with plastic pipe. And so then we thought, if you're swapping out different polymers through a big extruder, how do you actually guarantee that if you ran polycarb for a customer, and then you ran PLA for another customer, 3D printed films, how do you guarantee that it's 100% pure PLA? And what if you have a little tiny speck of polycarb that lights 50 degrees hotter? What's that going to do to your 200 return? Might jam, right? That's why we say mystery jam, because it's so hard to detect those kind of things. Alright, so we established that there was a market for this, and that this was needed. A 3D printed purpose filament was needed. And we had a number of us, including myself, had experience in injection molding. We used extruder rods, just different downstream equipment. And so we got together, got some equipment, partnered with a local factory to use their space and work out manpower deals. And started making the thing in 2013. In 2014,
okay, so that's the process start to assemble.
First line,
I love that your house actually here.
second line,
I said, while you get it ready.
It is ready.
Okay, in that case, let's go. Do it.
Pretty simple. The reason why other folks wouldn't do that is because the volume of the didn't support that line. So this is part of our operation, filament operations. This is our, it's hard to see, but this is our line 1. This is our line 2. These are just getting rid of material. Here's our respooling and bagging operations. Basic components, a big extruder, a water bath, cooling, a dual axis laser gauge, axis, 2 axes, gets the average, and also check the roundness. Full strand.
Hey, Roderick, if you want to hold that end, so this is we'll be starting off with discontinued on.
So when you start and stop a line, this filament's going to be out of spec until you get it up to speed and temperature. And so we have a lot of out of spec filament that will just build up in the facility. I was like, well, it's X amount of next good and then so a little bit about our printing shop in Columbus. So we have 4 kind of larger size printers, 12 desktops. We consume about 10% of what we manufacture ourselves. So that allows us to also do a lot of R&D, a lot of testing, as you can imagine. So out of our factory, we actually make these 20-pounders. They look like this. So we pop these out at the end of the line, and then we actually spool those to 2 or 1 kg and 5 pounds. So in our shop, this is a cubic meter printer. build volume, and here's a 20 pounder. So we're just consuming about one a week. Here's a medium-sized printer. It's about 24, 32. So this is the life of a 3D printer tech right here. This is John. So we do stuff like, we sponsor a lot of people. We sponsor schools and cool projects. Anyone doing anything really interesting. For example, cosplay. Cosplay is a huge industry now. There are a lot of people doing really crazy things. This guy, Yasutano, he's one of the guys at the forefront of 3D printed cosplay costumes and weapons and armor. Fallout 4 T60 armor. This is 100% 3D printed. And we found out what he was trying to do. Is it working? And we ended up sending him 90 pounds of film. And that's all PLA and then some TPUs for the joints and things. And yeah, he printed that and we ended up hiring him. So what he does now is he's nearly full-time printing props. It's almost perfect. Part of our service. This is the most 7 foot tall. He's on like foot tall. He weighs 90 pounds with an EDC tube frame, and he's a triathlete, including myself. Okay, so what we're doing today is we're publicly announcing
cuttable,
a collaboration with ICP at Lowbot to be the world's first open source hardware certified Amazon. So watch this. Open source, right?
Where's the box? Okay, so watch this. This is a driver. This is remote. It's 16K. Where's the file?
Check things, make sure people are following certain guidelines, issuing unique codes for products, and just making legitimate. So we're working on becoming the first. Hopefully that happens. So the product doesn't change. What that means is simply we're putting out information on how to manufacture film on a large scale. So we're going to have more pictures, more details. We're going to have setting, temperatures, everything like that. So technically, someone else could get equipment and start manufacturing film. So why is this important for the community? Right now, there are actually not that many film manufacturers. There are a lot of brands. Many of those brands come from the same manufacturer.
It's not a big deal though. We don't like need. We just gotta have it to like lights.
I got it. And then two, again, a lot of those manufacturers started making other products.
That's where the lights probably were sitting.
Right now, the reason why quality in general is increasing in film, I would say, is because the 3D printing industry has increased.
Plug it in.
Making it more dedicate, quality and dedicate, again, that single compound to.
Okay, I got this end. You got the plug right in front of you on the floor.
Point number 3 was that if you do with plastics, you'll know that there are thousands
on the floor.
of various plastics, various types of things. ABS, but relative to that, there's very little ability. So
I think she's enjoying herself. She might be
doing this open source certification.
Yeah,
This spawns a bunch of US-based, high quality, dedicated buildings, all kinds of materials, and that helps the entire community.
Mama.
Cynthia.
So some of our future plans.
They're 16K. They make 16,000. Okay, I need a Loctite to like Loctite. It's awesome! Holy shit!
Where someone at home,
I mean, last night I actually got about like 3 hours.
some kind of testing, for what they're able So to achieve that, we're gonna do a lot of testing with standard, for example, tensile testing and all that. So print out a bunch of samples at specific profiles, recipes for specific materials and for specific equipment. So if you have, let's say, a TAS 6 and you have our ABS or whatever, and then you choose that profile with Cura, you can have at least a certain confidence.
This thing is so sick.
That it achieves a certain tensile strength.
Why did Dad come? I thought Dad was
with the Ohio State.
It's because he's not a real engineer.
To use their in-shot. They're really expensive.
You should come work with us.
So we're excited for this. This is what I'm saying. So
he does all the work for LucasArts.
With both on the open source community, and we hope to continue to certify more material. Right now we're officially certifying.
Eric, do you have a baby clamp?
And then we're going to do KLA. So with that one, thank you. Somebody had the idea, first the marketing folks had the idea of an official casting of the t-shirts. Final note, HR, I'm going to put this in. IC3 is hiring. If you want to hang out in Central Ohio, a lot of microbreweries, 3D print stuff all day, tinker with 3D printers. We have no shortage of CAD work, technician software techies. And also, if you're doing something interesting, like something for the community, something non-profit, connected to the school, let us know. We can get a lot of people. Thank you.
You should see the lithograph.
Yeah, the BX versus the Lion is extremely important. It's nothing. It's extremely important.
So the question is about rewrite. And in injection molding companies, like most of your car interior parts and stuff around the house, most of the things at Walmart. Most factories are allowed to use, for example, 20% of rewrite. All that means is you inject something, you have
That's a mic skin.
you're able to rebrine that and throw that back into the power. Up to the limit. 100% virgin. There's two reasons, three reasons. One is that when you reheat cycle something, you're using it. It's not always more brittle, but it changes chemical properties because we can't really guarantee that. Send all this stuff on the side.
Eyes closed, yay!
For two, it actually gives it a dull when you put rewriting. I think that has something to do with mechanics also, but it's kind of key. And three is when you process rewrite and put it back in, there's just more opportunity for debris. And so we just don't deal with it. And yeah, we have to, so therefore the cost.
Where's the, like, package?
It's more quality.
Make a band around as close to the edge as possible.
You want to go grab dinner? Do you want to try to close this down? They may not be shutting down.
What's up?
How do you change
That would be a good thing to do.
You could do it. You could do it physically. Yeah, you could do it physically. Okay. That's actually.
Part of the building. Back to that over there. Yeah. That's part of the car. You should go get your bar.
Do it. It makes lights. Yes, but I can make people have seizures. If I could do this all the time, if I could do R&D like this all the time, seriously, if I could make $75,000 a year doing this kind of crap, I would do it in a heartbeat. I would never retire. I would go to the ground building this kind of crap. It's been shocking. Still live, still primary stream here. Because that's not it. This is. Eric started and then didn't put a timer. I started when I put a timer. Here's this Eric. Awesome. You need the little bell as well.
subscribers? I have a little bell.
Okay, good.
It's all just running on 8 minutes on either side. No, because this. If we had to, if they were too close together, we could always slide these out. If they're too close together the other way, we could always slide these out. Right now,
the level is in respect to this, so we can zero the level.
at this point right now, though, we can. I mean, and it goes up and down. It's deadly. We're impressed. And I have a digital.
This is our tank.
Respect to this basic art here. I took this. I've got a digital. Yeah, I heard that announcement. Zeroed it down here.
Yeah, where's this?
This measures 0. This measures 0.
We have to put the H. We have to put H bar across first.
Come on, Google. Cheap it out. It's probably going to be delivered by drones, honestly.
Well, right. This is exactly 90 degrees from here to here, 90 degrees from here to here, 90 degrees from here to here.
It comes as a scroll.
I think you've got this thing so perpendicular that it just can't.
It's just in out.
We're going to get started in a couple of minutes. Just that you can and check to see the microphone works.
That's what I was planning to do anyway. What? Just 4. I have billions of them.
And I could not find like a single one of those. I had to buy like a bag of 50. We probably could have got one here. Yeah. Solder on or just like.
We could run it off the 12-volt circuit with power supply. That way it's all nice and condensed because we already are running 2 powers. We would reduce it.
Yeah, that would clean up that whole extra wire too.
That was gonna be my next addition.
You have to take the whole H bar off.
It's not too
I
bad.
got in, I put my lights on half the so
That comes out pretty easy. You hold it this way, put them on that mark, and set it back that way, and then press on.
Then I put the lights on until after.
Okay. It's a little easier.
What's up?
Everything's working.
You don't know about sinks. She's and this is running the duet board too, so the ramp is duet. That's what she's got also. There's I read something somewhere where the duet board they're supposed to be trying to introduce a like standby static power that keeps the motors from listen, so they don't really have to move into higher. If they do
Okay,
that,
I think we get started here. This is I'm Matt from Pulse Makers. I can be heard from your distance. Oh, great. Good. And I wanted to talk about Kira and share some details that, whether or not you've ever used Kira before, there might be things you've overlooked about the recent versions and how flexible it is for all of the projects that you're making. So I wanted to start first by asking, how many people in this group have ever used Kira?
Yeah.
Nice. That's so does anybody want to tell me like what machine they use Kira for? Like there were so many hands. How about any of you appear to have used Kira before? What machines have you used? Excellent. Any comments? And how about in back? Are there some other machines that you guys have used?
Is it reading properly?
Yeah, Love has a really really hardy trunk of their own, and I'm very excited that you guys are gonna get up to parity with the 2.5. So when I pitched the talk, I was going to talk about Kira 2.4, and then we launched 2.5 beta, and then now I'm going to talk about a little bit of 2.4, 2.5 beta, and some of the details there. But I do want to introduce you.
Oh, she hasn't. Mom hasn't seen the extruder yet. Where's the extruder?
With a bubble wrap. This is my general plan. I'm going to tell you a little
This
bit
is our beautiful modular extruder
there's a lot of stuff that I read
that we stole.
in that latest version.
Everything on this build is stolen. We just want to like to say that.
And it's specifically about profile and project management.
Thank you for printing it all, except this part. Look, it's Deadpool.
It's Deadpool there too.
Yeah, it's Deadpool here too. It looks more like Spider-Man, but it's all Deadpool. And here's the really cool thing. This is not direct draw. This is not direct draw, which means that it pushes it through the tube and then into the extruder.
Which means
It's less
there's a
active.
flexible.
This is direct drive, which means we can run a lot more cooler stuff. Not temperature.
We have to run it a little slower.
Yes, but this is far more capable and more controlled than that side. This is the wire furnace.
And the hot end.
So
What kind of materials are you going to run through it?
Mostly, I mean,
I want to try nylon at some point.
I've got a Ninja Flex material here too.
Support the whole process.
That was the whole point, is I wanted to see if the Flex material.
But I want to try. I want to try to find nylon. Nylon has a melting temperature of like 600 degrees.
Offering materials that we certify.
That's just like
There's ways to get service and support.
we can make these transparent.
So we talked specifically about materials.
So isn't this thing sweet?
Yeah, I think that was
So the coolest part about this is it's like ridiculously serviceable. So when we have to service this hot end, we have to tear the entire arm assembly. This one, all we have to do is pop off this front end.
So what kind of tip are you going to use?
How
how operating these kind of flares is working.
So it's 1.75.
No,
it's not a 1.75. What is it? 0.3? Yeah, it's not the all.
And start really building up and becoming.
Were they running it? You see the turbine
These days,
first?
Yeah.
Oh,
That was very cool.
Was it running?
Shepherding this
Did you
project
see these frogs?
by
They were,
keeping
I
it
can't
along its
believe how intricate the little tiny ones were.
You need to come and work with me and Eric because we want to do this all
What kind of,
So,
what kind of print, are they using? They can print that intricate with that.
Have any of you downloaded this? Tried it?
We can.
Yeah, exactly. I barely had a chance to mess with the version provided. And there's some real treats in there. So we had started fairly lengthy, and
so you just have to manually change make sure that they're in the same position.
a lot of these things that we were able to get here, people have specifically been
Basically syncing, since they're on a belt, they're synced together, they can't make out any sync.
So we arrived here yesterday, we're taking it to the car, that one there, the far limit switch.
so if you go to
The cam follower went, and someone.
there are a couple of things
For the second year in a row.
It's 5 hours here and back.
What?
So in the past,
it had all the spare parts, the extension for the motors, everything that we need.
So we made a plugin that suppresses heat. And so now you can have this feature vacuum material, which is pretty handy. And some things like getting the print process calculations back in there anyway.
I didn't know if they like.
I'm going to go through and show you something. I have a feeling that a lot of folks in this community haven't spent much time
Unless like people don't show.
So this is currently
last year all over here was developers and it was conference, and then all over there was sponsors. This place is grown up.
Since last year there were like 4 open tables that were even filled up last year. There weren't that many tables here. Yeah, we were sitting like right where the conference table chairs are back here.
When you open here, you can bring parts in, all the parts.
Basically, the time that the other
This project is actually 2 elements of a dental scan. Kind of hard to hold the microphone well.
Anton wanted to try to drive that.
So forgive me once I get that.
When you touch it, it burns. Okay, you too.
How are the D-Bots? I mean,
You are the that is the guy that designed the rounds.
Oh, really?
D-Bot right there. That's D's phone. So that's his book. That's the book picture's got his original green.
They have a common origin. So one of the things you could do, bring in multiple parts.
I met him. I talked to him. He didn't even say that.
Maybe he's too, what do you want to call it? Modest.
Right.
You heard that. That's definitely him. That's why he was trying to see what we could change on it. He kind of modified this.
You can set parts of various different. But you can also just go through, you have so much of bodies there. You assign different slicing settings. And then you can have everything set forward. And it pops it back in place.
The original creator likes your changes.
We left it pretty minimal. Not too many things.
There seems to be a lot of similar.
So in Jira, you can bring in things, you can place them, scale them, rotate them, that kind of thing. A lot of power and good are all
when you open Pure for the first time, you have to equip friend settings. But most of the folks in this community, I imagine, would want to dive into the hood and try some of the other types of settings you can do. So you can refine various parts of how you're getting. So there are a lot of items here. You can number of them. We have toolkits now. I want to show you guys
And the reason we're helping her is because she's basically
making printers.
Pretty much.
She's got the delta.
So
What do you call this?
there was a section when we kind of rebased the two frames that we might not be making this a tool that's useful for other RepRap but actually it's more a matter of we didn't necessarily build the machine about here. But it's been possible to modify and adjust these things. And so right now I want to show you the latest list of ones that you can dial up. And it's possible to make your own.
They gave us
So I made a you can also go here and build a custom FDM printer. And this handy for style.
And they gave us some other random.
So, are you guys aware? Have anybody used the tool to put their own? So, the tool that I put
I bought everything I needed that I could. And so that's all they did. And then I started,
the interface wasn't so so we're making efforts to make it clear that you can print this to anyone. And I want to show you guys a couple of things. Where these files are, to do with the machine and material that they use. Because there's interesting information. So I'm in a Mac right here, and but for Mac or PC, either one, you can go into the program files and kind of root around in there with resources. And find a destination folder. And so what we have is this whole folder full of safe files, and the structure of how we assemble them, particularly for our models, there are ways that our models are all much more related to each other than necessarily another passing. Cars are by definition designed that way. So there's a kind of inheritance cascade, and it starts with this FDM printer. This is the kind of overview of all the FDM profiles in here. You can go through this thing, even though you're thinking, okay, why am I reading this build? You can start to track things that are all throughout. There's possible things that you can adjust in various ways.
This is my next step.
And also, 100%
this is probably the most expensive.
Do a quick scan here to see what is the some of the classic scenarios and settings. So for the probably about $100. To show you that the cascade is inheritance. So if you go to Ultimaker 2, you go to Ultimaker, and it's inheriting.
The problem where the extruder temp wasn't being read.
Where?
At any point in time.
I've only had experience with this.
Okay.
Not cool.
Okay. Her extruder 0 is red, her extruder 1 is not. In terms of temp. Actually, no, I shouldn't say that. It does not heat up.
Which one? The other
Extruder two. The second.
It may not. The code may not include that line to tell it how to get to that point, because I don't have. It might be silted out if it was in mine.
Okay.
So there might be a there might be an out because we didn't need it.
By doing the adjustment in one of the earlier settings that is, earlier in the ancestry. But it also means that by the time you get to the final model, the actual things that are here that I mean, it's a finite list, and they all can be customized. You can customize the stuff. You can also do things like this right here. Platform text. You can go in and modify the resources and really personalize your earlier this change. Well, let's see. One of the big ways that it plans for tool avoidance when it's slicing is you end up sort of shaping out roughly the shape of the tool head. If you're making a custom tool head, you're dropping a custom tool head into an off-the-shelf machine. You're glorious much more to do at making glorious and what to do like spot on pure profile. You can take that base unit, you can take the extruder you're using and configure that in there. You make modifications and change how the actual cooling is, and so maybe make your tool head a little tighter and smaller footprint, then you can actually expand the territory if you really want to. All these things are available for the material. And here's the bunch of extruders and how they're shaped and they're all set. Particularly essential if you're shooting your own dual extrusion, like you printed a dual extrusion more material just in this data that we didn't have before. And it's great reaction from the whole spot. They're like 200 material profiles in here.
Is it on?
I now know how to run a dual extruder.
Was it tilted out or any now?
No, I had to add on. So the line of code walks. It's
a line of what?
It's a line of code. This might get super cool.
She's about, after all day of being here, she's about 2 hours ahead of us. She's only about 2 hours of work ahead of us, besides the fact that it looks like ours is far along hers. Other than the hot bed, which we don't have put together at all, her wiring is just about to the point where, I mean, her setup is just about to the point where I've already got ours too. Wiring is all morning, it's all day. So, she's doing pretty good. I mean, yeah, hers is already built, so all she's been doing is working on she plugged all of her wires in, and then she's trying to get the configuration set up. So, I already configured ours before we got here. I think she's 9'9", right? Yes, sir. She about 21-ish. She's not too much younger than Anton, I can tell. Because they were like, they were talking about school and stuff. It's kind of cool. They're like kindred spirits. It's weird. Where's she going to school?
Wisconsin, University of Platteville. Engineering physics or something like that.
Okay.
She's the only girl in a lot of her classes.
Yeah, that was me. like 30 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, so there's another place
I don't know how I didn't force her into it. We just did Lego League. I was mentoring first level out of state before. She was only like 3 or 4 years old. And I guess she just kind of grew into it. Really? She wants to work for SpaceX.
Great, huge engineer family.
They go to Mars. I'm like, good idea. Can I do that? Give me a job there. That's great. You don't see it. I work in the EE. We have a couple of women engineers. They're awesome. Absolutely. Switch to more because they're actually better than most of the guys because they're more detail oriented. When you're trying to build a good team, you want both. So we got a 3D printer So she was going to buy a pizza backlog. I could make my own. I'm like, oh God, here I am going to be helping her all the time. And she found this DreD-Bot design. We printed all the green parts on our printer. And now she's going to have her own. Although I don't think it's going to fit here.
Oh, I was really concerned.
There's a 3D printing club that has their own lab. I think that's what she's going to take it and put it there.
Yeah, I got another friend who's down at St. Louis University, and he's got a 3D printer, and it's not nearly as big as
right.
Quite a bit smaller.
So that's the right size for that. Or an Orion maybe, even those take up a lot of space. They're more vertical than they are.
And it's been a long time.
These guys have been great. You know them?
My brother and my
So
son.
you can save that, those encapsulated project files.
Yeah, that's right.
That will save a whole realm.
We're an engineering family by trade.
And
Well, that's great. See, I come from farming, farmer stuff.
Kids too, so yeah.
And my dad said, you're not going to be a farmer, so go out and get an education.
Yeah. So what's your background?
And so one of the things, so it has
Which background? All the way back to farming?
So
Or?
you said you're a GE, are you an engineer at GE then?
So, I went to college to go be pre-med originally, and I changed my mind after going to MRRF, and I decided to go into chemistry because that was the class I really liked.
it can be
I
useful
went to
place
chemistry
to start.
and
Take that
particularly
snapshot,
magnetic resonance spectroscopy.
slice something,
And
we'll start there next time.
upstate New York, Texas to upstate New York. That was kind of a culture shock. I've never actually seen trees change colors in the fall. I actually never saw snow until I was 17 years old. I took a trip, a Christmas trip. So now, even today, I'm out there with my snowblower. It's great. Isn't this great? My neighbors are all cussing. I can't wait. I hate the snow. I love the snow. It's great. So I've been working with GE. I just had my 17th anniversary this year. But my wife, she also has a degree. She makes more money than I do, and if she gets that big job to run a lab, well, she's actually going to be interviewing in Chicago coming up.
Anybody wants to see some of the
I don't know what I'm going to do. Move it out here. Although I will tell you, after being at this event, there's opportunity in 3D printing.
There definitely is.
I mean, even for people my age, this is only going to grow. This is not a fad. This is not one of these things that's going to.
This is going to become the professional future of industry.
It will be, yeah. And these youngsters that are here at this whole event, they're going to be the leaders of that in the next 15 years.
All right, well,
because they were there at the ground level. That's what I love about it. All these kids here. They had a build for these two builds in the other building, and somebody sponsored a group of kids. There were 5 boys who were 8 years old. And they're building a 3D printer over there. That was pretty cool.
Well, I exposed my 5-year-old to this. She's excited about it.
Absolutely. They have over by the door, Protopasta. They have a
And I want to share a
couple
couple of
so the kids can like push the button and it
This
screws
is
and
something
they
I
can
was
make their own
starting
things.
in that we were just talking about.
I saw those, yeah.
I think it's important to,
future of our
if you're going to take the time to print something, try to think specifically about what you might learn.
Struggle to put this T-nut in for like 5 minutes now.
You know
I think
what?
it's a bad T-nut.
I took a piece of filament and I glued a little magnet to the end of it, one of those little bitty neodymium magnets, and you can kind of put it where you want.
All of this.
No, it's just a bad T-nut all the time.
Oh, was it going in wrong size?
Habits.
It like must be cross-threaded or something. You got like put in there sideways and then cross-thread.
And then you gotta throw it away.
Because now it went in like 3 seconds there and I'm done. That was wasted 5 minutes.
Is planning so that the future you comes back and looks at the pieces that you have left there.
This is the H bar, yes.
That's
What are you gonna do with this printer now?
Because you're snoozing over there.
In an emergency situation.
When you guys finish this printer, what are you doing with it?
I don't know. Probably selling it on eBay.
Next print. But also,
it's gonna be his printer. Even though, you know,
I've been trying.
he didn't earn it yet.
He did. Messing around this one setting.
Drive last night should have earned
Just by itself.
It's not working out. It's not working out. What have I been doing? Oh, okay, I tried this way, and this way, and this way. So, do yourself a favor and come up with a simple file management scheme.
Yeah, he did robotics when he was younger.
I recommend you this. This is also for making new profiles.
It's a great experience.
And save it. And then when you want to hack on it some more, duplicate it, timestamp it, and hack on it. Instead of continuing to go back to the same line, fussing, because you're going to kind of break that.
Someone on Amazon, and I bought her.
It's nice to have that snapshot. And
the next week,
you use that tool like Kira, it will actually
once they have here, don't
jump a lot of
well, they
information
got really bad tips. Okay.
What's the kind of request you get from
Into
You don't get those. You would think she's asking for money or something.
Come on, Dad, I need a new purse.
so you can, you go back, you don't have the file that you ran.
I started printing the slides for her ahead of time. I can tell it's memory of what start putting it together. So I helped her cut the header extrusion and layout.
This profile. And you are there, without taking a moment to sit there and log this information. You have a lot more information that help you reconstruct what you did.
A 4-hour drive
But if you're able to do
3-hour drive
some sort of logging, some sort of last 21 that really helps as well.
No later than lunchtime.
My advice is to pick the absolute simplest expedient because anything complicated, you won't do it. And the suggestion I mentioned a second ago, when you're done printing, snap a photo, code the folder with the codes. Even if you don't think you're going to
What kind of plastic did you use for those pieces? The red?
So you start doing other things and kind of messing.
So did we
customize.
Did you print them on this one?
Go through.
Same thing we did. We printed it on our
Yes, I think what you commented, this is basically the identical setup.
I know, yeah. An adult and a 20-something-year-old child. A lot of similarities there.
Start to figure out what you want, and over time, in addition to printing the things you want to print, get around to the task.
So,
making a couple things.
If you get some like 300 grit wet dry, and you sand down the edge here, you can bevel it so it's like a knife edge, and it slides right under the part. Real nice. It takes that little. You can, but all you need it really is on the tip because it's a square edge right now. That was a little trick I learned from some guy on the forum.
You want to do.
We use ABS goo,
with just a couple of.
And when they're done, you can usually walk up to them and go like this, pretty easily, before they cool even.
So at the hardware store, you know where they have PVC cement? They have a PVC cleaner. And basically it's the same cyclohexanone and acetone, basically those two things. So I took I made a 0.2% acetone by weight of ABS, and just bought a can of it, threw it in there, because when you unscrew it, it's got a brush on the end. So you just brush it right on, and then close the can right back up again. The only problem is if you get some of it on the lid, the can, it kind of
Can't get it apart ever.
Well, I end up using a pair of can locks, but that's the only thing to break it loose.
You can tell I had to do that with this.
Yeah, it keeps gluing itself shut.
That's amazing, Jar. The seal inside of it is now crunchy.
Look, because the acetone.
It crunched and then it like reseals itself after
Every
a while.
time.
Yeah.
You have trouble getting this part off?
Yeah, I have a humongous like channel to get it off if I need to. I had to do that before we came. I had to unscrew it with that.
What are the effects? Oh gosh, and one of the things that was fun that we added, I didn't even do it.
It fits.
Yeah. Don't sound so surprised.
It's a very tight fit now with the lights.
We added a new decode mirror.
It's just extrusion. We had it cut. But if we were to make a kit of something, this is about all we could do would be to not sell the extrusion, but to sell the kit cut. Because you can't compete
Okay.
You can't compete against these guys or anything or that kind of stuff. But you can sell it as a cut.
There's a couple different ways to visualize what the results is going to be now. This just came out, so I've been playing around with it. But take a look at, you can change what things that you're tracking and look at. It makes viewing G-code so much more useful. If you want, I don't know why you would just want this, but you can take a look at all the battles and get a sense of the overall movement ahead of your machine. That's kind of good, especially if you're 2Ding and building it. I can imagine that this kind of tool will be really helpful for folks if you're optimizing something that's not up in really. And interest time, I'm going to get through there's a couple of things. So I encourage you guys, regardless of hardware you're using, to go to the Ultimaker community forums and share your PNAT 2.5 beta if you play around with it. We have an open discussion there. It's going to be very lively, and it'd be great to hear from all of you folks. Also, the Cura super users and some of the devs can be reached on IRC DreD-Bot in the Cura and Cura dev panel. So if you have developer level questions, or you can try to integrate something,
the power supply
that's a good place to go.
there is like
If you're wanting to point out a bug or feature request, go to GitHub and you can see.
Live stream's still good. We've had uninterrupted high bandwidth live stream for the last year.
And we have an issue tracker, which is a great place to send feedback. Bugs are always helpful.
They're the triangles that go on
And
the
one
outside.
thing about features is that typically,
why do I have wheels here and wheels here?
whenever the active version
one half is wheels.
is probably already feature
One is
logged,
wheels and wheels.
when you start seeing certain things that they're working on it. So any features that
this is probably the wheels that go with the.
you consider all the things that are going to context will be look for like the next version. But bug fixes potentially can be pulled into this version. If you're capable of committing a bug fix and send a pull request. They're very eager to help. There's a lot of things to do. And I talked to the dev team about this. They were strongly suggesting that people who have features that they really want to get up and use immediately, and they've been frustrated because they feel like Cura would be great, they only have this. And again, form Cura and do a whole version and maintain that. And that's one route that's really great. You can also make a plugin, and a plugin is a lot more portable. You can build into your iPhone and be able to share that functionality, taking full advantage of all the elements that you take care of. You can share that with people. You can use it. It does not have to go to
pull request system. It's code you can drop in, and some of those items, you know, the folder full of plugins that have incorporated into official like Jura releases gets longer and longer. There's so many uses there. And I have these two examples, and I'll be glad to direct people to them that are really good, like places to start if you want to build a Jura plugin to do some utility you have. And I just want to make one quick plug for Construct 3D conference at Duke, May 5th through 7th. This is an educator conference that Ultimaker is one of the co-founders, and there are a lot of it's a vendor agnostic desktop 3D training educators conference that is serving educators in K-12, higher ed, and informal ed, all in the same place. And we've got some great speakers like Skylar Tibbetts, Dale Dougherty, I'm sure many of you have seen, and MRRF and our hardcore K-12. They're really saying excellent things with language vision. So if any of you are punching into vision, take a look at it. It's shaping to be a really great.
One went this way, one went this way. Got it.
Well, there's this weird.
Ours is a triangle.
Yeah,
really precise for typing. I say I want to open up those triangles, but I think
they're fine. They were fine last time.
They were tight. That's okay.
There are about like 230 educators signed up. Excellent. Thank you guys very much.
Plastic spacer.
So the music we keep hearing, there's a guy over there with a 3D printed guitar.
Dude, I saw a girl earlier. Like, I need that thing just for some reason. I want to actually play the music last time.
What is that?
The drill and that red thing.
The drill is over the bits?
Her thingy moving any better now?
I mean, it works, but I don't know how to make the dual extrusion work because I have no experience on dual extrusion.
But you got it to at least heat up.
The first one heats up fine.
When you added the code for the second one, did it then heat up or no?
It faults out on the second one, but the first one's
Yeah, you guys are I'm just going to do them all. That one tight and then I'll
they're all, these ones are fine.
For some reason I almost did. Maybe it's just the one. I'll leave it here in case we need it.
What?
I said I will leave that here in case we need it.
Why don't you just come and like move back to Ohio on precision?
Okay, what now?
What?
Like, now it goes onto the thingy and then a spacer and then a nut?
Yeah. That's the way you had it together, so I like put it together. must have shoes. I think Veronica's bored now. What? Yes, it is. It's all skew.
Hello, peoples. All right, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to have my buddy Joel Telling, otherwise known as 3D Printing Nerd, here join me for this talk. 3D printing is not a fad. I have no, sit down, man. We're chilling. Let me pull this water out of my pocket so I can sit down. And so for those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Jerry, aka Barnacles, YouTuber, tech, 3D printing, ADHD in general. And my boy Joel, I'll let him tell you all about himself right now.
Hey guys, I'm Joel. I'm known as the 3D Printing Nerd on the YouTube.
You'll have to come back and get us.
3D printing,
Do you want to do that?
tricks, reviews, and sometimes I like to collaborate with guys like Jerry.
Or Mom can take you there when she
And you have a very sexy radio voice. I'm sorry, but my voice is actually kind of giving out on me right now. I apologize for that. What I wanted to talk about this evening, and it's kind of a funny topic because obviously most of you in this room don't believe this is a fad. I'd have to, we get a show of hands. Does anybody think 3D printing is just a fad, a hobby, something that's just kind of silly? Right? Good, good. We can go home and just drop the mic and we're done. Well, as a YouTuber, that's probably one of the most common questions that I get in email is, why should I buy a 3D printer? All I see people doing is printing trinkets on these things. Yeah, I know there's probably a lot of wives and girlfriends in the room right now. They're just like, yeah. So I get a lot of people that say, oh, all you can do is just download like little action figures and print. You can't do anything useful with a 3D printer, right? And have you got any of this from your audience? People going, other than like just print like little trinkets, Pokemons and stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I get comments all the time of, this guy is just printing stupid things. There's no use for 3D printing. I can't believe he has thousands of dollars in 3D printers and all he's printing is stupid Pikachus, right? I get that all the time, and it gets tiring having to explain to people, no, I'm not just doing that. And no, these thousands of dollars of hardware aren't just for this. But what do you tell people when they ask that?
Tell them they're stupid. No, I don't put it that. I'm not that blunt of a person most of the time, but I'm about 2 Red Bulls deep right now and sleep deprived. But first of all, I would like to put one thing to rest. There is no such thing as a stupid Pikachu, okay? I think it's fair to say that. If you think Pikachu is stupid, then I don't know what the hell you're doing here. I'm just saying. But what I tell these people is they're just looking at what people do when they first get a 3D printer. So we all know the first thing you do when you get a 3D printer, you fire it up, you get like the little STL file that comes with it, or you go to Thingiverse and oh my god, I can print out a Pokeball. That's what I do. And you print it out and you think it's cool. But what a lot of them don't realize, as you have a 3D printer, the evolution, and a lot of you in the room that have had 3D printers for a long time can probably relate to this, you eventually hit that point where you're like, I'm going to create something useful. I'm going to fix a knob on my stove. I'm going to go and engineer some better solution to put my monitors together. I'm going to make a mount for my LEDs under my desk. You start building useful things. And you start to see an evolution of that. And a lot of people don't see that when they're going into it. It becomes kind of a detractor. They look at it like, I don't want a 3D printer because why am I spending thousands of dollars? And that's actually the first problem. Does 3D printing cost thousands of dollars, Nigel?
No, absolutely not. There are tons of YouTubers now that are showcasing printers under $300 that can achieve very, very good and usable results.
That's absolutely true. But are there still printers that are thousands of dollars?
Oh, sure, I have a few.
Oh, I do too. God, I love sponsors. But the fact is, all 3D printers of all price ranges, you can actually do a lot of useful stuff. One of the biggest things that really surprised me, and I haven't, they might even be here, is Enable in the room anywhere here? Has anybody seen the Enable hands? So, okay. So the Enable hands are actually a demonstration of one of the coolest things that I've ever seen desktop 3D printers do. And that is the ability to create a hand for somebody who's disabled and has lost their fingers. And the ability to create a hand that's functional and can actually grip. And they work fantastic, and they've evolved the design over time to become better and better and better. But at the end of the day, it costs $15 to $20 in filament to create one of these hands. They did a side-by-side test versus a robotic available hand on the market that I believe was $30,000 to $50,000 for the prosthetic. All right, let me ask you a question. How many people here have kids? All right, how many people have kids that have a disability or dexterity issues in their hand? Okay, so dexterity issues and things like that. Well, having them be able to go outside and play in dirt, for instance, would you let them do that with a $50,000 prosthetic that insurance isn't going to cover half of? No. Are you going to let them go outside and play in the dirt? If it breaks, you just go in and hit the button on your 3D printer and you pop out another figure and you're good. That's where I think the strength of 3D printing really comes from, is to ability to create something cheaply. And actually, a buddy of mine, Stephen Hawes, you guys probably may not know who he is, but I met him at World Maker Fair. Really brilliant guy. He actually designed an electric hand that used servos, and it ran off of muscle monitor, like little, I don't even know what you call them, like sensors on his arm. And he could use this muscle and this muscle to actually operate the thumb and fingers independently and the pressure on there. So he could have a hand that actually could pick up things very delicately and operate. The total cost of it, $200, all electronics, including the lithium battery pack and sensors, everything. The prosthetic that can do the same thing is $80,000. So I'm pretty sure that the prosthetic companies are mad that 3D printers exist, but I think that's a lot of the stuff that people are not seeing. There's a lot of people that aren't here today that are normal people, that are nerds like Joel and I and all of you guys. They really don't see how useful 3D printing is and what they can actually do. Do you think that's fair assessment?
Yes, I do. And part of our charge as people who are passionate about 3D printing is then to educate people and to further the cause of 3D printing and to showcase to them how valuable the tool is, especially for the e-nabled hands. For people that say it's just trinkets that are being printed, like you were mentioning, it's an introductory thing. It could be.
I would say conservatively, I get 10 to 30 emails a month. Even today, after people have watched me 3D print several things, I granted I do 3D print a lot of trinkety things. But who doesn't like trinkets? Anyways, I digress. I'm just saying that I do get this question a lot. People are like, why are you buying 3D printers? These are dumb. Why aren't you spending your money on stuff that like furthers humanity or things like that? And what I don't understand, it does further humanity and make trinkets.
Absolutely. People don't realize that everybody is going to get into 3D printing for one reason or another. And if it happens to be the trinkets or the 3D shoes that everybody's printing, or the baby Groots or the hairy lions or the pangolins or whatever the print I want is, if that introduces someone into this technology and then they happen to be the ones that take the next breakthrough in it, trinkets will power this moving forward. And you don't want to remove, why would you ever make fun of or remove a way for someone to get interested in a technology? It just doesn't make any sense. And I don't think people realize that deep down. They see these trinkets as a waste of plastic rather than an educational platform. They see these trinkets as a way of making problems rather than people learning how to create solutions for problems that don't even yet exist. And when you talk about it like that, it seems easy, right? Most people, when you talk to them about it in that way, they start to think differently. You may even get them on your side. You may get them as advocates in this, and then their charge as advocates in this technology will be to further the cause and talk to more people. And like you said, the e-nabled hands, it's great because once you talk to these people that may not be on board, and you tell them about the Pikachus or the gateway into this technology, then you can bring up useful things like e-nabled hands, low-cost prosthetics for children in third world countries and developing nations where they can't even afford high-priced medical devices. And you talk about fixing things around the house, and you talk about being able to use this as a platform for verifying learning CAD programming. And it starts to become a really easy path of explanation, saying, this is really cool, and here's why, and you'll start to get more people on board. I mean, telling people here 3D printing is cool is easy because everybody's here because 3D printing is cool. Everybody? Most everybody raise their hand. That's really good. That's really cool. So, in real life, do you get asked, is 3D printing okay, or should I get a printer, or what's the use of printing? I know you get emails, but do you witness any of this in real life?
Absolutely. I would say almost as frequently as I get the emails. A lot of people say, oh, I watched you for your 3D printing videos. And this is the ironic thing that kind of shocks me is a lot of you guys have come up to me today and said, I bought a 3D printer because of you. And then I kind of like look away a little bit like, oh man, I really hope you had a good experience. I really hope you didn't have like any problems and you painted it on me. That's my natural reaction. But then after I let that cover and I can't find an exit in the room, I face you and I say that's cool. But then I get the people who come to me and say, I really enjoy watching your 3D printing videos, but I don't know what 3D printing to get. It looks really difficult. And it's kind of intimidating sometimes when you look at it, because you're like, okay, it doesn't quite look like an inkjet printer where you're just like, print this and it pops out. But it wasn't like that in the beginning. We all know that. Like going back to the plywood, like the Ultimakers, first generation CNCs, even there's a teething pain that lies in the hardware and the software and mating the two technologies together. And which leads me actually to another topic I want to talk about too, is how much software drives this. This is a hugely software-driven product. If you look at the 3D printer,
electronic-sized Philips screwdriver that I can borrow for like 30 seconds.
3D axes. It's Delta. You still have 3 motors moving through things.
Just like that.
But at the end of the day, it's a motor moving either forward or backwards. Based on some mathematical code that's in there. But then you have a community that's supporting the software.
They're older than I am.
Familiar with like the software that
Rock on. I appreciate it. I'll have it back in just a minute.
Software, right? Or most of the derivative software from it. The improvements to that software can yield faster prints, better prints, without changing the base hardware at all. And we've seen this evolution. I remember when I got my very first printer, it was an old Ultimaker plywood original. It literally looked like it was made in shit. And it looked kind of like, I want to say it kind of looked like a MakerBot cupcake, like the old one, before Bree Pettis got all like, I want all the money and ran off with everybody's intellectual property. But I won't get into that. But that printer it printed okay, but as printing got better, I noticed the firmware on these things started driving improved print quality, because people were like, oh, okay, there's a little bit of slop with the Z-axis. We're just going to do some deceleration to slow that down a little bit, so it's not as aggressive. We're going to change things in the speed and how we extrude things. Are slight minor changes in the temperature and ways that you calibrate it. Now we got auto calibration. How many people here use auto calibration? Before auto calibration, I would say that was the like game changer. In 3D. I'm looking at you, Steve. CNC. Yep, that's right. V3. I'm happy you guys finally implemented it, because auto leveling on a 3D printer, I think, is the biggest deterrent to people that just getting a 3D printing. Like, have you ever noticed that you have family members that bought a 3D printer that call you for tech support? No. You are lucky. Unfortunately, I do have several family members that would bought 3D printers because I told them to. And they're like, I keep printing in like 5 layers and it unsticks and then it sticks to the nozzle and then it consumes the nozzle and then it smolders and it's going to burn my house down. And I'm like, did you put any glue down? Yeah, I put glue down. I put tape down. Yeah, I put tape down. It's not working. Did you level the bed? Her? I mean, one of them, like, you know, God bless my sister, but yeah, it came down. It was like this bar off the bed just shooting spaghetti out of the glass, and somehow she expected it to work. But she was making art. She was making art. No, and we've all had that art. If you got into 3D printing, everybody in this room was making unexpected art, right? We're just gonna call that like the spaghetti ball, as we like to call it. But the software has improved. The auto leveling now is literally a click and print experience. It goes in and figures out the difference. Again, a software game, right? It's not moving the build plate. I mean, there's some of the earlier versions did this. It's not moving the build plate. It's just making minor little changes in where it thinks it's supposed to start, where it's supposed to end. Those are all software things. So if you buy a printer today, don't think it's going to be the same printer that you have today. It's not. It's going to evolve. And the nice thing is, if it runs something like an open source firmware, it's not a closed platform like that, like using the Marlin firmware. You're going to see advances from the community. It's going to build that. You're just automatically going to start seeing these gains and seeing these features. And then you start seeing companies do all kinds of stuff like dual extrusion and exotic things. Like I saw, I can't remember the name. I think it takes 3 different filaments and actually cuts them and puts them together. The palette, it takes 4, where it's like figuring out how to like trim and splice filament and feed it through a Bowden tube perfectly so they align, so they arrive at the tip. And you say, it's magic to me. That's like unicorn and smoke, honestly, how that thing works. But it's flawless, and you start seeing that now. It's like color printing is possible. I've seen some other experiments where people have been injecting dyes from standard inkjet printers into white PLA and creating colored printers. Now we have recycling. How many people here have had somebody say, you are wasting tons of plastic? You are killing Mother Earth with your 3D printer. Now you have people like Philips, DreD-Bot, and other companies that are creating mechanisms for reclaiming that filament
back in usable filament. And I can't remember, there's a couple guys coming in for that market, right?
That's still an emerging market, right? It's more proof of concept for home-based owner recycling, but it's a start. Just like how 3D printing started as a home-based, as a home-based, I don't know. Just like how 3D printing started at the home, people just experimented. So, yeah, I like that. So what I'm saying, part of the reason why...
Is my voice better? Apparently Joel has some fillings that we don't know about. Here, it's okay, I got you. Go ahead, Joel, talk.
Part of the reason that 3D printing succeeded is because it was in their garages, experimenting, actually doing the work to get it off the ground. That's where the home-based filament recycling is. And so it's eventually it'll be where 3D printing is today. And what's great is when it's where 3D printing is today, 3D printing is going to be a lot further along, and we're going to have great printers, great software driving things. So it's just an evolution of the technology.
And another great thing is as more people get 3D printers and it becomes more prevalent, you're going to start having programs with your local recycler and everything like that. It's going to know how to reclaim these materials. And you won't need a fill extruder because your waste management system will have a very giant, very expensive taxpayer picking up the bill fill extruder that then makes your filament that they gladly sell back to you and keep all the money. But anyways, we won't talk about that. You know, we're just talking about, I think that as a group, as a community, we all need to educate people that 3D printers are not just a fad. They're not. They're here to stay. As far as I'm concerned, in the new industrial revolution, could anybody here raise their hand if they agree that 3D printing honestly is going to be the next industrial revolution? It's going to enable people to create things that otherwise would have taken months or years in a matter of days. It would have taken wealthy people millions of dollars. Can now do it for hundreds of dollars. I think that is a big deal. And I think that's the message that as a community we need to share to everybody. We need to literally bait our family members into buying 3D printers so they will stop asking us to print their trinkets. Okay? That's the #1 thing that drives me absolutely nuts. I get so many emails from my family and fans saying, dude, hey, I found this single thing of yours, can you print it for me? I'm like, no, but you can print it yourself. Here's a 3D printer, go buy it.
That's when you reply, no, 3D printing is dead. It's just a fad.
Hey, thanks guys, I really appreciate it.
I don't necessarily disagree, but in that situation only.
FYI. Thank you.
But I think it's safe to say that Joel and I, we are stuck on 3D printing forever. Joel, how many 3D printers do you have at last count?
25.
Okay, that's a little bit more than last time I talked to you there, big boy. I'm not gonna lie, I only have 7 3D printers and I feel woefully inadequate in your presence. But I did give a couple of them away to good cause, so I think that kind of gives me some street cred, right? A little bit hard? Okay, so I did do that. But I would like everybody in this room, honestly, to talk publicly, talk to your friends, talk to your families about additive manufacturing in general, and tell them if they buy a printer, please don't get one that's a lockdown platform that's owned by a company like Stratasys. I'm sorry, Stratasys, if you're in the room, I apologize. Not really. Yeah, I don't think they do their RepRap. But you know, they sneak in sometimes, those little buggers. But I want everybody in here to support the developers that are creating the software, support the people that are creating the hardware, and know that this is a huge community effort. One of the coolest things about this event, and this event was like a last minute thing for me. Thank you, CME for flying me out. And thanks for the free t-shirt. I love it. But one of the things I see in this room is there's a lot of what could be considered competitive companies listed up here. And I haven't seen a single fist fight yet. I haven't seen anybody like throw a printer off a desk. I haven't seen anybody kick anybody in the throat. This has been a really chill event. And everybody, I mean, honestly, I've seen like 4 3D printer manufacturers all behind the same table within throwing distance. Like, and for that, that's what I really love about this community is I don't see any negativity. I don't see anybody pointing the finger at the other guy. Saying it's like, you know, we got Ultimakers sitting here and CNC. I didn't see you guys punch each other, give you bad glares or nothing. It's been a great experience. I've absolutely loved it. Joel. Oh, we got a hug back there. Oh, see, this is a loving community. So Joel, is there any final thoughts that you would like to share before we tell all these people about our YouTube channel and require them to subscribe to us so that we get all the ad revenue? Do not think about running ad block. But if you do, I won't be too mad.
Part of the reason why I'm on YouTube doing 3D printing, I was inspired by Jerry, I was inspired by Tom. It really struck a chord with me, and I loved it. And I'm able to, using my audience and my reach, to hopefully educate and advocate and just get more people into 3D printing, get more questions from people who have questions about it, who want to get into 3D printing. I think that if you ever have someone who has questions about it and you don't know the answer, don't hesitate to reach out to Jerry or to myself or to the community, because that's what it is. We're a 3D printing community. We're here to uplift the technology, and we're here to advocate for it. So never be afraid to reach out.
Four in there?
Yeah.
And then these are just like the ones over there?
Yeah.
How did they get over here with this?
Some would say it's unhealthy, psychiatry
This is how they got over here.
but it's okay, it's your benefit. So
sitting
here. I would like to wrap up by saying everybody, stick with your 3D printing companies, back them up, support them, support the software. Do we have any software developers in the room? See, actually, that's great. That's great. I come from a software development background myself. Those of you who don't know, I spent 15 years at Microsoft as a senior software developer on the Windows project and helped ship code in every version of Windows, from Windows XP all the way up through Windows, well, I don't want to say 2010 because you all
It's not stupid if it's proven
let's just say
bad.
2008 plus.
Did I get caught?
Okay? let's just leave it there so I don't get barbecued by that one. It does, doesn't it? It really does. But don't blame me. Do not blame me for Windows 10, please. I would really appreciate that. But if you're a software developer, get involved in the open source projects. Improve the firmwares for these 3D printers. Don't be afraid to share your ideas, experiment, and force us to throw away all of our good 3D printer filament if you made a bad mistake. Because in the end, you're going to make a better product. You're going to support everybody. And we love you all. Isn't that right, Joe?
Always. Nothing but love.
And I would like to take the moment to remind everybody, all of the sponsors and everything that are hanging out, stick around. There's some stuff going on afterwards. Everybody else, tacos. There's tacos. There's tacos somewhere. I have on good authority. There's tacos.
There you go.
The AG building. Okay, guys, do not go to the Chinese buffet. Hopefully 100 of you didn't like poke out early. Go, man, I'll get that buffet early. But yeah, tacos, AG building, everybody break. I hope you enjoyed the talk. Everybody, it's been a pleasure being at this event. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing me really cool technology that honestly I haven't even seen.
There's so much cool stuff here. That's why it's 2 days, so you can hopefully see the rest of it tomorrow.
Yeah, if I wake up. All right, take it easy, guys. And hold on. And make sure you follow this guy at 3D Printing Nerd. He's got the coolest URL ever.
3D.pn, get to me, or you can just search 3D printing on YouTube on the first hit.
Can't believe you got 3D.pn. For me, you got to type a couple extra letters. Barn Nerd, like where I was raised, nerd.com. All right, take it easy, guys.
Are you going home?
Go get some tacos.
No. I want this to run.
It'll run.
No, it won't. Not unless I'm home.
It'll run better if you have food for your brain.
Yeah, it is. So what, did we crush that other one or something?
I don't know that it was actually ruined. It just maybe
That one's good now.
The other one.
Oh my god! It's resist? It's futile.
Did you have problems with it before?
Well, just on the lights got. I had to space it out before. I spaced it out before by pulling the lens out.
Okay, I need more water.
When I did that, I got two lights. So what we did was precision spacing between here and here. We had a bunch of precision spacing.
What are precision spacers?
Spacers that are precision.
Precision is machine thickness.
They're precision, but only when Eric can say precision.
Paula's upset. She's like, I should stay home.
Why doesn't she come over?
Because the kids are all sleeping or dead or something.
Veronica's upset because I'm not paying attention to her.
They know what they're doing. Well, they don't. Paula was supposed to come here, but the kids have been sleeping. Ava's been sleeping on Paula since like 4.
You mean, the strip's part of the kit? They're not. Yeah.
It's part of the equation. It's like an Amazon thing. That's not very expensive.
It was like $10.
$16 maybe. It's not a lot.
This needs power. This space.
I got the technique.
So I think I'm going to take off.
Hey.
Have fun.
Very, very cool.
Why didn't you stay longer? Why didn't you leave early?
I couldn't get to go to the dentist.
Why? Does he have
He's got some sort of weird thing going on with one of his molars.
Is he gay?
I think that's what it is.
That's what happens, I hear.
That's what happens to your molar when you're special like that.
Yes, I'm just checking them all.
Did you? Are those the things that you made over here?
Yes.
Awesome.
So you should buy positions so you can see what we can really do. What?
Did you read over that stuff he sent you?
Yeah, and they go, this sounds like somebody was like just spewing out a bunch of stuff, and then you personalized a couple things in there I saw. It looked like you had carbon copied it off of like some website. You didn't write all that by hand?
I didn't carbon copy off of any website. I just did a brain download.
It sounded ultra generic until like certain areas that were...
It's just like stuff to consider, you know?
Like the ability to know what they've actually owned there, I have no idea. There's no way to know what they actually own there because they don't even know. They don't even know.
But it's kind of stuff you got to try to explore. I know some of it you probably would never get an answer to.
And the material is so dynamic as far as what's there that Ken basically just orders it for each job. So if he quotes it wrong, then he's got the wrong material or doesn't have any material.
Yeah.
This to actually run well. Intelligent people.
I'm taking a deal with
So do we need precision spacer in the other part?
I'm trying to do the right thing. Got it.
So did you see that stuff over there where they're putting the two colors together? That's pretty cool.
That's what the guy was just talking about, where they're blending like 3 colors.
I don't know. There's stuff in the corner where they've got the water. They've got a printer that prints in water.
And it was printing like that.
I got like Caesar guns and find stuff. Oh, really?
It's printing black white.
Yeah. It's this company. They sell these, I think.
That's right.
Ultimaker 3s. Yeah, Ultimaker.
Oh yeah. You know.
How did you get these on last
Yeah.
Hey guys. It's blurry.
How is it blurry? It's just as bad.
They have a show on Saturday.
how long is it? It's like 10 rounds. Is that connected?
Yeah. Yeah, the opening episode.
I didn't see it. Cool show. It seemed cool. These are just like people doing it in the garage for fun, but it's not like they did some like real
They produce professional level.
Yeah, I got some coffee too. It's a highly acclaimed No,
Dude, there's nothing but staying like around Rome.
Where do you want to go?
Italy.
Sure, let's
Rome, that's one of the places got the food. You want to go there? It's free. Where? Over there.
It's not.
It just got here. The person that was announcing the stuff is announcing it.
We're almost done.
You have to wire it already.
No, I don't. I have to wire it when it's done.
Stop outside.
Plug it in.
Is that okay?
And cut it and crimp ends on the end of it, and we can have it actually operate. So, you should stay for that.
Yeah, that's going to be at least another hour, though.
Yeah, we're going to be here all day next week. Why? Do you serve at church tomorrow? Why do you serve at church tomorrow? What you should do is join our church. We have a church.
Because that makes sense.
No, we have a church.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's more of a cult. It's the cult of a month. No, seriously.
So you printed the square one.
No, those are for the characters. Those are for the things that they and then runs back and forth. That makes the this makes the
Goes to the end to get yours in. It's not
Good? Hey, Joel, 3D printing, they're here at Park. Come up here with Chris, you seem to have quite a
Oh yeah. Once I got this 3D printer, man, like I can print these like items that me and my wife are big Xbox players. So I have this stuff here to print Destiny.
I have assembled it in exactly the same way the top ones are assembled.
Take these iconic items that are digital.
That's what I had to do.
I find that
Isn't this thing sick? Would you want to stay? Would you ever like consider working on an R&D project like this?
I think it's awesome.
But would you want to work on it? I wanted to do more on it, but Dan had me working 40 to 50 hours. I wanted to configure the entire duet. I wanted to do.
But you at least learn how to do most of it.
I've known how to do a lot of it. I've
No, but I'm saying you actually got to experience that.
Without H. Without H.
There's not much to it. This way it kind of gives it fun.
What kindred spirit? What? What?
Well, today I go to Veronica, I go, aren't you worried about it?
Why?
Because you were like talking about stuff that she doesn't talk about. Like computers, C++.
She knows that.
She goes, that's what makes it interesting. I wonder if it doesn't anger her a little bit.
This one,
She doesn't like, she's not into this stuff. That's okay.
I don't know, just.
I cannot believe this works this way. We're supposed to be running 3 wheels in each one of these, but we're running 2. Essentially, we've redesigned the entire Z-axis.
This is storm.
No, she's using 4 wheels. 2 on each side. We're using 2 wheels on each. Huh?
I would say Thor.
Yeah.
But since I'm married, this is my wife's one. Yes, so apparently it's mine. Which one is this? This is the Mida scale rifle. So whenever I'm in the game, wrestling her, she's killing me, this is what she's going for. Yeah, I just think it's cool. I had some lights to it, you know. I'm finding like some tips or tricks. Maybe if not just probably airbrush it, kind of give it more of a realistic. Airbrushing, adding in like
You said that I had to beat Well, in that case, I don't want your phone. I have to beat you. That was the deal. I had to beat you. I'm already beating Dad by like the country. Yeah. By .01.
I beat my master's degree. I had a 3.9 from there. That's what
I know what's wrong. You're using the space You're using the space
Alright, guys.
Have fun. Are you going to watch your live stream?
Yeah, I will, but text me when you get
So how did you get into
Feel how low mass this is.
3 years ago.
Oh wow, that's light, dude.
This whole, there's a motor on
That is
it.
a lot lighter than I could imagine.
This is a motor on it. Wow. So it's not going to go on even though mine went on perfectly fine. It doesn't make any sense.
This one did not go on before last time either, and I did like beat it for like an hour and get it started.
That sounds like an average Saturday night for you.
Oh, I got it. She didn't.
Yeah, I know she got it.
Have fun starting the gas.
Bye, Mom. See you in like maybe 4 weeks or 20 minutes.
Both Sean and I volunteer.
I got my other finger in there. I got my other finger in there. My anti-finger. Oh my god, it's not like sliding freely anymore. I mean, it's like 20 fingers.
It's smooth enough for it. Oh my God.
She has cats.
I'm going to destroy Nugget.
Is it Veronica? Did Veronica give it to you? She sends you cats? Is it like a disease? How did you find this out? Is it like crap? I think it's a disease. Is it like crap? How many she got? Veronica's got 6. She's got a billion. She goes all the way to the wall. Did you name them or they came out? It'd be funny if a dog or Buffy.
You guys want a bench seat?
Literally. So now,
See you guys. Oh yeah, you want to take that thing?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They look good.
Yeah, because it's not holding everything up.
Because why am I using it like
oh, yeah. How bad is it?
Are they putting a benching on that part?
No, because traction
Solid section.
okay.
Do you make it? Yeah, it's crazy. Like 3 or 4 people. I just made that joke with her. I was like, I thought about keeping it using the DNA to see his role. I was a little weird to talk. It's like, I didn't know whether or not to look at him or look at the camera. Like he knows me, like he tweeted I've been sad about what I do. YouTube famous? You're probably in the
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I was ready. So,
Part of the front, you need the two thingies.
The spindles? I have not.
Where's the bag? I saw a bag that had these two. They gotta be in the
Is it raining out right now?
Making sure I didn't give it to you when you put all this stuff in here.
Maybe I'll pull this out.
Hey, look. All the other pens. They were in that box. You must have packed them early on. Right?
Most of stuff.
Yeah. Name these up. Put them off the bottom.
Am I American? I suck.
I have some. What's up? I got some here. Yeah, hot glue better. I got hot glue right here. You gotta be careful with my soda. I put hot glue. Takes like 20, 30 minutes worth of hard. Real careful because it gets all over the
I think her dad was into it a lot more than she was.
Why is she doing it?
Because she wants to. You can always buy.
You can't buy a 3D printer that doesn't want to go. That's the thing. could be on the
Where does this go?
It was all written on there. I just picked the other motors up because they were like candy and I didn't really try to get rid of that box. That box is crap.
Wow.
There, it goes out this way and then it goes back through this way. They can pull it all the way through this.
Oh, okay. So I see it. Okay.
Same thing on this side when you get over here. Through it's not metric.
That's also
One of the
It's a nice bright one.
Yeah, because for a while there is that like factor, but then at a certain point you're like, oh, you just give me $700.
I want a red. I can't see this. Just give me a red.
that was my fault. I was like starving to death.
I guess we're coming back.
I told her to text Veronica.
Because, you know,
this was English.
Anybody who has spare printer parts probably has a 200 by 200 bed somewhere.
So is the lens supposed to be on the back?
I had it on this side before because I put it on with the torn out, so I got it right. As far as making it easier, so you get to this, you get to that. Very easy.
Where's the other problem? I had another one. No, it's
That's funny though. This piece of crap. How's that? You piece of crap.
Alright, I'll move it to
What, you don't like it? It's because this is like
Where I said PLA all over my wherever it was slightly clear. Every time you hit with blacklight, I need
Dan does not know. Dan does not know. In sentences.
Would you like to answer you don't want them, but if you want them, I would give them.
I don't want, I'm sure nobody here wants to see things.
Trying to use that aspect.
Right.
It's weird. It's like one of the screws is English. I can hold it as Mexican.
I'm just having trouble sourcing actually steel balls, the counterweights. Take your time. I know that happens. I'll find out coming out. I know the guy. Okay, good. So I can get. I found bearings. Like you know, quick reasons. You want like a quarter ball.
For the last 3.5 hours, Eva was laying on the piece of iron. You get
all the region.
Why are we like really clicking?
It's like, you know when you take the bar.
That might be the
lights.
What?
Lights.
Spherical things before you polish them.
Strobing
Make
out.
bearings. That's what I need. I need those.
We have to kind of point it at it.
Now I see all the fidget.
Give it a second.
I didn't. Now I see all the fidget designs that actually use bearings from counterweights. So now I know you did it.
I've got 608. What's the melody?
Actually, we're looking at this guy over here. It's not even under there. No, it's on the other side of the ocean.
I had some back here of these. I think they were free. Yeah, look at the texture over here.
Just really hard. Go.
Are there the screws for the Tornado and bolts of that in that bag?
It's being gifted to the E3D girls. They were impressed with it. They like the material and the model and the print.
What? I thought the tape was off. I saw the rubber band beads.
I know, that's what I thought. They were like, man, that's really good. How did it? Like a piece of really?
Oh god, that's not a good feeling.
I think our connection is like either dead or dying. Like,
It's possible. Yeah, I'd like overheat it.
That overheated?
Yeah. It does.
But it's still working good here?
Yeah.
How can you tell? I mean, I can tell the video here is working, but can you tell it's still
Go on your phone and look at the live stream.
Where's it feeding here from?
What?
What's it feeding in here?
Firefox.
Just as good. Maybe that's why it's strobing. It was overheating. Alright. I don't care how deep What I started to ask was were the extruder wires, extruder screws in the box and stuff.
No, never.
It would be in here. It looks like there.
What's burning?
What's mine? 11 hours, so it'll be maybe ready in the morning, or maybe not. Yep. So.
That has cool tendency to being called zombies.
I think maybe.
Okay. Belts from. It's all belt.
Okay, well, I don't want to say this way there's nothing to watch.
Now Paula's pissed at me because Eric didn't tell anyone but Paula. She thinks Paula's... What? Okay, fine, don't come in.
I told Paula to get a hold of Veronica because either Veronica has to come get us or you have to come get us because we're here by ourselves. I says Veronica left to do whatever she had to do, and we can't go nowhere until. We need what? We need this. We need before we put this all together. We need to drill the 2 holes in here where this thing goes.
Okay, I don't know either. I don't really know what's going on. It sounds like you are like mad at something, and Paul isn't mad at something, so you're taking it out on everyone. And Paul's taking it out on everyone. No one's communicating with me either. So I thought that we were just staying here. Well, I didn't have a problem with that. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why everyone's mad. I'm confused. Now I'm mad. I don't know why everyone's yelling at me.
At that point, if anyone's got a clear D-Bot,
You're yelling. That's yelling.
also try to ask people tonight on D-Bot.
Okay, I guess that we have to wrap up here then.
Thank you very much.
How are you planning to run the water? What water? Actually, it's hot.
I'm gonna shut you up somehow. It's just a bitter.
I am incredibly, on top of the comments for being this long.
Yeah.
That's not a comment, it's just an insult. God?
Hey, look, there's another drill.
So Veronica's coming to angrily get us, apparently.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Evidently, I informed my wife that we had to wait to get home, and she told Veronica that we needed to be picked up. So,
because it's impossible to order a pizza? I'm so confused. Not for them.
The only thing that was open at like midnight when we went was Taco Bell last night.
Yeah, I said you must be present with build and
Are they homemade tacos?
tacos? Have you not had tacos? Yeah. Go get some tacos.
Who makes them?
Duranganese is a local Mexican. There are thousands of tacos.
Thousands of tacos.
Make them to order.
They're making them to order.
No, seriously. I want tacos.
It would actually be taco salad. This thing being the stop?
Yes, please put that stop on, even though I took it away from you.
Yes, okay. I need screws.
Probably right here.
It's made of aluminum, isn't it? Eric, where are the freaking screws?
I just told you they're right here.
I put them in the bag.
I put all the
With the stuff.
put all the screws right there so they
Do they need a washer?
They might need two washers. Keep them from bouncing off of the packet.
So now Veronica's pissed. Paula's pissed. I'm pissed because I'm confused.
Paula wants to go home. She says I should stay the kids because I need numbers. As in, like, I can't even come out and do it. I said, you have a car. You can read. She could have gone to Kohl's. She wanted to go to Kohl's. I said, go to Kohl's. Why are you staying here? She let the children sleep from like 4 o'clock till now.
Great, so now they'll be up until 1. How much was your thermal probe? How much was that thermal probe? The one that you're using for measuring. God, we're using so many tools that are generation building.
This whole keyboard that we have here, and it looks good too. Okay, so we're covering about
It's raining.
about 45 degrees below the actual temperature.
It's actually not as warm as it thinks.
We had that probably new one.
It's an offset. You can adjust the offsets, so that's what those other characters are.
That one, it's got good ventilation. It's like 10 degrees between the two.
Could it hear the...
I guess we have to put it.
Hear the code to the bottom of this thing if you want to do it.
Eric, should we put the extruder on tomorrow? Because if we're going to have a panic attack, we don't think.
I'm going to drill this. It thinks it's got tools. So is this it?
Stop drilling my equipment. I think I killed my tablet. I did this last time and I had to replace the battery.
I have a... No, I don't have that battery probably. I have a battery.
No, the internal battery. That's what I had.
The Nexus 7 is the same.
It's a Nexus 10.
I have the battery for the 7. Is it different? Probably bigger.
By about 10 amps. That's a 13 amp battery. That's why it lasts for a week. Whoa. What?
Where's the strobing on your screen? It could mean your PWS is on like what you're doing. It's 20. I had it off the track.
I had an 0.4mm extrusion around 150 deal back in the day. That I got most of it done, and I needed to buy a little bit of stuff for the just a couple of pieces. Measurement. And okay. And that's something. I need to
Put some Kapton tape.
helical up out of the but I was hesitating going in.
Kapton tape. Should be up here somewhere.
I've seen it.
This was just strictly whatever I had. So
if you can find it,
this is a custom
she would like to borrow it.
You can't have it.
I watched some videos.
I thought it would put it in the box with all the other electronics.
I might have chucked it in here because it was in the way. But it was last time I checked, it was sitting here.
I think we're good. We're confident about
The first printer I built, it was just like, let's just work out the problem.
I didn't notice earlier that this was an open build.
What's that?
I didn't notice earlier that this was an open build.
It is an open build sponsor table. We're trying to.
It's nice. I've been using it
at the same time. Need as much stuff. So they give us a bunch of stickers that we'll put out tomorrow.
I built enough printers that I now have room for them to watch. So I've got a Delta and this and it's grab one. You sit here and somebody suggested I should take this and see anything that I need. I can grab one.
Just get these little stickers that are there. If you need any stickers out of the open build stickers, you can grab a sticker. We're gonna have them on the table tomorrow. I don't have anything to cut them, but you can take a whole stack of the.
I've shown it as well. Try to follow that or
I was better to Deltas for a while, and I've got a big mini console build, which was my second one. It's so nice going back to part one just when you get the calibration. And like this one, it's like, okay, the motors are running, everything's
I noticed you don't have any tension springs on this else than plastic.
They just have these.
Want some metal ones?
No thanks.
Okay. Good offer.
This has actually got quite a bit of tension on them. They don't breathe. But they're fairly newly printed. We'll see how they hold up.
Well, that's why Cartesians are
Oh,
nice.
here's hoping that works well.
Thanks.
They don't have all these things where how many floating point numbers do you have going on?
So tomorrow, will this table have stuff for sale?
This table doesn't have anything for sale. We're just a live build that we're broadcasting on YouTube right now. So we built this from nothing today. It was sticks when we started.
I'm responsible for making this work.
Everything was prefab, ready to go. It was mostly like a kit. So open build sponsored most of the hardware, the backs, the extrusion, the motors, the brackets, the wheels, power supply, wire,
geometry.
I considered ordering some extrusions.
It's fairly inexpensive, but the best thing I can say for you, if you do, is to have it precisely machined. If you can get a machine shop or a secondary shop to actually machine it to the sizes, it's going to cost a little bit of money, but it's going to be better. These were cut within 1,000 of their
We threw it together and it was perfect.
And all we did was bolt the plastic pieces on, and it's perfectly square in all dimensions, with no adjustments. We didn't have to slide anything around in any way whatsoever.
Well, my expectations are low, and I probably just cut it myself.
And it would be fine, you just have to play with it more.
Seems like
For what we did, I have a digital, what's that? I have a digital protractor, and I zeroed it off the bottom, and zeroed it off and checked the top. It was exactly parallel. And then I checked the sides, and they're 89.9 degrees to 90 degrees. I was very happy with the outcome of the cut. I happen to work at a machine shop, so it was free for me to do it. For someone else, it probably cost maybe a couple $100. Might still way out there.
Did you drill it?
It looked like I was drunk when I smelled it, though, for some reason. It'll come up in his forecast. I squared it up.
It is going to buy.
I squared it up and it came out perfect.
This is the first thing we were print. I'll fix it.
Thank you.
I said I drilled it square and it came out perfect. So actually, it was holding it straight.
It's possible that it traveled.
It was reversed. Drill.
All we need is a bolt and a couple of. We need a couple bolts and a couple nuts.
Am I leaving?
I don't know. I don't know if Paul is just going to kill us as soon as you see this or not. Okay, we're all done for today. We'll see you tomorrow.